I don't believe that's accurate in any way.
Okay, that came out of testimony before Congress. I will give it to you. Have you referred to the media as the most powerful enemy of the United States that they have ever seen? Is that right?
Again, you're reading a quote. I take that you're reading it accurately.
CPAC 223-24. You said we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens who helped Joe Biden rig the elections. We're going to come after you whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that something you said?
That's a partial statement of what I said.
Steve Bannon's podcast. You also said you would put the entire fake news mafia press corps on your list. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
I don't have that in front of me.
Benny Johnson's podcast, 8/21/23. You have said that the FBI, including today, you said that they remain utterly corrupt. This is an agency with agents who have taken down terrorists, taken down bank robbers, taken down crime. And you wrote that the FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken. Do you know that under Chris Wray's leadership, he took over at a very difficult time, we all know that, appointed by President Trump, that during his tenure, the applications to the FBI has in fact tripled? Do you think people would be applying to that agency like in those numbers if they thought it was so corrupt?
The American public's trust in it is at 40%. That's an all-time low.
Did you say that the FBI headquarters should be shut down and reopened as a museum of the deep state?
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to go an extra time?
Let's see, you get a second round. Before I call on Senator Lee.
Could he just answer the question if he said that the FBI headquarters where they investigate cybercrime and terrorism should be shut down and opened as a deep state?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
As a museum. Did he say that the headquarters should be shut down?
Mr. Chair.
I deserve an answer to that question. He is asking to be head of the FBI, and he said that their headquarters should be shut down.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Patel, before I go on to Senator Lee?
Simply this. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here in this country. In every theater of war we have, I was on the ground in service of this nation. And any accusations leveled against me that I would somehow put political bias before the Constitution are grotesquely unfair. And I will have you reminded that I have been endorsed by over 300,000 law enforcement officers to become the next director of the FBI. Let's ask them.
Mr. Chairman, I am quoting his own words from September of 2024. It is his own words. It is not some conspiracy. It is what Mr. Patel actually said himself. Facts matter.
You forget that you had 3 minutes in the next round to say what you just said.
Okay, I'll say them again.
Okay. Before I call Lee.
Mr. Chair, just parliamentary inquiry, and it was on time. It wasn't disputing any of the debate, but I intend to keep to my 7 minutes, and I appreciate you keeping everyone to it. If we go over, can we have that decrement against the time in the second round? If a member goes over, that was actually 10 minutes, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure that I want to. Sometimes it's faster to get things done here, just letting people shout and than it does to shut them up.
Mr. Chairman, you're a wise man, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Before we go to Lee.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, what do you want?
I love this guy. Mr. Chairman, I'm unlike Senator Tillis. I mean, if we're going to start this, I want an extra 3 minutes.
Well,
now, my friend Senator Klobuchar went 3 minutes over.
So, here what you're saying is the chairman wasn't a very good chairman by not shutting her up. But I've gone through this before, and I think I know how to handle it and get
I think you're a star-spangled awesome chairman. I just want to say that for the record. But if you're going to let somebody over there go 3 minutes over, I want my extra 3 minutes.
Well, let's see if it's abused by anybody else before we make that decision.
I'm just telling you, I'm going to abuse it.
Well, I'm not going to let you abuse it.
You're a good man, Mr. Chairman.
Before I go to Lee, I want to put a statement in the record from 56 former FBI agents wrote to this committee to support this nominee. quote, never has the FBI faced such an urgent and compelling need for comprehensive reform as it does today. Mr. Patel has proven he possesses the breadth of experience required to address these challenges.
You said you never said that. Now, I'm not asking you to explain what you said.
I didn't say it. Never said that.
You didn't say that. Senator
I did
Warnock.
not say that I hadn't said that, Senator. I said the other question you asked me about Nazi death camps.
That's fine. You're doubling down on that. You said Senator Warnock also asked you if you compared America's vaccine campaign to the Nazi death camps and the Holocaust. Again, you said yesterday you didn't say that.
I did not say that.
You did not say that. Senator Bennett asked you yesterday if you had made an allegation that AIDS is a different disease in Africa than it is in America. On that one, you said you didn't recall. Having had a day to think about it, do you recall saying that AIDS is a different disease in Africa than it is in the United States?
I looked up that passage in my book and found that indeed the diagnostics for AIDS are very different in Africa than in the United States, that the list of symptoms is almost completely different.
So let me I'll submit this for the record, but having denied the first two statements, let me just read what you said. You said in 2013, is it hyperbole to say that the people who run our vaccine programs should be in jail? They should be in jail. To me, this is like Nazi death camps. Look at what it does to the families who participate in the vaccine program. I can't tell why somebody would do something like that. I can't tell you why ordinary Germans participated in the Holocaust. I can't tell you what was going on in their minds. With respect to the pedophilia scandal, you said the pedophilia scandal in the Catholic Church is a perfect metaphor for what's happening in the United States. The vaccine program, it's the same reason we had a pedophilia scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. I don't disagree with Senator Mullen. I don't want an HHS secretary that's not going to question science. I think it's important to question science. But you're not questioning science. You've made up your mind. You have spent your entire career undermining America's vaccine program. You make these purposeful comparisons to those that are administering the vaccine program to the Nazi executioners, to the people who covered up the Catholic Church's pedophilia scandal, because you have made a decision that there is a comparison, that there is evil in the vaccine program as there was evil in the pedophilia scandal and the Nazi death camps. You aren't exploring science. You have made up your mind. You've spent your entire career trying to undermine these programs. And so the reason that these statements, these incredibly aggressive, over-the-top statements matter to us is because it just isn't believable that when you become secretary, you are all of a sudden going to be consistent with science. People who have spent their career saying these kinds of things, running the kinds of campaigns that you have run, don't all of a sudden change their stripes. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will submit these statements.
Can I respond to that, Senator?
Without objection.
My statement about the Catholic Church is almost identical to the findings of the Government Oversight Investigation Committee that investigated CDC's vaccine program in 2003. Senator Burton was chairman of that committee. And he said that that certain individuals in that program had written off a generation of kids because of, quote, misplaced institutional loyalty to the CDC and because of entanglements with the drug company. Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. You made some grave accusations.
Pedophilia to the administration of vaccines?
It wasn't pedophilia.
It was a perfect metaphor.
Well, if you have 1 in 36 kids who has neurological injuries, and if that is, linked, that's something that we should study.
Is it a perfect metaphor?
It's not a perfect metaphor, but there's no metaphor that's perfect. But I am pro-vaccine. I am going to support the vaccine program. I want kids to be healthy. And I'm coming in here to get rid of the conflicts of interest within the agency, to make sure that we have gold standard evidence-based science. And if you show me where I'm wrong on this, show me a single statement I've made about science that is erroneous.
Thank you. Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, welcome. I enjoyed our conversation last month in our office, and thank you for remembering as you did.
I met with people.
Hey, we're going to cut to the White House briefing room. President Trump is coming out, give brief remarks, I think, about the tragedy last night, but then I think he's going to take questions. This could be a wild one. We're going to go to the White House. President of the United States.
Victims and their families, please. Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of we are in mourning. This has really shaken a lot of people, including people very sadly from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people. Unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy, icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful one, restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers, and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened, because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation, his government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive, too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, you had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine, follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary thus far. I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, it still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. It could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower, but it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have, and then they changed it back. That was Biden, to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response, local, state, federal. And when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency, the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible, with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's not acceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. President, and I appreciate the confidence you placed in me. Thank you very much.
Pete, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership. From the moment we found out about this, we were in contact with the White House trying to determine exactly what happened. I would echo it as well. No excuses. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We first and foremost, from the Defense Department, want to pass our condolences to the 64 souls and their families that were affected by this. Never should happen. And certainly the 3 service members, the 3 soldiers, a young captain, staff sergeant, and a CW2, Chief Warrant Officer, on a routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. And I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Black Hawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you.
Very much. JD, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C., is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had 2 planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering
Yes, we
the
will.
fact there is no direct air travel between the two countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Mr. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the Democratic
Republic of the Congo. Well, you're asking me a question about Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem. I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it. But it is a very serious problem.
Mr. President, we don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control, and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think were the names of the people. You mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have
policies?
lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm
blaming-
surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming
Please.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who is at fault, if it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was the crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower. We're higher. So if somehow there's a screw up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but you know, there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines standard, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was a helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play, and they should have been at a different height. All right.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger?
There were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive
Not about this.
on your executive order, you've already issued an executive order. You say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal government? What's plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but These are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. ice skating community was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real. But the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's
Who said
website.
That, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration
Nice and
too.
easy.
So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 3 days ago, I signed a new order bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It was on the website.
Please. Quiet.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome
President.
back to the.
I'm sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in a helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any
I heard
indication?
that. We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. Had a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations. And the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I apply to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training that was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know. But the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a question about the.
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir.
I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made them.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened, and the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter and the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much,
Okay, welcome back. There's the President of the United States with a just absolutely incredible press conference about this tragedy last night. Kind of threw down hard. His theories of the case of what happened look like he's got questions about air traffic controllers. Also has a question about why the night vision training by the United States Army and the Apache helicopter. We have Brian Glenn's there, Natalie Winters were there for the briefing. Also, let's go back. We're going to punch out here in a couple of minutes with the War Room. Hopefully, we got different channels. Go to Grace thing. We got the Rumble channel, the Getter channel. We're going to be trying to show as much of the hearings as possible, where the president was there approximately for 35 minutes at the press briefing. He had the Secretary of Transportation Duffy, he had head of the Pentagon Pete Hegseth, he had the Vice President of the United States J.D. Vance, all step up, say a few words, and then took questions after his statement. You saw the press is back into the feeding frenzy of President Trump's first term. You saw it right there. The hand-to-hand combat, let's be brutally frank about what's going on at Capitol Hill on the Senate side. Kash Patel, they're coming at Kash hard. They're coming at Bobby Kennedy hard. They're coming at Tulsi Gabbard hard. The Democrats right here are trying to do two things. Number one, they hope to knock down these appointments because they don't want President Trump to have his team, and particularly a team of disruptors, which all three of these are today. But remember, what they're also trying to do is get them on the record, certain policies to basically make sure they've constrained what these folks can do when they take over the departments. They don't want Bobby Kennedy doing what Bobby Kennedy has done historically. They don't want Tulsi Gabbard with kind of her opinions and thoughts about intelligence and deconstructing the intelligence community. They don't want Kash Patel with what he feels has to be done at the FBI. So it's a two-prong approach. Number one, to ding them up enough to get them to actually get what I call the fourth Republican to bail, and it came very close to Pete. The inside story in that was very close. They're going to try to do that because they feel they got Murkowski, they got Collins, they got McConnell. All they need is one more. They get one more. JD's vote, Vice President Vance's vote cannot change it. The second thing they're trying to do is make sure they limit the field of action that these cabinet secretaries can take if and when they are confirmed. You saw him try to do that with Pete Hegseth and Scott Bessent and Russ Vought. President Trump right there saying he asked John Thune he needs his cabinet secretaries. And I think this tragedy last night shows we need to get a process where you get people in there quicker. President Trump on offense right there talking about what his policies were. Okay, I want to thank Birch Gold, birchgold.com. We're coming out with a new special on Birch Gold. Price of gold today on fire. I think it's up 40%. Kobayashi newsletter up 40% over the last year. Remember, we don't tell you what to invest in. All we do is give a platform so you can meet people and talk to people and find out what alternatives are. birchgold.com/war room.
Biden's election was certified. He was sworn in and he served as the president of the United States.
Once again, the people who are 100% loyal to President Trump cannot answer that question. It is alarming that you want to be an FBI director who can answer a simple question, factual question. During a 2023 interview with Steve Bannon, you said, quote, "We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about the American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections." There's your quote. Do you still plan to come after the free press?
Not unless private citizens have been defamed. That's their right.
You said that you would be going after the media. So I want to know whether you plan to do that. Go after the free media.
I can't go after the media for other people. That's a decision they have.
So I would say that that was a statement that you made that is pretty chilling to the free media. So I didn't hear a no that you would not go after them. You currently serve on the board of directors for the Trump Media Technology Group, which owns the social media platform.
You are listening to Kash Patel's confirmation hearing, which is happening before the Senate Judiciary Committee. We're going to get you back there momentarily. But now we want to follow up on President Trump's news conference as he just wrapped it up probably about 5 minutes ago, talking about the American Airlines crash. That flight, of course, crashed midair with an Army chopper. Our Brian Glenn at the White House right now with the very latest. Brian, it seems to me that President Trump focused a lot on DEI during his remarks, basically, if you will, suggesting that lack of preparation and lack of the best people being on the job may have contributed to this. Can you clear this up? You were there in the room.
Yeah. That was, well, he started the press conference, I will say, with a moment of silence, which is out of respect to everyone who lost their life. They went in to kind of go into perhaps some of the reasons why we had such a tragedy happen last night. Now, he did suggest that some of these hiring practices that they had was based upon a DEI platform, and that suggested that as we move forward, maybe we need to hire the best of the best, regardless of skin color, origin, or race or sex. I will. In regards to him even putting a little bit of emphasis that it could be blamed on
DEI. It seems like they're more concerned about that than having just the best people in those places, even in the military side and on the commercial aviation side. One of the questions that I wanted to ask him is, you know, the aviation industry in general really took a hit, Terrence, after COVID. It pushed a lot of people out of this industry. They lost their jobs. They're extremely short-staffed on about every level in that system. So have they just hired people to fill positions, or did they not necessarily go with the best of the best? But that surely drove the narrative today. That was DEI, and of course that routine training they have with those Blackhawks along the Potomac there. It didn't say whether or not that would continue. I would suggest that it would, or they probably would have said so. But he also emphasized, Terrence, they're going to get to the bottom of this. This is not some investigation that's going to last 3 to 5 years, and then maybe 6 years from now we finally find out what happened. President Trump and Pete Hegseth and everybody on board is going to find out exactly why that incident happened last night.
Brian, the implication with the DEI things, and it really spoke more to the fact that there were air traffic controllers who aren't qualified, and he's moving those out. But the implication in that is that the fault may lie with the air traffic controllers. Is it too soon to determine that, particularly since the military operators of that helicopter appear, and again, I don't want to presuppose, but based on the information that we have, it appears that they had warning, but may not have heeded those warnings. So where does the fault lie at this point? Do we have those answers?
Well, the only clear answer he provided during that press conference in regards to that was that the American Airlines flight was on its scheduled flight pattern. There was no deviation from that. The only, I guess, deviation in a flight pattern would have come from the Black Hawk that tracked that plane before it collided. So I don't think the American Airlines blame or any blame is on that flight pattern. It's really in question of the Black Hawk, and so maybe the DEI conversation does apply to on the military side as well. I was reading online. I guess you got to take what you read as a grain of salt online, Terrence. But there were some ex-military Black Hawk helicopter pilots that were in this chat talking about everyone's role in these aircrafts, is how many people typically have their eyes out looking for other aircrafts, what their job is to really have their sights set on outside of that Black Hawk, not necessarily inside. So one of the suggestions could have been that maybe all 3 or 4 of those people inside that aircraft weren't simply looking exterior. They were looking only on the inside, and they lost track of kind of where they were going. We talked about light pollution earlier on the show. Don't know what that comes in as well, but we're going to find out sooner than later with this investigation.
Right. Just to reset, at last check, 27 bodies had been recovered as part of what is now a recovery effort. It is not any more rescue. It's all about recovery, indicating that there's likely no survivors here. Also, one of the 3 military members on board that chopper, that body at last check had been recovered. One of the interesting things that I found as part of this news conference is that Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of Defense, was also brought up to the podium, and he clearly said that there is going to be a specific military investigation into what went wrong. What more can you add to that, Brian?
Yeah, that's clarity, and that's transparency in this administration. And I was talking to some colleagues before this started, and once again, they've never seen the amount of press in this room because they know that this administration is going to be very straightforward with what they're doing and what they plan on doing. And I think with Pete Hegseth coming out and saying they're going to get to the bottom of this is just not happy talk, or this didn't just words that his department's putting out. They are actively involved in finding out what happened, why it happened, and how, most importantly, how they can prevent it from happening again. One of the things I also want to point out is there's a lot of international media in that briefing room. One of the questions I thought that stood out to me was the bodies of the Russian citizens that were on that plane, that we would assist them to return the bodies back to their families in Russia. And President Trump real quickly confirmed that we would help them out on doing that. But this is an international story. This is an aviation story. I've had so many people, Terrence, in the last hour or so reach out to me with their opinion on this. And the biggest takeaway I've got from that is, how could this happen? This was so preventable. This is not any type of questionable weather. It was clear. The visibility was good. There were basically calm winds. And for something like this to happen at such a low altitude as well, you're talking about 200 to 300 feet elevation, basically off the ground. Why did that happen at such a low altitude? And really so close to the airport. But I'm sure all these questions will be answered here in the days to come, but President Trump not necessarily taking any other questions outside of this particular topic. Someone did try to ask a question about international. It was non-related to this, and that quickly was shut down. I am surprised, however, that question was even asked, to be honest with you. I think in a time like this, you keep it on point, and that's exactly what should have happened today. But the president being very clear, Terrence.
Absolutely. Brian, this just popped into my mind. With all that the Trump administration is trying to do in these early days of the administration, is what just happened overnight a distraction from all of that? Has it become a distraction? And not to be insensitive, but this wasn't part of the plan. Let's just be honest.
No, it's not. But, I don't think it's distracting. I mean, this is a president during that campaign, Terrence, that dealt with so many distractions. I mean, you're talking about the lawsuits, the indictments, all the court legal battles that he was under, the attempted assassination. I don't think something like this can take the focus off this administration of moving forward and getting things done. But it perhaps it does if they do look into the fact that maybe the ones involved with this this weren't the best of the best, and why were they hired? How long they had been on the job? Maybe those conversations, I think, could take place in which they do lead into Trump's agenda, and kind of what he ran on is hiring. It's excellence. It's an administration of excellence, and if we find out that our government and maybe even in the public sector and private sector, if we're hiring someone not because they're good at what they do, but because their race or their sex or whatever, that's not a good hiring practice. And like, once again, the president is not saying that is the reason why this crash happened, but he's suggesting it could be. And when he was questioned by, I believe, CNN, he said, well, I'm basing it on common sense.
Brian Glenn reporting for us this morning at the White House, where President Trump just wrapped up a news conference about 20 minutes ago talking about the American Airlines crash. It, of course, collided head-on midair with an Army chopper. It looks like everyone passed away. Everyone was killed in that crash. But again, recovery efforts are still underway at this point. 27 bodies of people on board that airplane, including some ice skaters, some figure skaters, have been pulled out of the Potomac River. We're told the body of one person on board the chopper has also been pulled out. This is a story that we'll continue to cover for you throughout the day. In the meantime, let's get you back over to Capitol Hill. RFK, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., continuing his second day of confirmation hearings. Let's listen in.
An investigation where Biden blocked us and this administration at every turn to keep us from getting information showing that they trafficked children that were brought into this country and lost dozens, tens of thousands of children, lost track of them, and never gave us in DCF in Florida the information so that we could protect them. Do I have your word that you will protect children if you're given that responsibility?
Absolutely. And President Trump is determined to find the 300,000 children who were lost over the past 4 years and to return them to their parents.
That's it. Thank you.
Without objection, it can be entered into the record. Senator Markey.
Thank you. Yesterday, under oath, you told my colleagues on the Senate Finance Committee that when you went to Samoa in June of 2019, it, quote, had nothing to do with vaccines. Will you confirm again today that the trip had nothing to do with vaccines?
I did. My purpose in going down there had nothing to do with vaccines.
Well, I have in my hand a blog post in 2021 in which you say the anti-vaccine group Children's Health Defense, which you ran, offered to fund the purpose of the trip to Samoa. And in the same post, you state that the trip was ultimately arranged by an anti-vaccine activist. And during the trip, you met with an activist who later compared vaccine mandates to Nazi Germany. And during that trip, you also discussed vaccines with the Prime Minister and the Director General of Health of Samoa. The Director General of Health said you specifically discussed your views on vaccine safety fears. And with unanimous consent, I will submit those blog posts, Mr. Chairman, into the record.
Without objection.
Can I reply to that, Senator?
I'm going to ask you again. I'll ask you again. Did the trip have nothing to do with vaccines, as you told my colleagues on Senate Finance?
Nothing to do with vaccines. And if you want me to explain, I will.
Did it have anything to do with vaccines?
No, it did not.
It did not. Well,
my purpose in the trip was not to. I ended up having conversations with people, some of whom I never intended to meet.
Well, again, an anti-vaxxer helped finance your trip.
Well, you call them an anti-vaxxer. That's not what they would call themselves. They call themselves safe vaccine advocates. I went down there, a CHD, which was that group, offered $6 million to obtain a grant for $6 million to install to digitalize the health records of Samoa.
Right, well, let me just go on. I just want to
state-of-the-art medical informatics system.
Thank you,
and that was the purpose of my trip, Senator.
I got it. Thank you. So let me just follow through now, 2019. So now in October of 2019, the CDC declared a measles outbreak in Samoa. And in November, Samoa started a mass vaccination campaign to stop the outbreak. That same month, November of 2019, after 16 people had already died from the outbreak and Samoa was trying to respond to the crisis, you sent a letter to the Prime Minister of Samoa stating that, quote, it is a regrettable possibility that these children are causalities of the vaccine. By unanimous consent, I will introduce that letter into the record.
Without objection.
So as Samoa was trying to contain the outbreak, you were saying that it was the fault of the vaccine rather than the absence of vaccinations that caused the outbreak in Samoa in the same year you visited Samoa.
And I replied to that, Senator.
Let me just finish. The death count in Samoa grew to 83. And ultimately, volunteers in New Zealand sent tiny coffins to help bury the dozens of children who died. And the Samoan Director General of Health later said, with his last name and the status attached to it, people will believe him. People will believe Robert Kennedy. And a New Zealand vaccinologist later said the impact of your role was devastating. So your name and your profile helped fuel a measles outbreak. You scared people from taking a vaccine. It slowed the public health response, and children died. You've taken no responsibility thus far. And if an outbreak occurs in the United States, I have no evidence that you would not use your role as secretary to spread dangerous misinformation. So that one incident, from my perspective, disqualifies you from holding any position in healthcare, much less the #1 health official in the United States. And 75 Nobel Prize winners in science have said very clearly that you should not be confirmed, that it would be dangerous for you to have.
And you should look at their conflicts, Senator. You should look at their conflicts of those individuals.
Well, 75
and
Nobel.
You should look at who financed that letter.
75 Nobel Prize winners, and by the way, of a high percentage of the medical community in Boston, the health capital of the United States and the world, have said the same thing about your qualifications. They're saying to me they don't want tiny coffins as well. Neither do I. So that's the basis of my reservations about you, and the reason why I'm going to vote no on your candidacy, because I just think it's too dangerous to run the threat that that misinformation is spread in our country in the same way it was in Samoa.
Senator Murkowski, and let me compliment Mullen and Murkowski. They've stayed here the entire conference, and they're not obligated. They're not obligated to, like the two of us. Not that we wouldn't have otherwise. But Senator Murkowski, you please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think these are exactly the types of forums that we all need to be engaged in from start to finish. Because
can you speak up, Senator Murkowski?
There has been there's been considerable discussion here about many issues. Certainly a lot about vaccines. I care deeply about making sure that our vaccines are safe, the efficacy of them, the availability of them, how we disseminate them is particularly important in a very, very rural state like mine. You have experience there. You understand that. I am particularly attracted by the focus on chronic diseases. We know that if we can do a better job with chronic diseases, maybe some of the other things that we are susceptible to in the infectious diseases area, we're able to perhaps pull back a little bit on that. But our reality is, in order to make this country healthy again, it is a focus on everything. It is the prevention. It is the necessity of coming up with these life-saving vaccines that are going to be so critically important. It is personal care. It is food. It is exercise. It is all of the above. And we got to figure it out together. We do need to shake some things up, but we also need to give a level of confidence. And this is what I'm hearing from so many of my colleagues who have raised the issue of vaccines. We have made some considerable gains in my state of Alaska with vaccinating the many people in very rural areas where one disease outbreak can wipe out an entire village. We saw this in 1918 with the Spanish flu, and that's why everyone was rattled to the core. Villages were shut down entirely during COVID because of the fear of transmission. And so they're looking for these life-saving ways and means. And so when there is a lack of confidence, when there is a doubt, it's like, well, what do I do? And so we're pulling back then on, again, these areas where we can work to prevent some of these deadly diseases that we thought we had wiped out years ago. We have dramatically reduced diseases in my state like Hep A and B and meningitis. We're just now getting through a tough bout of whooping cough that came around to the state. Now there's a scare in the peninsula in Alaska about a measles outbreak. So we can't be going backwards with our vaccinations that will allow for this level of prevention and protection. So I'm asking you, you are clearly an influencer. You are clearly an influencer. You would not be in this position today. But you can see how your podium, your platform, your voice can influence so many. So I am asking you on the issue of vaccines specifically to please convey with a level of authority and science, but also with a level of conviction and free of conflict and free of political bias, that these are measures that we should be proud of as a country. Proud of as a country. Look to what President Trump was able to do with the COVID vaccine. It was extraordinary, and it did save lives. I need time for a question, so I'm asking you to focus on how you can use your position to provide for greater levels of confidence to the public when it comes to these life-saving areas. So I'm going to pivot to a question that you can answer. This relates...
I can answer that one, too.
No, I know, but I have 43 seconds, and no one has talked about our native populations. When you look at our health statistics, whether it's Alaska Natives or whether it is American Indians, our health statistics in this country, you know very well, because we talked about them, are not where they need to be. And it's in all categories. It's infectious disease, it's tuberculosis, it's Hep C, it's mental health, it's depression, it's substance use, it's sexually transmitted diseases, it's hypertension, stroke. It is so deep, and it is so challenging, and it is so hard. You have received support from Native American tribes. You have been in these areas. You have been quoted, and I'd like for your comment on this, as quoted saying, as far as budgeting for Indian country, you said you would immediately triple the budget to support tribes. Can you expand on this pledge and the commitment? Because this is an area where we have truly left our Native people behind when it comes to their health and their health outcomes.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And you know, this is an issue, as you and I talked about, that is very important. It's always been a priority for me. I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. I was one of the founding editors of Indian Country Today, which is the biggest Indian newspaper. My father and uncle, Ted Kennedy, my father, were deeply, deeply critical of the functioning of the Indian Health Service back in 1968 to 1980, and nothing's changed. Nothing's gotten better. I'm going to bring in a Native at the Assistant Secretary level. I'd like to get him actually designated as a Assistant Secretary for the first time in American history. Make sure that all of the decisions that we make in our agency are conscious of their impacts on the First Nations. I've spent a lot of time in your state. It's my favorite place to go. I've been up with the Gwich'in, representing the Gwich'in people up in Arctic Village, and been all over the state in the remote areas. I understand in Alaska the unique needs of Alaska because of remote health care, because some of these areas are not even accessible except for airplane. If they don't have ambulance services, that the federal government needs to pay attention to financing transportation, the unusual ways that are required there, and that we really need to focus on telemedicine and AI. Make sure that even in remote places in Alaska, that Native people can get high-quality health care, and we can do that today. And I look forward to working with you on those issues and others.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Murkowski sets the record for going over. Senator also Brooks.
Sorry. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kennedy, I was struck by your comments during our meeting last week.
What?
I was struck by your comments in our meeting last week where you made it abundantly clear to me that you intended to clean house.
You've been listening to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s confirmation hearing. It is the second day on the Hill. Yesterday, he was before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Now he is back testifying before another committee. Several confirmation hearings are underway right now, including Kash Patel. He is speaking. But now we want to take you over to Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation hearing. She, of course, is President Trump's nominee to be the Director of National Intelligence.
There's one question allowed. Are there other senators who would like a follow-up question? Senator King.
I'd like to follow up on my line of questioning about Edward Snowden and understand how you analyzed the facts leading up to your 2020 bill providing him with a pardon. There was the House committee report, which granted was redacted, but under the heading, "What damage did it cause?" were 5.5 pages of redacted material. I would have thought that would raise a question in your mind. Secondly, Edward Snowden, there are about 20 countries that don't have extradition treaties with the U.S. He chose to go to Russia, become a Russian citizen. Given that information, how did you decide to introduce a bill providing him with a pardon? Introducing a bill in the United States Congress is not the same as a tweet or a commentary on a podcast. I'm concerned about your apparent lack of interest in the scope of Edward Snowden's traitorous activities.
Senator, I've answered some version of this question many times in this hearing already. My foremost concern has been, remains, and will continue to be in upholding my oath to the Constitution to support and defend Americans' Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I'm committed to ensuring that we protect our nation's secrets by implementing a number of actions I've outlined so that those who have concerns about programs within our intelligence community, that we don't have another Snowden-like leak, and they are able to raise those concerns either directly with Congress or through any one of a number of legal paths that are available. And I think it's also important, and in line with many of the bipartisan concerns I've heard from this committee, in security classification, security clearance and classification reform, in narrowing severely those who have access to the most sensitive and compartmentalized intelligence reporting and capabilities.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chairman, in letting us have a second question. Thank you again for hanging in there with this discussion, Colonel Gabbard. The House Intelligence Committee review of the Snowden disclosures found not only that he was a traitor, but that since Snowden's arrival in Moscow, he has had and continues to have contact with Russian intelligence services. You can see the deep concern on both sides of the aisle here. You had in your opening statement all kinds of complaints about former officials in the intelligence agencies, the United States press, the journalists, the media, Democrats.
All right, let's get you back to RFK, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s confirmation hearing. Let's listen in.
This week and the week before regarding fundraising that you are currently doing through your presidential campaign.
Without objection.
And finally, I want to ask you, I have you said you were on a show on February 26, 2021, an interview with Dr. Judy Mikovits, where you said the following, and I quote, "We should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that the particular antigens that blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
So I have 17 seconds left. Let me just ask you then. So what different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? What different vaccine schedule should I have received?
I mean, the Pollen article suggests that blacks need fewer antigens than...
This is so dangerous.
So you get the same measles vaccine.
Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I will be voting against your nomination because your views are dangerous to our state and to our country.
I mean, do you think science is dangerous, Senator? This is published, peer-reviewed studies.
I yield.
Senator Collins, who would have been here the whole time, but she was in an Intel committee.
Thank
you. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, welcome, first of all. I agree with you that there needs to be more focus on chronic diseases like diabetes, like Alzheimer's. But it concerns me when I read a quote from you that says, I'm going to say to NIH scientists, God bless you all. Thank you for your public service. We're going to give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years. Don't we need to do both?
Yes, absolutely, Senator. The problem is there's been an imbalance. We've devoted all of these dollars to infectious disease and to drug development, to make NIH an incubator for the pharmaceutical industry, and very little to chronic disease. But chronic disease is 92% of deaths in our country. It's 9 out of every $10 we spend on our budget. Why aren't we devoting at least equivalent studies to determining the etiology of our chronic disease? It just seems like common sense to me.
I would point out that in many cases it's Congress rather than HHS who sets the funding levels for various diseases.
But NIH decides, as panels that decide who gets funding, not Congress, Senator.
I want to share with you a discussion that I had with a Maine pediatric nurse practitioner. She raised the concern that if people are discouraged from getting their children vaccinated, we will lose the herd immunity in a classroom. And that means that a child who may be immunosuppressed and cannot get a vaccine are at risk of being in a classroom with an unvaccinated child, and thus at risk of getting the infectious disease because we've lost the herd immunity. What would be your response to that?
My response is that vaccine uptake for the COVID vaccine, for example, is down to 23%. And all vaccines are dropping, and they're doing that because people don't believe the government anymore. We need good science, and I'm going to bring that in. I'm going to restore trust, and that will restore vaccine uptake.
Well, you're certainly correct about what happened with the COVID vaccine, but let me switch to the polio vaccine.
All right, let's get you back over to Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation hearing. Let's listen in.
In order to overthrow the Syrian government. And in 2019, on the Democratic presidential debate stage, you said of President Trump, this is a quote, "This current president is continuing to betray us. We were supposed to be going after al-Qaeda, but over years now, not only have we not gone after al-Qaeda, our president is supporting al-Qaeda." So I'm interested to hear, what was your goal in saying these things? And did you consider, before saying them, the motives of Iran and Russia, what their motives might have been before making these claims?
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of al-Qaeda's terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, It was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11, their families, and my brothers and sisters in uniform. When, as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs that he had begun really to overthrow the regime of Syria, and being willing to, through the CIA's Timber Sycamore program that has now been made public, of working with and arming and equipping al-Qaeda in an effort to overthrow that regime, starting yet another regime change war in the Middle East. DoD train and equip program, again, begun under President Obama, is widely been known, looked at, and studied, that ultimately resulted in over $500 million being used to train who they called moderate rebels, but were actually fighters working with and aligned with al-Qaeda's affiliate on the ground in Syria, all to move forward with their regime change and not acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has unfortunately borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, while these are all dictators, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like al-Qaeda taking power. I shed no tears for the fall of the Assad regime, but today we have an Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria, as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance, and who has already begun to persecute and kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria.
I understand.
Why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
It shouldn't
is
be.
certainly
and
not
I
in our
understand,
interests.
and I appreciate your answer, and thank you. My concern has to do with the tendency to repeat Russian and Syrian, and even in some cases, I think we'll get into in the closed session, Iranian information, and to discount what comes from our intelligence community.
Senator, every American deserves to know that people in our own government were providing support to our sworn enemy, al-Qaeda. That should not be acceptable by anyone.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Ms. Gabbard. In conclusion, Senator Warner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things I love about this committee, and I know folks who are here from Ms. Gabbard may not fully realize, but this has always been a bipartisan committee. And you know, my friend Richard Burr, who said we always kind of followed the truth. One of the things I was always proud of in the very challenging Russia investigation was, you know, people would come in, they didn't know whether the staffer was a Democrat or Republican, because we were all looking out for the same thing. Ms. Gabbard, I support and commend you for your service. But we have heard this morning taking some individuals' advice on chemical attacks, not taking American intelligence community that, as we subsequently discovered, had iffy ties, not enough due diligence. We've heard this morning on your trip to Lebanon that you weren't fully aware that the folks who originally paid for the trip had these relations and ties to this Syrian party. I know I've asked you, and I understand on the trip that you said you met with Shia religious figures and you didn't know who were there, who they were. I can understand that, although I can't imagine Shia religious figures that in the Bekaa Valley that didn't have ties to Hezbollah. And we can have a difference of opinion on TikTok. The chairman and I feel very strongly that it is a national security threat. On 702, I thought you answered Senator Wyden, you're in favor of a warrant. Senator Cornyn, I thought you backed off of that. And then on Edward Snowden, you won't back off of Brave, you won't back off of your legislation, you won't call him a traitor. And I think again about, this is being watched by our allies around the world. I think even RT's been tweeting about it today, blasting me. And the men and women of the intelligence community. I don't know how they're going to have confidence that if under your leadership, if somebody else stepped out, that you wouldn't take the same position that you've not walked away from on Mr. Snowden. So I guess my last question, and this is one I think was in some of the press, and I believe you and your husband took a trip to Rome last summer, and I'm not talking about the conference. I think you didn't ask who paid for the trip. I just want to get this off the record right now. Not if you and your husband reimbursed, but did you pay for the trip in the outset, or
There was a
made the booking?
nonprofit organization that was coordinating with the Vatican to set up this meeting that was centered around peace and security interests in the Western Hemisphere.
I'm not going to go into
that.
I
Paid
just want
for the
to just
trip.
make sure. So you didn't understand your trip was paid for by a gentleman named Pierre Louvarier and the Clementi Foundation?
The nonprofit,
Okay,
my
I just say,
understanding,
this-
was
there is
paid for
extensive records
paid
of-
for the trip.
Mr. Louvarier has enormous ties to Konstantin Malovov. I'm mispronouncing his name, but who is somebody that America has sanctioned. I imagine we can get into this in the classified hearing, but again, the due diligence that's required before you take these trips or make these assumptions is something that I find very troubling. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warner. I would also note that that same New York Times story reported that there's no indication that Ms. Gabbard did anything wrong on that trip. Ms. Gabbard, thank you for your time and for your testimony. Thank you, most importantly, for your service to our nation. As I said at the outset, it's no secret that this nomination has generated more attention and interest than most nominees before this committee. We have received a large number of statements, letters, and other such materials in support of and in opposition to Ms. Gabbard's nomination. I will submit all of those for the record. For the benefit of senators, it is also my intention to hold a committee vote on Ms. Gabbard's nomination as soon as possible. Therefore, for planning purposes, any senator who wishes to submit questions for the record after today's hearing, please do so by close of business tomorrow. That is Friday, January 31st, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, let me explain what will happen next. Committee security and Mrs. Gabbard's security will escort her and her immediate party out of this room through the door behind me. Everyone else will remain seated in this room. The Capitol Police will secure that door so no one else leaves this room until Ms. Gabbard has reached her break room in preparation for the closed session. We will convene in that closed session in approximately 30 minutes at 1:10 p.m. This open session is adjourned.
So the confirmation hearing involving Tulsi Gabbard, who is President Trump's nominee to be Director of National Intelligence, just wrapping up. You just heard the senators say that they are going to reconvene in private session in about 30 minutes, and a vote on her nomination could come in short order. In the meantime, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. continuing his second day of confirmation hearings. Let's continue to listen into that.
At the science and get IOM involved, the National Academy of Sciences. They're the ultimate arbiter of safety.
What was that?
And you know what? One of the things we need to do, I think, is a subject that we haven't talked about here. Why don't we know what's causing this epidemic? Why hasn't the CDC been looking at other hypotheses to determine the etiology of why we've had this dramatic 1,000% increase in this disease that is destroying our kids? Is probably the biggest issue. Why don't we know the answer after 30 years of a steady rise?
The other high-profile hearing right now on Capitol Hill involving Kash Patel, President Trump's nominee for FBI director. He is back, and let's listen in.
I did not participate in any of those DOJ
Sir,
decisions.
that's a yes or no question. Are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations? Yes or no?
I am not aware of that,
Thank you.
Senator.
There is no evidence of wrongdoing by FBI employees involved in these investigations. If you do pursue investigations of those involved, will you commit to using standard processes, including a standard review by the FBI Inspections Division and the Inspector General?
Senator, I will honor all those review processes.
You will honor those review processes.
Yes, Senator.
If these are actions that the FBI employees, if there are actions against FBI employees that do not follow those standards process that happen before you get in, will you commit to reversing any decision prior to your arrival so that those standard processes and the standard review by the FBI Inspections Division will take place?
I don't know what's going on right now over there, but I'm committed to you, Senator, and your colleagues that I will honor the internal review process of the FBI.
Have you made any commitments to anyone about pursuing any investigations or targets if you are FBI director?
Only violent criminals and terrorists.
Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Only following the Constitution.
Again, are you certain?
That I have told people on the
Are you
administration.
certain? Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, I've only said I will use the Constitution.
Have you discussed specific investigations or targets you would pursue as FBI director with the President of the United States?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, no.
Are you certain?
To the best of my recollection, no.
According to public reports, you were subpoenaed by the federal prosecutors to testify as a witness before the grand jury investigation investigating the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. And you testified before the grand jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were before the grand jury, you pled the fifth on the basis of self-incrimination, correct?
I utilized my constitutional rights during that process with the advice and consent of counsel and appeared before that grand jury.
I will take that as a yes. And you are familiar, I imagine, with Section 6002 of Title 18.
Off the top of my head, Senator, not.
Well, Section 6002 is the immunity statute. Whenever a witness refuses to testify or provide other information before a grand jury based upon the privilege against self-incrimination, the court can order the witness to testify. The witness must comply with the order, but they receive immunity, which means that no testimony or any other information provided before the grand jury can be used against them in any criminal proceeding. You were compelled to testify as a witness in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case. Did you participate in any criminal conduct involved in that case?
Involved in which, the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case?
Yes.
No, I testified through compulsion by court order.
You received immunity for providing information that was self-incriminating. Do you remember the name of the prosecutor who questioned you?
There were multiple, Senator. I do not.
Was it one of the people, were any of them people that were fired this past week?
I have no idea, Senator.
Are you certain? You're under oath.
I'm aware that I'm under oath, Senator, and I have no idea, and I did not participate in the removal of any DOJ prosecutor.
What was the information you provided that you received immunity for?
Senator, I would love my grand jury testimony to be released, but as you know, that grand jury testimony has been sealed by the Department of Justice, and I'm not allowed to discuss it here.
Well, I find it troubling that you do not know the law here, and let me tell you what the law is. Rule 6 governs grand jury proceedings. Under Rule 6E, grand jurors, court reporters, and prosecutors are bound to secrecy. But witnesses are not bound by secrecy. You were a witness in the classified documents case. You are not bound by secrecy. You can tell us everything that happened in that room and everything you testified about. I'll ask you again, what information did you provide to the grand jury?
In this, we are in agreement, Senator. Get my grand jury testimony. I want it made public. I asked the Department of Justice to make it public, and they refused to do so.
There is no legal bound against you telling us right now what you testified to.
When I asked for my transcript to be released,
Sir, did you or did you not commit a crime?
Senator, I did not commit a crime.
Then why won't you tell us what you testified to?
Because it occurred over the course of 3 weeks. I don't have the ability to recall everything I testified to, but I'm asking you to put my transcript out.
Did you testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents?
Senator, what I testified to is best captured by that transcript in real time.
So you're not willing to tell Congress, after making many pledges today about transparency, whether or not you testified to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents. In the name of all the values you have said today, did you or did you not testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents?
I testified accordingly and under oath, and I encourage you to get that transcript.
And by the law of our land, you are free to tell people, what are you hiding from Congress? Answer the question. Did you testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents, yes or no?
Senator, the grand jury testimony is available to you. I encourage you to make it public.
As you likely know, the second volume of Jack Smith's report about the classified document case is not public yet. To fulfill our constitutional duty of advice and consent, the president, on nominations, members of this committee have asked the DOJ to review the report. Do you agree that Congress should thoroughly review its nominees? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, last question and I'll be done. When you and I met, you told me that you wanted to remove 11,000 FBI personnel or move many of them, and you said that again today. You have looked at an org chart to understand what offices and functions that you'll be pulling from. I don't think you've done a serious analysis, but I do think you have an assignment from Donald Trump to gut the FBI. You said yourself, I'll shut down the FBI Hoover building. There are people specifically that you are targeting, I believe. And do you agree that you have already prepared plans to remove certain individuals from their offices? For example, individuals that will be replaced by political personnel. The political personnel that are being put in an institution that you and I discussed that has no political appointees but one, the political personnel involve these names: Erica Knight, Tom Ferguson, Greg Bitzner.
You stated your question. Would you answer? Or don't you want to? Okay.
We can move on.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Patel, there is absolutely no doubt that you have...
That was New Jersey Senator Cory Booker questioning Kash Patel. Let's go back over to the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. hearing. It looks like Bernie Sanders is getting pretty fired up.
Executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. They came from workers.
In 2020, you were the single largest
because I had
receiver of pharmaceutical money.
Contributions from workers all over this country. Workers,
you were the
not a nickel from corporate
Bernie, you were the single largest acceptor of pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in
1.5 million.
Yeah, out of 200 million. All right, but you have not answered, last question. You have not answered my question.
Mr. Chairman, we're 3 minutes.
How do we make America healthy if you don't guarantee health care?
Chairman, we're literally 3 minutes over here now.
Well,
how long does it keep going? At some time, you're just battering the witness, Bernie.
Not battering the witness. I'm
yes,
trying
you
to get
are.
an answer.
And you're getting upset at him. You're going at him just like anybody else would.
We'll come to order. Bernie, he's going over. Before I ever entered politics, before I was ever thinking about running for office, I practiced medicine for 30 years. I worked in public hospitals in California, Louisiana, specializing in liver disease, caring for those who otherwise would not have had a specialist. If you will, dedicating my life to saving lives. That is, being a doctor. That ethic guides me now. In my opening statement, I told the story of my patient, an 18-year-old girl with acute liver failure from hepatitis B being air ambulanced to LSU Shreveport Hospital for a liver transplant. Now, let me finish the story. Her mother wasn't allowed to fly in the helicopter, so her mother drove the 3 hours from Baton Rouge to Shreveport. Now, when she arrived, they let her visit her daughter before she went back to the OR. And the mom goes in to say a prayer, squeezes the daughter's hand. The daughter's eyes open, and she said, "Mama?" And the daughter began to recover. Powerful story with a happy ending. But as a doctor, I saw endings not so happy. I just had a friend text me, 2 children died in an intensive care unit in a Baton Rouge hospital from vaccine-preventable diseases this past month. So my concern is that if there's any false note, any undermining of a mama's trust in vaccines, another person will die from a vaccine-preventable disease. Now, you've got a megaphone. Maybe you and Bernie, Bobby and Bernie. Of everybody in this room, the 2 of you have the biggest followings, tremendous credibility. And with that influence comes a great responsibility. Now, my responsibility is to learn, try and determine if you can be trusted to support the best public health. A worthy movement called MAHA to improve the health of Americans, or to undermine it, always asking for more evidence and never accepting the evidence that is there. I looked at the article from Dr. Mawson, and it seems to have some issues. I'll just put that to the side. And that is why I've been struggling with your nomination. There are issues ultra-processed food, obesity, we are simpatico. We're completely aligned. And as someone who has discussed immunizations with thousands of people, I understand that mothers want reassurance that the vaccine their child is receiving is necessary, safe, and effective. We agree on that point, the two of us, but we've approached it differently. And I think I can say that I've approached it using the preponderance of evidence to reassure, and you've approached using selected evidence to cast doubt. Now, put differently, we're about the same age. Does a 70-year-old man, 71-year-old man who has spent decades criticizing vaccines and who's financially vested in finding fault with vaccines, can he change his attitudes and approach now that he'll have the most important position influencing vaccine policy in the United States? Will you continue what you have been, or will you overturn a new leaf at age 70? I recognize, man, if you come out unequivocally, vaccines are safe, it does not cause autism, that would have an incredible impact. That's your power. So what's it going to be? Will it be using the credibility to support lots of articles, or will it be using credibility to undermine? And I got to figure that out for my vote. You have the power to help rebuild, to help public health institutions re-earn the trust of the American people. Now, let's be political. I'm a Republican. I represent the amazing state of Louisiana. And as a patriotic American, I want President Trump's policies to succeed in making America and Americans more secure, more prosperous, healthier. But if there's someone that is not vaccinated because of policies or attitudes you bring to the department, and there's another 18-year-old who dies of a vaccine-preventable disease, helicoptered away, God forbid dies, it'll be blown up in the press. The greatest tragedy will be her death, but I can also tell you an associated tragedy, that will cast a shadow over President Trump's legacy, which I want to be the absolute best legacy it can be. So that's my dilemma, man. And you may be hearing from me over the weekend. You may be hearing from me over the weekend. I once again thank you for your time, and I yield to my ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for your job today in conducting this very, very important hearing. Let me reiterate my concerns. Every person on this panel, and I would hope everybody in America, wants to make us the healthiest country on earth. And I applaud Mr. Kennedy for raising the issues and talking about some very important truths. But what I am not hearing from him are some very specific policy issues that we absolutely need if we're going to make America healthy. It is unquestionable that when 68,000 Americans die because they can't afford to go to a doctor, you got to deal with that. And I have not heard one word about the need for universal health care that exists in every country on earth. When 1 out of 4 people can't afford prescription drugs because the pharmaceutical industry is ripping us off and charging us 10 times more in some cases than the people in other countries. I have not heard the definitive answer I need that we're not going to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. And one of the points I think that Mr. Kennedy made, which is right, healthcare is not just medical care. It's a lot more. Talk about the food industry. We have held a hearing. Senator Cassidy and I held a hearing a couple of months ago where we made the point that the food industry is, in fact, poisoning our kids with addictive food that is leading to obesity, diabetes, heart conditions, etc. And I hope that our Congress and the White House will have the courage to take on a very powerful food industry and demand that the products that they sell our kids are in fact healthy and non-addictive. In many ways, what the food industry is doing today is what the tobacco industry did 50 or 60 years ago. And we talk about making America healthy today. Again, it's not just doctor care, medical care. We have millions of people working for starvation wages. You cannot be healthy if you're working 50 or 60 hours a week and you can't afford the rent that your landlord is charging you. Stress kills. Stress makes us sick. So, Mr. Chairman, let me just say this. I think the issues that have been raised in this hearing today are of enormous importance. I look forward to working with you and other members of this committee to make sure that we develop the policies that have the courage to take on very powerful and wealthy special interests. So, in fact, that we can make America healthy. Thank you.
This concludes our hearing. For any senators who wish to ask additional questions, questions for the record will be due tomorrow on Friday, January 31st at 5 p.m.
All right, so that was Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s second hearing. He was having a hearing before the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. Now, let's go back to Kash Patel's hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee.
I look forward to having an FBI that will work to help get these records and end this human and sex trafficking in this country.
15 seconds.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
The senator from Tennessee knows what the 2-hour rule is. The 2-hour rule takes the gavel out of the chairman's hands, and that was what was being executed when you were seeking recognition and being executed by your side of the aisle.
Okay. Senator Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, as we know, it's not just the nominee for FBI director that's before us today, but there's been a lot of chaos and confusion this week in regards to executive orders that have been issued as it pertains to the federal budget, federal spending, hiring freezes, et cetera. But relevant to this confirmation hearing, colleagues, the FBI has paused its new academy classes while they assess how the firing freeze impacts them. President Trump's executive orders has a national security exception, but it is unclear how it will apply to agencies like the FBI. The FBI has a large civilian employee population, so it's not certain if they will qualify for exceptions. The White House memo stated that nearly 1,000 probationary FBI employees would stay on only if, quote, justified, without clarity on a timetable or process for justification. Mr. Patel, how does this help or does this hurt the FBI improving public safety in America?
Senator, I know about as much as this late-breaking news as you do by reading it in the media, and I will say the following in terms of FBI employees, if I'm confirmed. FBI employees represent the front line of defense for national security and crime, and if I'm confirmed, I will ensure that all FBI graduates of the Academy will be protected and funded so that we can continue the fight together.
But would you agree that even just causing a pause or confusion in being able to grow the ranks is not helpful to public safety in America?
Not having a law enforcement there.
Thank you. 7 minutes goes by fast, so I want to get to as many topics as I can. As you know, the FBI plays a critical role in national security and public safety, yet the reports are that the hiring freezes is damaging. And I want to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, a New York Times article outlining the questions and concerns I just stated. Now, on to the next topic. FBI agents rely on their leadership to ensure their safety and success of operations. As Senior Director for Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, you were involved in a SEAL team rescue mission to recover a 27-year-old American hostage in Nigeria. According to former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, you falsely informed senior leadership that the United States had secured permission to fly over other nations' airspace en route to Nigeria. This misinformation forced the aircraft to circle the border for an additional hour, potentially jeopardizing the mission's success and putting service members at undue risk. Can you explain your decision to falsely claim airspace permissions had been secured for the mission?
I greatly appreciate this. This is one that hits home squarely because my guys, my friends, were on that operation. They were in that helo. They were in that V-22. And there's never a time in my career that it would jeopardize the safety of the men and women in uniform. And if you ask the National Security Advisor of the President of the United States, who's with me on that day, who has gone on the record publicly, as has General Tony Tata, who's the Undersecretary of Defense, they have both stated with affirmation that I acted appropriately, relayed all information accurately, and never jeopardized the safety of the hostages. And our men were on the ground for 59 seconds and executed 6 sentries and rescued an American hostage named Philip Walton, and he's home today with his family because of it.
So your friend's word versus the former Secretary of Defense. That's what we're going to be asked to consider. Next topic. In September of 2024, just a couple of months ago, you stated that Chris Wray was caught illegally using 702 collection against Americans 274,000 times. That's a quote. And you criticized Congress for failing to implement necessary reforms when reauthorizing Section 702. Now, earlier in this hearing, I heard you respond to Senator Cornyn's questions and saying that the improvements to FISA 702 accountability go a long way. That's what you said today, earlier, on the record and under oath. But on that September podcast that I'm referring to, you said that by passing the reauthorization bill, Republicans, quote, bent the knee. So which is it? They bent the knee and didn't reform 702 as you would suggest, or that they've gone a long way?
Senator, as I've talked about extensively with my experience with 702, it is a necessary tool to protect this country. The FISA court themselves issued the report you're referring to about the illegal searches. They found 270-some thousand violations. So I think we need it, and I think we need to work with Congress to reform it.
Let me rephrase my question more bluntly. Which is your opinion on the most recent reauthorization of 702? That Republicans bent the knee for not insisting or adopting significant reforms, or that reforms have gone a long way? Because they seem like contradictory statements.
702 is a critical tool, and I'm proud of the reforms that have been implemented, and I'm proud to work with Congress moving forward to implement more reforms.
So they bent the knee, but now you're proud of it. Got it. Next topic. I know you've been asked about the J6 prison choir prior in this hearing. My question is not going to rehash previous questions. Funds have been raised, as you explained to me in our meeting last week, to support families of insurrectionists, my words, clearly not yours, that have been in jail, including those who committed acts of violence against police officers. I want to know, in any of your work around the J6 prison choir, was any of the funds that were raised used to support the families of the police officers who were brutally attacked by the insurrectionists?
Senator, my foundation has used funds
Yes
to
or
help
no?
police
It's a yes or
officers
no.
across the country.
It's a yes or no.
I don't know if those officers' families applied for a grant. That's how we distribute at a charity, based on who comes
that
in.
tells me a lot about your care and prioritization of the police officers you claim to support, because
They've given away over $500,000 to law enforcement and active
but you
duty
can't
militaries.
articulate. I mean, you were able to articulate to me examples of the families of January 6th insurrectionists. Because the insurrectionists in
words, not
jail, you're
mine.
supporting the families, but you can't, say clearly and confidently that families of police officers who were brutally attacked got similar support. Next topic.
Your time's up.
Okay, I'll save it for the second round. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before I call on Senator Schmidt, I have a letter that I want to put in regard to this Nigerian rescue story. It's from General Tata. What people that bring this up don't tell you is that General Tata has denied the exchange reported in the Atlantic and has forcefully defended Mr. Patel. General Tata said, "I never heard the words that somebody's saying they heard from me. That's not a quote from me," end of quote. General Tata wrote to the committee and said it was, quote, irresponsible, end quote, to say Mr. Patel jeopardized the mission. He said, quote, Kash played a critical role in that and many other successes during his tenure precisely because he cares so deeply about America, its national domestic security, and her citizens. So by unanimous consent, I will put this letter in the record. Any disagreement? I hear none. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you, Mr. Patel. It's great to have your family here. I know they must be very proud. I have to tell you, I saw up close and personal how politically weaponized the FBI had become. In my former job as Attorney General of Missouri, we brought the Missouri versus Biden lawsuit, which uncovered this vast censorship enterprise where the federal government coerced and colluded with some of the biggest companies in the history of the world to suppress speech. And not just that, actually to pre-bunk the Hunter Biden laptop story. The FBI had the laptop in November of 2019. They met with senior executives. Yoel Roth, who was the main guy at Twitter at the time, signed an affidavit saying they were talking specifically about the laptop. It could be Hunter Biden's, pre-bunking it, calling it a Russian hack and leak operation. They knew it was true. They knew it was his laptop. So the rot is deep, and the time for you is now, and I'm glad, because reform is needed. Senator Durbin referenced your book. I think it's a good, everyone should read the book. Because I want to ask you about some quotes that are in the book, because a lot's been made of it. Usually just some of the endnotes, but the content of the book. Did you say in the book, American justice must never be selective. If the law is applied unevenly, democracy crumbles. Did you say that?
I did, Senator.
When agencies like the FBI and the CIA prioritize politics over truth, the nation suffers. Did you say that?
I sure did, Senator.
Accountability isn't optional. Those who violate the public trust must face real consequences, regardless of their rank or title. Did you say that?
I did, Senator.
Okay. There's a lot more in there. I know that Senator Tillis has got the game of bingo. I'd like to play another game. Would you rather?
Let's have at it, sir.
Would you rather the FBI prosecute and persecute parents who voice legitimate concerns at school board meetings, or should it investigate domestic terrorists who commit school shootings and threaten the lives of American children?
Absolutely investigate and prioritize the safety of our children and any actual and real domestic terrorists, as I've prosecuted in my past in the Obama Justice Department.
Would you rather the FBI be weaponized by investigating presidential candidates, political opponents, spying on and wiretapping candidates' advisors, or should the FBI get back to its core mission and get politics out of the FBI?
There should be no politics in the FBI, and having been a victim of the weaponization of law enforcement against me, I know what that feels like, and if I'm confirmed, I will make sure no American feels that sleight of hand ever again.
Would you rather the FBI target traditional Catholics as extremists, or should the FBI focus on investigating actual threats posed to the American people by cartels pumping fentanyl into our communities through the southern border?
100,000 deaths due to fentanyl and drug overdoses in 1 year. I'd rather the FBI focus on that and save our children.
Would you rather the FBI ignore when thugs threaten to harm and plot against Supreme Court justices, or should the FBI actually investigate that and get to the bottom of it?
I'm so glad you brought that up, Senator. This body passed a law to protect our justices of the peace, including the Supreme Court, and every single justice of the peace deserves that enforcement of that law so they can do their duty.
Would you rather the FBI pressure social media companies into censoring conservative viewpoints, or Should it focus on what the FBI should get back to, which is investigating interstate crimes that threaten the well-being of Americans?
No censorship. Let's focus on investigating interstate crimes.
Would you rather the FBI raid the home of a former president and chief political rival, going through the First Lady's personal belongings, spreading out documents on the floor staged, or should it raid the homes of terrorists who seek to harm citizens?
Let's let our men and women in law enforcement kick down the doors of terrorists and narco-traffickers and pedophiles and put those people in prison where they belong.
So, I mean, I could go on and on. But let me tell you what I think's really going on here. What I think's going on here is that the folks on the other side can't actually believe and can't come to grips that they're in this position right now. That they're in the minority and that President Trump is back in office. Because what they did was, after he was out of office, they tried to destroy him. They tried to financially ruin him and his family. They tried to intimidate him. They tried to throw him in jail for the rest of his life. They tried to demonize half the country. Their opening and closing argument for the last 4 years has been that President Trump and Republicans are a threat to democracy. But the American people sat in a jury box and they watched. And they weighed the evidence and they heard all the facts and they rendered their own verdict. And their verdict was for reform. They don't believe that the people who've been doing this in these positions have done a particularly good job before. They think the deck is stacked against them, and they saw how our justice system was turned against political opponents in a Soviet-style justice system, which moniker was, show me the man and I'll show you the crime. And by the way, I don't think they can believe you're sitting where you're sitting at right now. But guess what? You are. And you're going to get confirmed, and you're going to lead this agency back to what it always should have been, which is to protect the American people, to fight crime, to put the bad guys in jail, not to execute a political agenda like some banana republic form of justice, where you point to the person on the other side that you want taken out and you go do that person's bidding. This country was founded on the idea that people could say what they wanted, they could believe what they want, and that the government wouldn't come after them. The government's job is not to tell you what you should think or what you can say or what you can do or what you believe. And this Justice Department under Christopher Wray and under Joe Biden and Merrick Garland has done just that. And that's why the trust has plummeted. So you got a big job. You got a big, big job. But I have all the faith in the world in you that you're going to restore that trust because you believe in the rule of law. You have an incredible personal story. You're going to get confirmed. And I wish you all the best. And you have my vote.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that.
Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. Just responding, you guys won. There was, if you want to call it a jury box, the American people elected you. And you're the majority party in the House and in the Senate. You've got President Trump was duly elected. But let me tell you, the source of my ongoing concern, which I regret, it sometimes does not seem to be a common concern. We had a catastrophe for our democracy on January 6th. And you're asserting that you won, and you did, and I acknowledge it. It troubles me that so many people have difficulty saying Biden won the election. And I listened to your response, Mr. Patel, and many of the people who congratulated you and your parents on your extraordinary story. I share that, so I want you to know that. But what's so hard about just saying that Biden won the 2020 election? What's hard about that?
Senator, as I've said before, that President Biden was certified and sworn in, and he was the president. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, the other way to say it is he won.
He was the president.
The other way to say it is he won. I can say Trump won. I didn't vote for him. but he won. You know, Al Gore said Bush won when they were having that recount in Florida. And we have had a peaceful transfer of power here in very contested elections. And I'll just be very direct with you about why I think this is of consequence. When Donald Trump has never acknowledged that he lost in 2020. And he invited people to come to the Capitol on January 6th to stop the steal. And after that happened, police officers died. People were injured. It created enormous ongoing bitterness within the country. And that's your boss. Do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen, as President Trump says it is?
Sir, my opinions on the 2020 election have been expressed in this hearing, and he's entitled to whatever opinions he wants.
Do you agree with him that the election was stolen in 2020?
Senator, millions of Americans have expressed concern going back to multiple elections over election integrity.
You know, you're so skillful. You understand what I'm asking you. Can you say the words, Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden was the president of the United States.
Yeah, I'm going to stay on this. There's a difference. I can say the words, Donald Trump won. I don't like to say it, but I must say it. And you cannot say that Joe Biden won the election.
What I can say is the same for both of them, Senator. Both of their elections were certified, and they are both, one was and one now is president.
Okay. The reason I have some concerns about that, my colleagues on the Republican side, is that whoever is the FBI director, and I suspect it will be Mr. Patel, has a boss. And he has strong points of view. He said Vice President Harris was a criminal and should be prosecuted. Is that a prosecution you would initiate?
There is no prosecution that the FBI will ever initiate, because the FBI will only do investigations, and those will only be open where there's a factual and constitutional basis to do so.
Your boss has said that General Milley, who served us with great distinction, I happen to have great admiration for, should be tried for treason. Do you agree with that?
Senator, everybody's entitled to their opinion. The only thing that matters at the FBI is whether the law is followed.
Okay, I know everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm asking you your opinion. Should General Milley be tried for treason?
Vice President Harris, Kamala Harris, or General Milley or anyone otherwise will not be subjected to an FBI investigation that doesn't meet the rigorous standards of the Constitution.
Right. You've talked about your devotion to the men and women in the FBI. I accept that. But as you know, President Trump used the power of the pardon to let people who are cop beaters out of jail, right? He also let a drug dealer out of jail. You're familiar with Ross, or maybe you're not. Ross Ulbricht started the Silk Road, the dark web. He made millions of dollars selling drugs, providing a vehicle by which people could get things that were going to kill him, and people died. He also sought a couple of people to murder on his behalf because he thought his empire was threatened. What is your opinion about Trump pardoning this drug dealer, attempted murderer?
My opinion on presidential pardons is that, one, I was not consulted.
No.
I'm at the FBI.
I'm asking you your opinion about Mr. Ulbricht. Should the person who created that dark web drug dealer situation, should he be pardoned in your opinion?
Senator, it's not appropriate for me to speak on pardons, but I've spoken out against pardons against cop killers and those who do violence to law enforcement, whether it's President Biden or Trump.
I'm with you on that, okay? I'm with the chairman over here. But I'm just trying to find out on Ulbricht. You're going to, again, bottom line here, you're going to have a tough job and you're going to have a tough boss because he gets it in his mind he wants to do something, nothing gets in the way. And there's going to become a time when an FBI director or an attorney general has to make a decision about the Constitution and what's being requested, and can that person at that time, when the important values of the Constitution are at stake, say no to a person who is insisting you take an action.
And Senator, that's why I think it's time, for the first time in this country's history, that a public defender be the next director of the FBI, because no one knows more about constitutional due process than PDs.
Well, you know you're appealing to mutual pride here with the public defender. But you know what? I still understand you didn't answer the question. That's the public defender in me, okay? Look, and I say this to my colleagues, we cannot have a weaponized Justice Department or FBI. And what's weaponized is in the eye of the beholder, like the prosecutions of President Trump. And I get that. We cannot have it. But what I think we all have to acknowledge when we've got a president who's basically saying a political enemy, whether it's Harris, whether it's Liz Cheney, whether it's Adam Schiff, should be prosecuted, that's doing damage to the mutual goal we have of not weaponizing a department. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Patel, thank you so much for being here. To your family, I know that this has to be such an incredible moment. Congratulations, and thank you for time to be a part of this with all of us. Look, I have been diligently listening over the last few hours, and what I have heard you say is this, that your duty is to protect American citizens, that you will work to uphold the Constitution. I have heard you say you're going to get back to making sure you focus on violent crime. You said, I want children to have parks to play in, not needles to walk on. You said, I'm going to let cops be cops. You said we've got to get back to having full transparency. You said all requests will be responded to, and on all members of the Judiciary Committee, for that we say thank you. You said you were going to have the backs, as you always have, of law enforcement. You reminded us about being embedded in SEAL Team 6. You said our law enforcement officers deserve the very best. You said you know and you will not allow there to be victims of government overreach because it has happened to you. You talked about having no intention of going backwards. You have talked about making sure that we actually address drug overdoses. You talked about your work with 1.3 million active duty service members, making sure they had resources they needed. You've talked about de-weaponizing and making sure that we don't politicize the department. You said America is the greatest nation. You said you believe that because you believe in the rule of law. You have told me personally, gone will be the days of identifying a person and looking for a crime. You have said everything you do will be factual and constitutionally based. You have said there will be no targeting based on someone's faith. You have said that when these FBI agents are upholding the law, you will always have their back. You have said that there will be a singular form of justice once again. And most importantly, I think in addition to all of this, is I have really not gotten to hear you talk about the FBI. And so I would love, you mentioned in the 7 minutes that it takes one of these senators to ask you questions, that unfortunately there are, I believe you said, 3 rapes, 2 overdoses, 1 murder. Look, yesterday we signed the Laken Riley Act and the law President Trump did. And when we look at what's happening across our country with the surge of illegal migrants that have come in, when we look at fentanyl overdoses being the leading cause of death between the ages of 18 and 45, I've heard you say you want to tackle that. When we look at parents like Laken Riley's mother yesterday, as she talked about her heartbreaking loss that should have never happened, Rachel Marin's family there, Sarah Root's family there, Jocelyn Nungary's family there, they deserve an FBI that is focused on finding these criminals and getting them out of here. So my question for you is, I'd like for you to talk about that. You've talked about cleaning up America, making it safe and secure for its people. Please tell the American people your plans.
Thank you, Senator. I really appreciate it. And the 2 themes that, if I'm confirmed, that I have for the FBI are really just going back to keeping it simple. 1, let good cops be cops. 100,000 drug overdoses, 100,000 rapes, 17,000 homicides. That's only with 70% of the precincts reporting in. That is violent crime exploding out of control. We've got 38,000 employees at the FBI, and as I alluded to earlier, almost a third of them work in and around the Washington, D.C. area. Well, those crimes are committed out in the rest of America. And I'm going to let good cops be cops and put handcuffs on the bad guys and put child molesters in prison and put murderers in prison and make sure CCP fentanyl doesn't kill another one of your constituents. That's track one. Track two, to restore the trust in the FBI. That has degraded, not by my opinion, by the Gallup poll, that only 40% of Americans have trust and faith in the FBI. It is a cataclysmic failure in leadership to get to that point that did not happen over time. And so what the FBI must do while tackling violent crime and protecting Americans' national security and our sovereignty is work with Congress, Republicans and Democrats, to expose any government corruption, provide government accountability through transparency, and get you all the documents that you are the custodians of. The FBI reports to Congress. If I am confirmed as FBI director, I will report to Congress. And I will just save you with this one caveat here about my personal experiences with the FBI. The men and women of the FBI do the most courageous work on God's green earth. I was fortunate enough to utilize FISA 702 national security measures to prevent a shopping mall from blowing up in Houston and the state capitol from being attacked in California. Courageous men and women do that work every day, and these are cases you never hear about. Instead, the only things you hear about are the baseless conspiracy theories and attacks levied at me. Well, here's something for America. You can say whatever you want about me. If I'm confirmed, bring it on. But you will not denigrate the men and women of the FBI that saved this country.
Amen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And speaking of, I want to talk to you a little bit about how you're going to make sure that those men and women have the opportunity to get out and about throughout the country. And so when we look at that, obviously Huntsville, Alabama, to me is a Redstone. That's exactly right. Redstone Arsenal is a beacon of what we should look at, putting our men and women out amongst the very people that they serve. And so in my next few minutes, I certainly want to talk to you about that. I'll save it for the next three. But just finishing up on what's happening at our border. We saw under this previous administration that there were about, I think, 1.7 million special interest aliens that came across our border. I think the House Judiciary Committee put it out. That's obviously from the 26 countries that DHS determines have the greatest threat here in our homeland. When you're looking at how do you tackle that? So, they're in the interior. Additionally, the people on the terrorist watch list, the hundreds of people that have been released into our country. How do you man your men and women to go and find those individuals and make sure that our country is safe?
This is going to require a collection of law enforcement, what we call 1811 agents across the various agencies, specifically HSI and Secretary Noem are going to be prioritized with tasking and going after illegals to follow the law and the orders issued by the White House. But also at the same time, the FBI possesses an enormous amount of resources to go into our jails and find those already imprisoned and with pending deportation orders, with pending violations of their parole status. So if I'm confirmed, the full resources of the FBI, where appropriate, will be committed to that cause, but I believe primacy rests with other agencies.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Senator Schiff.
Mr. Patel, early in this hearing, Senator Durbin asked you about the January 6th choir of inmates whose song you promoted, and here's what you said. I did not have anything to do with the recording. I did not have anything to do with the recording. Do you stand by that testimony, Mr. Patel?
Senator, what I said was I didn't do the recording.
You said you didn't have anything to do with the recording, which is interesting because here's what you told Steve Bannon on his podcast. So what we thought would be cool is if we captured that audio and then, of course, had the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump, recite the Pledge of Allegiance, then we went to a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it out as a song now releasing exclusively on the War Room. We. If you had nothing to do with it, Mr. Patel, why did you tell Steve Bannon and all his listeners that you did?
That's why it says we, as you highlighted.
Yeah, and you're part of the we, right? When you say we, that includes you, doesn't it, Mr. Patel?
Not in every instance.
Well, that's new. So when you said we, you didn't really mean you. Is that your testimony?
Not unless you have a new definition for the word we.
Oh, okay. I always thought we included the person who pronounced the word, but maybe not. Well, you also said this, Mr. Patel. We were able to capture the recording thanks to their courageous singing, and we were able to take it to a studio. So let me ask you, Mr. Patel, after saying we took it to a studio, did you take it to a studio?
Me personally, no.
After you said that we digitized and recorded it and all that, did you take it to a studio and digitize and record it?
Me personally, no.
Okay, so you were lying to Steve Bannon and his audience. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was using the proverbial we appropriately, as you've identified.
The royal we. Oh, I see. And so you certainly promoted the hell out of it, though, didn't you?
I don't know what that means, but I promoted the heck out of raising money for families in need.
With promotions on social media and saying you were going to get this to #1 on the billboards, right, Mr. Patel?
I think it did.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Isn't that great? People who violently attack police have a #1 song thanks to you, Mr. Patel. That's something to be really proud of. Now, you've claimed, Mr. Patel, you didn't know about any of these people in the choir. Is that right?
I did not know about the violent offenders, and I did not participate in any of the violence in and around January 6th.
Tell me, Mr. Patel, what due diligence did you do to find out who was in the choir before you promoted their beautiful music? These people who assaulted law enforcement. What due diligence did you do?
Senator, I didn't record it myself.
So you did no due diligence before you promoted this song by these violent felons. Is that what you're telling us?
Senator, I did not record that myself.
So you're being considered for director of the FBI. And here you did no diligence to find out whether people you were associating with now the President of the United States in song were convicted of attacking police officers. Is that who we want running the FBI? I want you to turn around. There are Capitol Police officers behind you. They're guarding us. Take a look at them right now. Turn around.
I'm looking at you. You're talking to me.
No, look at them. I want you to look at them if you can, if you have the courage to look them in the eye, Mr. Patel, and tell them you're proud of what you did. Tell them you're proud that you raised money off of people that assaulted their colleagues, that pepper sprayed them, that beat them with poles. Tell them you're proud of what you did, Mr. Patel. They're right there. They're guarding you today. Tell them how proud you are.
That's an abject lie, and you know it. I've never, ever accepted violence against law enforcement. I've worked with these men and women, as you know,
you
my entire
glorified
life,
it in song,
and I did
Mr.
not
Patel.
make a single dime out of it.
In song. Well, let me.
How about you ask them if I have their backs, and let's see about that answer.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Patel. Let me ask you this. If an FBI director promoted a song of people who sprayed pepper spray in the face of an FBI agent, would you say they were fit to be director?
Mr. Schiff?
Yes or no? Would they be fit to be director?
I am fit to be the director of the FBI.
If you were the FBI director and you promoted a song with someone who beat an FBI agent with a pole, would you say you were fit to be FBI director?
Mr. Schiff, I am fit to be FBI director based on my 16 years in government service.
And yet you did all these things, Mr. Patel. You can say, oh, I support law enforcement. I decry violence against law enforcement. You can say all that. It's what you did, Mr. Patel, that matters. It's what you did that matters. Well, let me ask you about something else that you did, Mr. Patel. Did you claim that Donald Trump declassified all the documents at Mar-a-Lago? Did you claim that?
In what proceeding?
To the public, ever. Did you tell anyone that Donald Trump declassified all the documents at Mar-a-Lago?
From publicly available information, President Trump issued a declassification order on a variety of materials.
No, I'm just asking you, did you tell the public, did you tell anyone, did you make the claim that Donald Trump had declassified those hundreds of classified documents that were at Mar-a-Lago? Did you make that claim
publicly?
publicly?
From my best of my recollection, I said President Trump issued a declassification order to a large number of documents.
Yeah, and were you present when he declassified all the Mar-a-Lago documents?
Senator, I'm not saying he declassified all the Mar-a-Lago documents. I said President Trump declassified a large number of documents, and I would hope this committee and the rest of Congress would want to get those documents to the American people.
Mr. Patel, before a president or anyone declassified documents, wouldn't you want to know whether making the public would cause sources to be killed? Wouldn't you want to know that before you just declare they're all declassified? Wouldn't that be the responsible thing for a president to do?
It was the responsible thing for us to do. That's why we declassified the Nunes memo.
And did Donald Trump declassify?
And no one died.
And did Donald Trump ever ask any of the agencies who produced those documents whether declassifying them would put people's lives at risk? Did he ever do that to your knowledge, Kash Patel?
I don't know that he didn't. Do you?
No, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem, isn't it? So let me just ask, Mr. Chairman, if you would, Mr. Patel has said he has no problem. He would support the release of his grand jury testimony in that case. I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, to join me in requesting, with Mr. Patel's approval, the release of those grand jury transcripts. And I would also ask Mr. Patel whether you support the release of Volume 2 as it pertains to you of the special counsel's report. Any reference to you in the report, to your truthfulness, will you support the release to this committee of those sections of Volume 2 of special counsel's report?
I support following the law and providing whatever information the law requires.
Well, you said to the Wall Street Journal that you support transparency. Here's your chance, Mr. Patel. Do you support release of that to this committee? Yes or no?
Your time's up. Before I call on Senator Tillis, I have letters here from law enforcement groups representing 310,000 officers supporting Mr. Patel's nomination. And they'd be like the Association of Police Organizations, National Police Association, United Federation of Police Officers, Police Benevolent Association, United Coalition for Public Safety. I'll put these in the record. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Patel, thanks for being here. I want to thank my colleague, Senator Welsh, for being so measured and respectful in the way that he engaged with you. I just want to cover a few things, and I don't know if it'll take 7 minutes or not. I want to go back to the we versus I, since it was the last discussion. Other people may not have been paying attention. I've only missed Senator Booker's questions, but in your exchange with my colleague from one of my former states that I lived in, Louisiana, he repeatedly said you with respect to preparing a memo or documents, and you repeatedly said we. So you are somebody who's not like a lot of people around here that say I a lot, even though it was the we that got things done. So I, for one, appreciate how you focus on that. Now let's talk about how things change over time. I don't know if if the presidential candidate Clinton ever claimed that President Trump was legitimately elected. I know that Stacey Abrams never really, allowed or acknowledged that Governor Kemp was governor until the second time she lost. I don't know what's wrong with you simply saying that President Biden is duly elected. Now, I believe that Senator Welsh is asking for a legitimate reason, but most people aren't. Most people are going to say, now we got you. Now we're going to create a wedge between you and the president and other people by using that word that they can absolutely exploit. So you've answered the question. President Biden was duly elected. I don't have any problem with saying he won because I certified the election along with so many others on January the 6th. Now let me talk about January the 6th. Y'all may not know this. I don't know if it's public. I can't imagine why it'd be classified. This was the room that we retreated to on January the 6th. I was the last Senate member out of the chamber. I was actually approached by one of the vice president's details saying it's time to go. Part of it was because I was really angry and a little way wanted to fight, which was probably not a good idea. But what I saw, and what I saw for these people, and it's unfair to tell you to get up, order you to physically get up and turn around. It's a great tactic used frequently here in the committee, but you were right to engage the senator respectfully in a line of questioning. I looked at all the ones who were in the chamber on January the 6th, and they were heroes. I looked at the ones after I transcended down the stairs and went into the trains connecting the Capitol. Those heroes were bloody. They were bruised, and they were still holding the line, and we saw and heard people 50 yards away. Every one of those people in the Capitol, I've said, were thugs, and I don't apologize for it. They were either caught up in the moment and didn't do damage to a police officer, or they harmed a police officer, and I disagree absolutely and said it on the Senate floor with the pardons of people who did harm to the president. And I've had conversations with you that suggest that if you had been consulted on that, we'd have probably had a little bit different structure for the pardons, folks. This man understands what happens when the leadership of a law enforcement agency fails to protect their own. And I have to admit that in the last administration, I saw a commander-in-chief who looked the other way when you should have been saying the people who were mostly peaceful protesters in Kenosha with a building burning in the background, well, they had a righteous cause. So it's okay if they harm law enforcement or public safety officers. And when they damaged the federal building in Portland, and they harmed police officers there, I didn't see anybody calling for arrest and the insurrection in those government buildings, federal buildings. Folks, let's be consistent, because I am. I said it then and I said it now. These folks are heroes. They got us to this room. We spent hours here, and they were so successful with securing this building, we went back the same day and finished our job. That only happened because of these proud law enforcement officers, and I know you would support them. Okay, let me take a breath. You answered the question on Section 702, but I have to refer to my friend Alex Padilla. We co-chair the Mental Health Caucus together. I love working with him. One of the problems around here with people who pretend like they're bipartisan, but they never do it when it's hard, is that they also make it more difficult for other people. When Section 702 was reauthorized in April of 2024, we had 4 or 5 of our members agree to walk the plank to make sure that and I didn't, by the way, because I wanted the reforms done. But I have to say, I'm glad that they did, because I just had a colleague say they were guilty of bending a knee. What they were guilty of is protecting this nation. Now, were they happy that the reforms weren't done? No. I've heard John Cornyn say things. Mike Lee's got a lot of, Senator Lee, Senator Cornyn. They've got a lot of great ideas, and we should reform it. But that's what's wrong with this place, folks. We just had somebody here try and do an offhanded hit on people that, on a bipartisan basis, reauthorize something that's critically important for keeping this nation safe. So I guess the inference is, next time, don't do that. Be partisan. Go dark. Endanger the U.S. So come on, guys, let's be real here. If anything, I hope I've been consistent on, let's just be balanced. You know, really, you've had colleagues, we've had colleagues on the other side of the aisle called President Trump an illegitimate president. Now, we have, the witness has acknowledged that President Biden's election was certified. If you want to use a specific word, what are we, in high school? I mean, come on. So I do have to tell you, though, Kash, I've hit bingo a couple of times. And I have a feeling by the time we get to the third round, we will again.
Hope you put a lot of money on it, Senator.
You know what? I put a lot of, I won't call it money, but capital on? It's the due diligence I've done on you and the extraordinary job you're doing in this committee. One of the reasons you're seeing frustration among people asking you questions is you're composed, you're respectful, you reached out to every one of them and asked to meet with them. They've thanked you for doing that. I suspect that those conversations went a lot better than the TV personalities that we've seen today. So I've got 50 minutes. You want to wrap up on, and I'm going to come back for the second round. You want to wrap up on, let me just ask you this question. I went to the floor yesterday to make it very clear. I've been thanking these Capitol Police officers, and I told them I actually thought that the pardons of people who did harm to police officers sucked. And I told them that at every one of these security entrances when I come in, and I stand by it, and I respectfully disagree with the president or whoever likely gave him advice, because the president has to rely on best advice for some of these executive orders. But I make no apology for saying that the men and women on Capitol Hill that got us safely to this building are heroes. The people who harmed them are thugs, but they're out now. So here's their opportunity, Mr. Patel. You find the people that you were convicted of harming, call them, write them a letter, apologize to them. And if you don't, and you come to Capitol Hill, I will track you down and I will burden you until you do. Now I've run out of time. I'll be back for a second round.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Moody.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. And thank you for being here. I know this has been a long day. I am the junior most senator, so I go last. But ever since I got here, and it's been a whole week, I get told two things when I rush up to my fellow senators. Number one, are you Senator Britt? And number two, the Senate is a body that is deliberative and calm. And I'm anything but. So I don't know how the next couple of years is going to look, but I hope that they'll bear with me. Serving as the AG over the last 4 years, I've seen a lot of things out of these agencies that I never thought we'd see in the United States of America. I know my fellow attorneys general around the nation would agree with me. In fact, some of them are here today to support you. I'd love to introduce them if they'll stand up. The Attorney General from South Carolina, the former Utah Attorney General, Sean Reyes. I'm sorry, Alan Wilson, I didn't say your name, South Carolina AG. And Louisiana AG, Liz Merrill. They joined me. Thank you for being here. They joined me in signing on to a letter supporting your nomination. And we did that while I was still the Attorney General over a week ago. They came here today to support you. And Mr. Chairman, I know that you've been referencing a lot of letters that you've been entered into evidence. I'd like this to be entered into the record. Sorry, I'm talking like a trial lawyer. With consent, please, sir. This is signed by 24 states' attorneys general that support the nomination of Mr. Patel. One of the things that I have been most upset about is watching federal agencies take more and more and more power and step all over the dual sovereignty of state and local law enforcement and investigations and prosecutions. I know you, like me, served in both the state criminal justice system and the federal criminal justice system. I was a federal prosecutor, a state judge, and a state attorney general, and I know you crossed over those jurisdictions. Do I have your commitment as the director of the FBI that you will respect dual sovereignty of the federal government, the FBI, to pursue its investigations of federal laws, and respect local and state law enforcement pursuing violations of their own laws, even when there may be overlap of investigations?
Senator, not only do you have my commitment, if you may, for the first time ever, the National Sheriff's Association has endorsed the nominee to be the director of the FBI. 3,100 sheriffs, deputies across the country have endorsed me for one reason, I think, primarily, because I'm committed to local level law enforcement and state jurisdiction. Washington, D.C. cannot fix the problems of this country, but everyday cops can and do it every single day. And so if I'm confirmed as FBI director, we're going to work with local law enforcement because they're going to tell us what they need, and we're going to give them everything we can. But we are not going to trample on local law enforcement because they're the ones keeping our communities safe just as much as anyone here.
The citizens of Florida will be happy to hear that, as well as Americans. As you know, after the second assassination attempt, which took place in the state of Florida against a Florida resident, now President Donald Trump, many people were surprised that that could happen in just over 2 months. Many people were shocked that a would-be assassin could get that close to a president after it had just happened so quickly. So needless to say, many Americans, and certainly Floridians, demanded a transparent and accountable investigation of that second assassination attempt. I was tasked, along with law enforcement in Florida, to pursue that investigation. And every step of the way, federal law enforcement, the FBI specifically, and the attorneys, federal attorneys, frustrated our efforts, told us we couldn't go on the crime scene, they wouldn't share evidence, they suggested that we would be violating the law if we pursued our own investigation, even in the face of us telling them and informing them that a 6-year-old girl almost died as a result of state and local law enforcement having to shut down the roads to pursue that would-be assassin, and I'm not going to use his name. In an unprecedented action, because of these frustrated efforts, I, as the Attorney General of Florida, had to sue the DOJ and Merrick Garland because they refused and obstructed our ability to prosecute and investigate our own laws against one of our own citizens, even in the face of such distrust. of the FBI who was pursuing an investigation against the victim himself. So at a time when you have data that shows that Americans' trust in the FBI is at its lowest point in history, when the FBI is not trusted by local and state law enforcement, can you think of a better time for the FBI to say, yes, Florida, investigators, come in, let's work this together, not to the detriment of the investigation, but in a collaborative effort? Can you think of a better time to have done that rather than hide beside some law that they said prevented us from moving forward with our own investigation?
Senator, off the top of my head, I can't, but let me just say this. Law enforcement is not supposed to be territorial. Law enforcement is not supposed to be a turf battle. Law enforcement is best done in this country when it is complementary, and it should have been done in that instance.
Do I have your commitment? Now, mind you, I'd like to enter into evidence the complaint that we filed against Merrick Garland, the complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief. This was a result of the FBI obstructing our investigation at every turn. Do I have your commitment that as soon as you are confirmed, which I believe you will be, that you will address this suit, interface with the investigators and the lawyers in Florida, and begin cooperating with us so that we might pursue justice for that little girl?
Absolutely, Senator.
And I'll just finally end with, yes, I have had a lot of work experiences, as you have, working on the front lines with law enforcement to go after those violating laws. But I am also the wife of a law enforcement agent, federal, now local. We need somebody at the helm that understands the mission is to stand on that line between good and evil, between crime and chaos. There is no other mission. And we trust that you're going to right-size this agency and set it back on course. And I am proud to support you.
Thank you, Senator.
Is there any objection among the committee for her request to insert things in the record? I hear none, so ordered. Now we start our second round, 3 minutes each one. I've spoken on this issue many times. I may have even discussed it with you in my office. The FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force inappropriately briefed me and Senator Johnson. That briefing was later used to falsely tie our Biden family investigation to, you can expect it, Russian disinformation. Our investigation was based on records from both the Obama and the Biden administrations, along with various bank records. Over 4 years later, the FBI has yet to provide us the underlying intelligence that they said formed the basis for the briefing. So if confirmed, I want you to work with me to finally get to the bottom of what happened here, including providing me and Senator Johnson with related records.
You have that commitment, Senator, if confirmed.
Defund the police movement and other anti-law enforcement rhetoric has reduced morale among law enforcement, and maybe some of that's carried over to the FBI. I don't know. But what will you do at the FBI to help improve morale and increase retention of the brave men and women serving at the FBI or in law enforcement generally?
Senator, I think the answer dovetails with the mission set of the FBI. In order to increase recruitment, in order to maintain the force capacity at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, we need to incentivize police officers and good cops to be cops, to let them get out there and do the mission that they signed up to do, which is protect our community against gang violence, against rapists, against thugs, against murderers, and against terrorists. And I will prioritize, if confirmed, every resource that we have to make sure the 1811s in the field and the FBI staff are dedicated to that mission set alone. And if we achieve that with the work of Congressional transparency, then I believe the retention rates and the enrollment rates at the FBI will skyrocket.
You spent 10 years in public defending. What's the biggest lesson you took away from that experience?
The awesome powers of the United States government. when bearing down against an individual charged with some very serious crimes, some heinous crimes. And the biggest lesson is twofold. One, that the defense has a right, every defendant has a right to constitutional due process, and not a piece of it, but all of it, 100% every single day. And on the other side, there needs to be a measured action that follows constitutional due process and doesn't violate the civil liberties of those that we are seeking to hold against violations of law. And that balance is one of the most important lessons I learned as both a public defender and a national security prosecutor at the Department of Justice.
80 years ago, Attorney General Robert Jackson said something like, being a prosecutor is the most powerful office in the country because he's got the power to ruin people if you want to ruin people. You've probably been up against some of that.
I have.
Yeah. You've mentioned, my time's up, I guess. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's your turn.
You would finish your question.
Well, you brought up public trust at 41%. So in a general way, without going for an hour, tell me what you're going to do to increase the public trust of the FBI.
Simple. Make sure we don't have
Ladies
100,000
and gentlemen, welcome to Human Events Daily. Today is January 30th in the year of our Lord 2025. We are taking you live through the various hearings going on right now. We'll be right back.
The FBI and law enforcement once we achieve that mission.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
Well, you've probably discerned by now, it's not Jack Posobiec, it's Natalie G. Winters of the War Room filling in for the next hour, but don't go anywhere. We're, of course, going to be dipping in and out of the hearings going on right now. We have some people, boots on the ground, providing us live coverage, but you're probably wondering where the one and only Jack Posobiec is. So I'm going to do something that we're not used to doing here, I guess, in the War Room or Human Events Daily, and that's reading something verbatim, but this is so awesome for Jack for this show. I want to read it straight from the press. Jack Posobiec is on assignment with Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem in Vermont to be with the family of the Border Patrol agent who was tragically killed on January 20th. Poso will also attend a crucial briefing on the northern border operations happening shortly, hence why, like I said, you probably picked up on it by now, Natalie Winters sitting here filling in for none other than Jack Posobiec. But don't worry, you're still going to get your brother's Posobiec fix because we actually have the one and only Kevin Posobiec joining us down the line, I believe outside of the Hart Senate office building, which is where the Kash Patel hearing you just saw a little bit of live footage from, and I'm sure you've already seen the clips coming out today. Coming in, I believe, like I said, from the Hart Senate office building is Kevin Posobiec, who's been there in person watching it. Kevin, if you can put us in the room for our viewers who aren't fortunate enough to be there, what is the energy like in terms of the crowd, and more importantly, how do you think the hearing has been going so far?
Hey, Natalie, nice to see you up there again. Thanks for stepping up. Yeah, we're down here at the Hart Building, to room 216 for Cash's confirmation hearing. It was a blast in there. It's still going on, actually, but so many great things coming out of there. And I'm here in Tulsi and RFK. Also had pretty successful meetings as well. And there was one of the things I wanted to point out with Kash, especially so many good quotes he was saying, was like, we want to have just parks to play in again and not needles to walk on. Everybody was trying to berate him, all the Democrat senators, just trying to get him on this and that, and he just wants to bring back law and order, really. Like, that's it. He just wants to uphold the Constitution and go after the bad guys. And like he kept saying, like, just keeping it simple and getting the D.C. police, especially the Capitol Police, and all law enforcement, the premier service of the whole world, to be the FBI. Only 40% of Americans have faith and trust in the FBI right now. And Kash is going to swear in to his oath to restore that for everybody. And he's been on there since 9:30 this morning, testifying to that. And it's amazing to see. I mean, all that, and he's got quotes. Another one I was happy to see was Josh Hawley came out in force, just asking, hey, are you going to continue to investigate Catholics for their extremist views here, or are we going to go after like real terrorists and knock in their doors and the drug cartels and stop allowing all the fentanyl to come over the border? Like, what charges have we seen any Catholics do, let alone any also heralded
and
like
Kevin,
religious freedom
I'm
too?
just curious. We've
So
got about a
it
minute
just
and a half
happened to be.
before we've got to cut to break. Obviously, we've heard time and time again all the sort of go-to cliche attacks that they used against Kash Patel. Were there any sort of novel assertions, obviously absurd and false and smear campaigns, but were there any new attacks that they sort of unveiled today, exclusively saving them for the hearings today, or was it just more same old, same old?
All right, thanks, Natalie. Yeah, that's great. You know, it's incredible to see Kash up there. He was saying every time a senator came out that every 7 minutes in this country, there's statistically, what did he say? Two overdoses, 1 murder, and 3 rapes every 7 minutes. So what are we doing with all this, belittling him, asking him if he's, listen, honestly, there was a lot of shout out to the war room. Really, they kept talking about the national anthem. So, I mean, we'll take it. We'll take the free press, and especially because he was doing, we donated all the money to charity towards the families of injustice, and he's already starting day one here. It's pretty great to see. It's great to be down here.
Yeah, I'd love to audit all the senators who are calling for such fine-tuned audits of Kash Patel. Maybe we'll get those. Kevin, I think we're going to jump back to the hearing. It seems like some explosive stuff is probably already going down. In the meantime, though, thank you so much for covering these hearings live. If people want to follow you, stay up to date with your analysis of this and so much more, where can they go to do that? It looks like we're just going to go to Kash. Let's go back to Kash.
Leadership that have politicized the law enforcement mission. And I have spent a career removing politics from law enforcement. And that's what the National Sheriff's Association is all about. And I believe that's why they endorsed me as a nominee for the first time ever.
So that's why they like you. That's why they support you. That's why they've chosen to come out fully in support of your nomination, of getting you confirmed. Because you share that view, a view that has been expressed by nearly every member of this committee today, I would add. And this group, a very large group of law enforcement officials from throughout the United States of America, has come in support of you because of that. As they do that, they express confidence in you specifically and in your ability in particular to bring back, quote, transparency, integrity, collaboration, and commitment to excellence within the FBI. Tell me what you'll do in order to do that, and how you'll commit to work with other law enforcement, both within the FBI, elsewhere within the federal government, and with state and local law enforcement officials to bring that back.
Senator, the only way to truly remove weaponization and politicization from law enforcement is to follow the Constitution. And if you look at the FBI's website and their mission statement and their core values, each has 8. And the 8th and last core value of the mission statement on the FBI's website right now is fighting violent crime. That needs to be number 1. The 8th core value out of all core values on the FBI's website right now is rigorous obedience to the Constitution. That needs to be number 1. Reorienting these policies with an effective leadership in place to follow the law will allow us to achieve a singular standard of constitutional law enforcement. And that is the only way you remove the weaponization from politics and, from law enforcement. And that's what the sheriffs are talking about, and that's what cops are talking about.
If men and women were angels, we wouldn't need government. If we had angels to govern us, we wouldn't need a constitution. We're not angels. We don't have access to them. So we got to follow the rules. And that's your top job. I appreciate your support for the Constitution.
Senator Whitehouse.
Mr. Patel, you supposedly know something about grand juries. I just went to the DOJ website to get language. I'm quoting it. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E prohibits most persons present during the proceedings from disclosing what transpired inside the grand jury room. However, the proscription does not apply to witnesses. Do you now, as a grand jury witness, authorize this committee access to a transcript of your own testimony?
Senator, I authorize this committee to get whatever is appropriate and lawful, as I've said before.
Specifically including the transcript of your grand jury testimony, which you have the authority to authorize us to obtain.
Well, I don't know if I singularly have that authority. I don't think that's how grand jury testimony works. The Department of Justice.
You do, because you are the witness who can do that.
There's also a court order on that case, sir.
Separately, you can get grand jury testimony by court order. The witnesses can always reveal their grand jury testimony. Do you authorize us to get access to your testimony?
I authorize this committee to lawfully obtain any records that they are appropriately allowed to get.
And we are only, you're speaking in circles now, because we're only lawfully authorized to get that with your permission as the witness. Do you give us that permission?
Senator, I'm not an expert on this constitutional standard, and so I can't commit to something
It's not
that
expert.
I don't know.
It's like super simple. Grand jury rule 6E doesn't apply to witnesses. This is not hard. You are a witness. That is a simple fact.
I'm just
you can
relying on my
authorize us
time
to see it.
as a prosecutor, where grand jury witnesses were not allowed to share what they were testifying to. And when I was commissioned
Grand
before
jury
the judge,
witnesses are allowed to speak about what they were told about what they said in the grand jury, unless they're under a specific court order. Are you under a specific court order not to reveal your testimony in the grand jury?
Senator, I can't go
Here right
into
now?
I can't go into court orders granted by the D.C. District Chief Judge.
If they apply to you, of course you can.
You want me to violate a court order?
You're saying that there's a secret court order in which you can't tell whether you're subject to a court order or not?
I'm telling you that if you find the applicable court order and it permits this request.
I don't need a court order if you give authorization.
I'm not the one that has the authority to do that.
Yes, you are, as a witness. You're just wrong on that. Second, the FBI has records related to the criminal investigations of Donald Trump. Will you protect those records in a manner consistent with ordinary FBI document preservation practices as head of the FBI?
All records will.
No destruction of documents to please Trump?
No, I think he put forth a memo saying all records must be preserved.
Good.
Are you done?
Time's up.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, did you listen to what my colleague, Senator Welsh, had to say about politicizing the FBI and the Department of Justice?
I did, sir.
I did too. I always listen when Senator Welch speaks. And he's right. But here's where we find ourselves today, and you can put an end to this. For better or worse, either in reality or perception, in modern times, the FBI has been politicized. Or at least there's an appearance. It started with Mr. James Comey. He publicly investigated the political nominee of both major parties. Guinness Book of World Records. He publicly investigated both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Held a press conference. Hurt that agency more than I will ever know. I wouldn't put Mr. Comey in charge of a ham sandwich. And so did Peter Strzok. And so did Lisa Page. And so did Michael Sussman. And the person who gave him, a Hillary Clinton lawyer, a pass to roam around the Department of Justice and the FBI at will. And so did the prosecutors who tried to slip by a 2 misdemeanor plea deal for the president's son. And it hurts me to say this, but so did Attorney General Garland. For the first time in the history of ever, the Attorney General Garland chose to prosecute a former president of the United States. And this part is really special. He did it after the former president of the United States announced that he would be a candidate against his, Attorney General Garland's, boss. Forget the merits. We can argue those all day long. You understand the perception? It's got to end now. The seal has been broken. We've got to stop it now. Don't go over there and burn down that agency. You go over there and lift it up. Clean it out, but lift it up in accordance with due process and the rule of law. Because Senator Welch is right. This has got to end now.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Mr. Patel, our agencies, in particular the FBI and DOJ, critically rely on inspectors general and general counsels for advice. As Chair Grassley and many of us have long recognized, federal agencies rely on the independent oversight of inspectors general, and agencies depend on the legal advice of offices of general counsel. And as you've testified today, it's your intention to lead the FBI within the boundaries of law and the Constitution. Last week, President Trump fired more than a dozen inspectors general and provided no notice to Congress. We passed a law in 2022 requiring the president to provide Congress with a substantive rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons, 30 days before the removal of any IG. How many days has President Trump been in office?
Sorry, Senator, approximately 10.
10. Is it possible to give 30 days notice in 10 days?
I'm not great at math, but it doesn't sound like it.
It doesn't. You're an attorney. Did Trump facially violate this law in terms of the timing of the firing of the inspectors general?
Senator, I'm not going to entertain a hypothetical on legal violations, but I will look into all possible legal violations referred.
I'll simply say that for those of us concerned about the quality and the duration of service of inspectors general, this was troubling. And frankly, I think it is a facial violation of a law passed by Congress. In September 2023, on the Great America Show, a podcast, you said, and I believe I'm quoting accurately, all these general counsel's offices throughout every agency and department need to be slashed in half because these lawyers just come in there and they come in there to slow down and paralyze the movement of the America First agenda. Mr. Patel, does that comment suggest that if confirmed, it would be your intention to fire the career civil servants, the lawyers in the FBI's general counsel office?
No.
Could you give us any reassurance that it would be your intention to listen to the advice and counsel of the inspector general of the department and the general counsel of the agency?
With addressing those in order, Senator, with IGs, as you know, I believe, and I've shown throughout this proceeding that IGs have provided invaluable service in Republican and Democratic administrations. And I think they're critical, and we must have competent IGs going forward. Similarly, with general counsel's offices who are stocked with career employees, those employees must continue their work so long as no employee politicizes the work and mission of the FBI.
Thank you. My core concern about these firings of the IGs, about the independence of the agency, have not been fully satisfied. I appreciate your answers here today, but I remain concerned by your previous statements and your answers here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I recognize Cruz, Senator has some unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 letters here. I'd ask unanimous consent they be entered into the record. One is from William Webster, FBI Director under Presidents Carter and Reagan, and CIA Director under Reagan and Bush. He's in the audience. And another from 23 Republican former law enforcement officials. These are letters in opposition to the nomination.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, in the first round of questioning, you and I talked about the politicization and weaponization of the FBI and the Department of Justice. That has significant negative consequences in terms of undermining trust in the FBI and the Department of Justice and abusing the power of the FBI and the Department of Justice. But it also has consequences in that it diverts resources at the FBI and DOJ from urgent law enforcement and national security priorities. I will tell you, when I go back home to Texas, I am somewhat regularly asked by Texans, should we abolish the FBI? Now, my answer to that is an emphatic no. The FBI has a critical mission of stopping bad guys, whether serial killers or human traffickers or child molesters or terrorists. But it says something that a sizable percentage of America has so lost faith in the Bureau that they believe it should be shut down. I think allowing the FBI to be politicized has resulted in far too little attention being placed on very serious national security risk.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created the Kids Guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Order your free Kids Guide to President Trump, get a free bonus guide, and a free membership to AMAC featuring dozens of money-saving benefits at kidsneedtrump.com. That's kidsneedtrump.com.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, soft stools, and low energy? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Try Dr. Marty risk-free. Go to drmartypets.com/TV.
That while we may disagree on the meaning of Rule 6E as to getting the transcript, you would not object to this committee seeking access to that transcript?
No.
And you're aware that Rule 6E permits you to talk about your own testimony. Will you testify to this committee, let's say in a classified setting, as to what you said to the grand jury?
Senator, I'm here to testify to this committee about everything I'm allowed to, and
You're allowed under Rule 6E to tell us what you said to the grand jury. This is kind of the first day that an assistant U.S. attorney goes to the first grand jury and is asked by a witness, can I talk about what I told you? And the answer is yes, you know.
Senator, I will consult with counsel and provide the appropriate answer.
Let me just say right to the point, Mr. Patel. What are you hiding? Why won't you tell us? You testified under a grant of immunity after taking the Fifth Amendment, as you're privileged to do, and the appearance here is that you have something to hide. I submit to my colleagues on the committee, we need to know what the grand jury testimony is. We need access to that second volume. And you have no objection to our seeking it, but you won't tell us, even in a classified confidential setting. I think that position is disqualifying.
That was days of testimony years ago I don't have the ability to recollect
Well, you can
that.
refresh your recollection with access
The
to
transcript.
Let me ask you another topic. And I really regret that you won't cooperate with us on the grand jury testimony. Would you object to the firing of the Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz?
Would I object to it? That's the providence for the Attorney General to make. It's not something I would participate in.
But you know of his work. It's been bipartisan, very thorough, competent, objective, impartial. He has been critical in Republican and Democratic administration. Won't you object to his firing?
I think he's done a great job, but it's not up to me to decide who stays and goes at the Department of Justice.
But I'm not asking you to make the decision. I'm asking you whether you will take a stand, speak up, stand up in favor of a watchdog who has helped preserve the integrity of the Department of Justice and aligned himself against waste and fraud and abuse.
If the Attorney General asked me, yes, for my opinion.
Volunteered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I want to continue on a brief topic I mentioned earlier and one that we discussed in my office when you came to visit in December, and that is Redstone Arsenal and the FBI assets and the men and women that will report to you when confirmed that are there in Huntsville, Alabama. So I really want you to come and visit with me. The state-of-the-art facilities that we have there are pretty incredible. I mean, when you look across the board, we have the ballistics research facility, the hazardous device school, we have TDAC, which is the terrorist explosive device analytics center, and last but not least, obviously, what is sometimes referred to as headquarters south. We have the sprawling north and south campus of the FBI. Look, there has been over $4 billion invested there. It is truly remarkable that the training that is going on there. They are delivering to missions when it comes to emerging technologies, investigating lead generation, security, and contracts personnel and human resources, just to name a few. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time in my 3 minutes to dive into all of the incredible work that's doing there, but just want to reiterate that the workforce occupying these facilities, they were moved from DC to Huntsville. They are working diligently each and every day to make sure that men and women in uniform are the best trained, equipped, and ready that there is. And I would love a commitment from you just to come with me to visit those facilities, see what those men and women are doing, what they're learning, and all of the training that's right there at their fingertips.
Senator, you have that commitment, and this is a great example, real quick, of the FBI's capabilities and infrastructure systems around the country that already exist to the tune of billions.
Billions.
And not only is it, I believe, a 38,000-acre sprawling campus, this Congress billeted 2,500 seats, but 4,000 seats still remain open. So let's go to work. I'll come to Alabama and let's fill those seats.
Absolutely. I love it. I love to hear that. And another thing, too, obviously, as we've looked over the last couple of years, I'll put on my appropriator hat. The budget, obviously, for the FBI has been decreased. Obviously, you're going to help us return America's trust in the FBI. But as we look at that and we try to make those numbers work, I just want on your radar, I want you to be thoughtful about this. You know, it's easy to say, let's cut training. That's an easy thing to cut first. I think that that's the worst thing that we can do. We want to make sure that our men and women are ready, that they're ready to find leads that lead to child trafficking rings and other things. And you've talked about the rapes, the fentanyl overdoses, the murders. We want to make sure that we are equipping them with all the tools necessary to make those strides for the American people. And so just want your commitment from you that as we look at those things, that you will take a good look at training and make sure that that's not the first thing that gets cut.
Absolutely. High standards and merit. That's
Thank
what
you
we'll
so
do.
much.
59 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we talked about, Mr. Patel, truth, incredibly important in an FBI director. And a number of the things I asked you about in the first round, you didn't recall or you wanted more context. I'm going to give you one of those. I'll give you the rest on the record. That was about when I asked you about the Capitol Police officers who testified in the January 6 hearings and you accused them of lying, you said, and I quote, "I don't think that's accurate." I actually have the transcript here, which was reported by the Washington Post. And that was in March of 2024 on Joe Pack's podcast. He asked you, the Capitol Police in that fake January 6 committee, they didn't tell the truth, did they? Patel, no. Not just them, many others. And lying under oath is a federal offense and they should be investigated for it. Do you believe that about the police officers?
That's a general statement and a mischaracterization of what I said. I encourage you to read the rest of the interview. This is why snippets of information are often misleading and detrimental to this committee's advice and consent process.
Well, if you consent, I would love to have 5 hours of questions and then I could read the whole transcripts.
You've got 2 minutes.
Wow. In September, you referred to the FBI's intel branch, which was stood up after 9/11 and works to protect us from foreign adversaries like China, as, quote, the biggest problem the FBI has had, unquote. And you said you wanted to, quote, break that component out of the FBI. It was the same sentence where you said about turning the FBI headquarters into a museum. Do you really think that closing the intel branch will make Americans safer?
Again, it's not what I said. The intelligence component of the FBI has seen some politicization and weaponization that we've discussed here today, and intelligence collection capabilities belong in the intelligence community. Having served in both law enforcement and intelligence communities, I'm uniquely qualified to bring the intelligence limited component back to the FBI that ties back to the legislative mandate of prosecuting and investigating criminals.
Okay, last, I will end early, Mr. Chairman. You said in May of 2023, this is important to all of us because Elon Musk is playing such a major role in the government right now. You said Elon Musk cares about 2 things, your data and his money. Do you still stand by those words?
I don't have that entire quote, but that's what it says.
It was in you were angry because of an endorsement of Governor DeSantis in Florida, and so you were defending Donald Trump, and so you criticized Elon Musk, and that was the context for it. And you said Elon Musk cares about 2 things, your data and his money, and it matters to us because he's playing such a major role in the government, and so I just wonder if you think that's true.
I don't have that full quote in front of me to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It sounds to me like my fellow senator is trying to get you to move FBI headquarters to Alabama. I have a full list of why it should move to Florida, and at the very least, maybe a Florida-Bama FBI HQ.
Florida-Bama.
Good people there, good recruits. We would fully support it. Moving on to a more serious matter, I know you would be shocked to learn this. As AG and as the chair of the Human Trafficking Council in Florida, we saw trafficking explode around the nation as a result of the Biden administration wide open borders. That's no surprise to anyone. But it might shock you to know that the National Human Trafficking Hotline that was funded by Congress to report tips to law enforcement in the last 4 years decided that they would no longer report tips to law enforcement, that they would take a more victim-centered approach. And this fell in line with a lot of what we saw over the last 4 years with people saying things like defund the police, abolish the police, nonsense policies that lead to an explosion in crime. You and I both understand that from our prior work experience.
Absolutely.
So there was a CEO that was put in charge in the last 4 years who said that that we cannot arrest our way out of the human trafficking problem. And I quote, "Trafficking in all its forms is the end result of inequities, abuses of power, and massive systemic and government failures." Do you believe that that is in fact the cause of human trafficking, or is it the result of evil, heinous humans that seek to profit off of others' pain?
The only people responsible for human trafficking are the criminals that intentionally traffic in humans, in children, and exploit them. And if I'm confirmed, it will be one of the top priorities to make sure that doesn't happen in this country and that we find the thousands of missing children that are still missing.
I, along with many of the other attorneys general in this nation in a bipartisan fashion, not only demanded that they begin reporting tips to law enforcement so that they could follow up and go after the traffickers so that they didn't continue to victimize others, but we also came to Congress and tried to get funding pulled, or at least a mandate that they do what they were created to do, and that is to report tips to law enforcement.
Do I have your word moving forward as someone who understands the necessity to go after traffickers, to not only identify and rescue victims, but to ensure there aren't other victims? Do I have your word you'll work with me to come to Congress to make sure that that happens so that that can never happen again?
You do, Senator.
I'm proud to say in Florida, we were able, when we didn't get that result here in Congress, we started our own hotline. It's one of the first in the nation. And no surprise, we immediately rescued 10 victims of human trafficking that were being held by force in massage parlors. Reporting to law enforcement works. It allows us to rescue and save lives. And I know you will bring that mission focus back to the FBI.
Thank you, Senator. I will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to touch on something that's been on my mind lately, and I will tie it back to hearing. We have seen a wholesale attack and assault in the past 2 weeks by President Trump on the value of Hawaii and America Great. Hawaii and America Great. Mr. Patel, earlier you shared some deplorable racist rhetoric that had been used against you.
Of course.
Of this sort of hateful language, I am deeply sympathetic. I also note, Mr. Patel, that in the past, you have recognized the value of diversity. Back when you were in law school, you signed on to an amicus brief in the Grither case, supporting consideration of race in law school admissions. I hope that joining the Trump administration will not cause you to change your views on the value of diversity. Reflecting on this hearing, it is sad that we are considering Mr. Patel's nomination despite his gross inadequacy to do the job of FBI director fairly and objectively. Yet there is no question that much pressure has been brought to bear on my Republican colleagues to support this nomination. For example, a man named Mike Davis has been threatening my Republican colleagues. He said that this vote was a red line, that if Senate Republicans don't vote to confirm Mr. Patel, his organization, a group called the Article 3 Project, would make their lives a living hell. I certainly hope that all of us will base our vote on your nomination on the best interest, who can work in the best interest of our country, and not based on this sort of pressure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, and you. I think you've stated that the best reflection and the most accurate version of your testimony is the transcript in the grand jury question testimony. That you're fine to be released, but the court has to go do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And it lasted like 3 or 4 days. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Yeah. I also want to. Senator Durbin's talked about what your priority or your priorities will be, and I think your testimony has been that it'll be adherence to the Constitution and the people of the United States of America, right? You take that very seriously.
That's it. That's the only thing that matters.
Could you talk about maybe some other priorities? We talked initially in my first round about getting the FBI back to its core mission, which is to fight crime and not, sort of try to do the things that it's been doing the last 4 years. Talk about how you might bring that together.
So, Senator, I appreciate the question. It's something I wanted to address maybe 6 hours ago, so I appreciate the opportunity to do it now. Whether we prioritize going after violent crime and national security, we cannot defend against either of those successfully unless we go after the underlying criminal nexus there. And whether it's human trafficking, whether it's terrorism, whether it's opioids, and whether it's just outright gang violence, the intersection there is narco trafficking. It is the underlying underbelly, the evil, illegal underbelly of all those operations. And we have not prioritized, in my opinion, as a law enforcement agency, the collective power we can rain down on criminal narco trafficking networks. And ideally, if I'm confirmed, Senator, I would like to work with Attorney General Pam Bondi, if she can be confirmed, to set up regional drug interdiction task force where our local sheriff's offices, our local PDs, and our local precincts are folded in with the FBI on an information and authority sharing basis to take down the criminal networks. And the advice and consent process has been extremely informative this to me. I do not know your jurisdictions as well as you all ever will. That's what makes this so critically important educational. I did not know that Memphis was the homicide capital of America per capita. I did not know that there was a corridor in Ohio that speaks to the human trafficking volume more so than any intersection in the country. That is what I will rely on your expertise across the aisle to fold in those resources and target those criminal active hotbeds. And I believe if we are successful in actually crippling the narco trafficking networks, we will see a decrease monumental in violent crime and at the same time protecting Americans' national security.
And maybe, just maybe, where you have a third of the personnel for the FBI here in Washington, D.C., maybe, just maybe, one of the reforms is to get more of those folks out into those areas across the country to go do that, right? That's what you're talking about.
I think so, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Patel, do you know any of these 5 individuals? Erica Knight.
You are still here watching Human Events. Don't worry, we will go back to the hearing, but we are joined for a special interview that I wanted to bring you guys with none other. I don't know how many times we get to have chefs here joining us on Real America's Voice, but Chef Andrew Gruel, I'm sure you've seen not just his wonderful food, but his great posts all over X. I feel like you go viral all the time. I'm honored to have you joining us. I know you wanted to talk about the RFK confirmation hearings, the MAHA movement more broadly. I think you have an interesting perspective. Being a chef, working so intimately with food, obviously the food supply, I think, is one of the vectors that the MAHA movement is kind of most, I would say, on offense about, whether it's the depleted minerals in the soil or just the weird woke dietary guidelines and regulations that they're trying to push on us. I'm curious if you just want to kind of give the audience your perspective, your vantage point from the confirmation hearings that we've heard with respect to RFK Jr.
Well, first and foremost, I'm absolutely shocked that there is so much pushback when it comes to RFK, because I've been in this space now of kind of food systems and sustainability and obviously running restaurants for 10, 15 years. And it was 10 or 15 years ago when I started really talking about local food systems that the only support I actually got, funny enough, was from some of these kind of left-leaning hippies who were all about it. And now those same people are out there decrying RFK Jr. as a conspiracy theorist. So it's all just political talking points. This is the most bipartisan confirmation I think I've seen in at least a decade, and yet for some reason it's controversial. All he's asking for is that we actually break up the consolidated food manufacturers who are running our entire food system, quite literally, also on the restaurant side of things, and allow a lot of these small and local farmers to access the supply chain and to get people to understand why it's important to eat healthier food. Get a lot of these chemicals, which quite frankly are more medicine-like than they are food-like, out of our food system. And that doesn't necessarily mean by, unilateral decree or banning, but just the mere education will decrease the demand. I see it on the restaurant side because all we are forced through is, all that's forced on us are all of these processed, chemically laden foods in the form of rebates and subsidies that restaurateurs get up front, and then they have to buy through one of the 3 big distributors. And I've been fighting against that for years, which is why it's been, somewhat of a grassroots movement on the chef side of things. And of course, all of these other chefs are now quiet about RFK because all of the propaganda has hit the airwaves. But he's just trying to get people good, healthy food and allow us as chefs and foodies to access that in a much easier manner. I'm also a father of 4. I've got 4 kids. So this vaccine issue is also really important to me. We've moved our kids out of the public school system because we weren't going to subject them to the crazy litany of vaccines that are out there. I've already got one child who did have a vaccine injury, and we know exactly what it's like. But for us to just say, hey, maybe we should look at this, and to have people call me a conspiracy theorist for asking questions is absurdity at its peak. It's the apex of absurdity. So I'm really vested in this, obviously, but it's pretty simple. And if you think about it, it's very, very bipartisan, but it's just another example of the way in which the propaganda machine, in conjunction with big government and, of course, big media, comes together to try and brainwash Americans.
Well, there's such an interesting bifurcation, I think, between food and medicine, where despite all these Democrat senators who look like they could use a walk or a workout lecturing us about how they really, really care about health, they just don't like how RFK is going about it. But I think you hit the nail on the head, how food and food systems and food supply chains are such a critical part of all of this. I'm curious from your sort of insider experience, I think most restaurateurs, chefs in some capacity are involved in whether it's the trade or industry associations that obviously don't represent consumers, don't represent families, don't represent the average American citizen. What do you think the pressure is right now on a lot of these senators to vote against him? What does sort of that whipping of votes, the pressure campaigns coming from Big Pharma or people like Mike Pence who are getting a bunch of money to shill against RFK, in your sort of experience, what do you think that is looking like behind the scenes?
Well, that's what I keep talking about. It's all about special interest money, right? So we see it on the restaurant side of things because all these massive food manufacturers, they pump so much money into the supply chain through the massive distributors and then ultimately to the chefs to say, look, if you commit to buying this product and here's all the fake health benefits of it, we're going to give you $50,000 up front in the form of a rebate, which is really just them giving you the money and then you pay double the amount back over a certain period of time. And they know that restaurateurs are strapped with cash because it's the most margin tight industry. So they use that money to manipulate the chefs to try and control the consumer base to manage what they consider to be trends. And what I think is hilarious is that, let's use seed oils as an example. Over the past 3 to 4 years, suddenly talking about seed oils is conspiratorial, right? It's a right-wing conspiracy to say that you don't want seed oils. And you actually now have left-wing influencers who know nothing about health going out there and saying, oh yeah, I'm going to chug my canola oil, or I'm going to, there's nothing wrong with Coke. And now they're fitness experts. That's what I love about this. I've been doing this my whole life. And now, every Twinkie on the left is a fitness expert. It's like, first of all, you're a barrel-chested freak and you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, but you're just being paid from an influencer side of things. Now extrapolate that across a massive industry, restaurants and food service, and you've got chefs and general managers and restaurant owners who are taking that same money and they're saying, yeah, we're going to use soybean oil. We're only going to use canola oil. And why would I use butter, or why would I use healthy fats? That's a bad thing. And then their customers hear that and they say, the local restaurant, that chef and restaurant owner said it was a bad thing, and therefore he's an expert. Now, you can take what they're doing in food service, now apply that to medicine, right? And doctors are the chefs, or, nurses, they're the chefs in this world. And everybody looks to them as the experts. So it's all about that money coming down, right? Hitting the people who need it. Politicians, the lobbyists know what buttons to push, and then chefs, restaurateurs, and you can extrapolate this also into fitness and so many other industries. And then that money talks and it goes right back up to the top and then it comes back out. And where you see it being distilled is on the distribution into kids' school foods, right? Subsidies and what they're being fed is disgusting, and that's why kids are sick. And then when you see SNAP benefits, you see people getting food stamps and all they're getting is bags of Doritos and Coke and all of this bad food. And I'm not saying we should ban any of that. Don't get me wrong. I love a Diet Coke from time to time and I'll crush some Doritos. But if you're using taxpayer dollars, right, to support these big food manufacturers only to make people and especially kids sick, well, that's a broken system. I would much rather, if those dollars are going to be spent, I'd much rather see them spent to support small farmers, independent farmers who are producing good meat, regenerative agriculture, things that are actually perpetuating a much healthier ecosystem and encouraging the biodiversity of our ecosystem, as opposed to ripping it apart with GMOs, just monocropping and subsidies that ruin our soil.
It's the new, 2025 version of bread in circuses, except the circuses are a lot worse, and who knows what's in the bread that they're trying to feed us. Chef Andrew Gruel, I think you're the first chef I've interviewed, hopefully not the last time. I know you've got a wonderful book about making food and being in the kitchen, something that you can do with your wonderful family. Give us a little 30-second plug on that and how people can stay up to date with everything you're working on.
Yeah, this is our family cookbook. So this is about getting people in the kitchen. It's real simple. It's approachable. It's easy. No seed oils. Because in the kitchen, that's where people come together. We've lost community and we've lost kind of our moral North Star as well. And I say that happens when family sits around the table. Food is the great unifier. You can get our cookbook at andrewcookbook.com. It's really simple. It's a partnership with Brave Books, which is a wonderful company, publishing company as well, with good morals and good values. And that's what this cookbook is all about. Let's just get into the kitchen, knock down some of those barriers, and even just cooking one more time a week with your family will make a huge difference in everybody's life.
Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. We'll have you back on soon, hopefully to celebrate the confirmation of none other than RFK Jr. And I want to pivot to another, I guess, angle of attack that people who certainly are opposing RFK Jr. love to go and try to destroy this country with. Usually when you're talking about what? Chance like death to America, you have to look overseas. But I guess in this case, you don't really have to look that far. I'm coming at you live from Washington, D.C., so I guess I probably could just, walk outside 5 feet and find some crazy, deranged, although now defunded, left-wing NGO-type group that wants to come and destroy this country, subvert President Trump's strong borders agenda. Also, they can, roll out George Soros and the World Economic Forum's master plan for open borders. To that point, we're going to get into how George Soros is actively helping criminal migrants avoid deportation. But before we get there, I want to walk you through what the American Civil Liberties Union, which you would think from the name cares about you, Americans, or your civil liberties, but apparently the only thing they care about is ensuring the rights of criminal illegal aliens to avoid deportation and stay in this country and kill you and your family, your children, and your grandchildren. They put out a long memo, their new strategy called the Firewall for Freedom. Apparently, that's a wall that they can get behind. And I want to read a quote from you. Now, I don't know about you. It sounds a little bit like election denialism to me. The results of the 2024 election are clear. State governments must step forward to become the front line for freedom and defend their residents against the Trump administration's promised assaults on our rights. No, the 2024 election was actually a clear and historic mandate for President Donald J. Trump in favor of strong and secure borders. Sorry, ACLU, you lost this one. Oh, and you lost 2022. But they continue. Because they say in this memo, which we can flash on screen to show you just how well and how elaborate these schemes are plotted out, that one of the things that they're now actively lobbying state and local officials to engage in is, quote, opting out of Trump's deportation machine by, quote, minimizing local entanglements with abusive and discriminatory immigration enforcement programs by refusing to contract with ICE officials to provide detention space necessary to Trump's deportation machine and ensuring local police do not provide any support to ICE for its raids and other arrests. And yes, if you didn't pick up on that buried lead, that means absolutely no collaboration. If you're a pedophile, a sex trafficker, a rapist, or a murderer, the American Civil Liberties Union does not want any police force on the ground to collaborate or to work with ICE. That's how radical these people are. But it gets worse, because their only focus is to, quote, protect people vulnerable to deportation by, get this, apparently the preemptive pardons for Anthony Fauci and all those hacks wasn't enough. Now they want to, quote, issue pardons to immigrants for state criminal convictions that make them deportable, as well as passing legislation to allow people to obtain a driver's license without regard to citizenship. And just for good measure, they also want to, quote, limit cooperation between local and federal law enforcement, such as joint terrorism task forces. They don't want to collaborate or cooperate with ICE or police authorities and officials to nab actual terrorists in your neighborhoods and communities in the name of open borders and in the name of opposing President Donald J. Trump. That's the evil and depravity that you're up against with the innocuously named American Civil Liberties Union. And just to make it even better, the ACLU, and this is some breaking news, but the ACLU is suing, of course in concert with a bunch of voting rights groups, try to make that make sense, to block these deportations in addition to going against President Trump's efforts to basically rescind or reverse the 14th Amendment. And they're suing on behalf of a group called Make the Road New York. Now, here's what's so interesting about Make the Road New York. Like I said, the far-left activist group that is on the front lines of making sure that the ACLU's wet dream of you and your family being killed by illegal aliens can happen in Donald J. Trump's America. And this group that's now at the legal front lines of ensuring that that nightmarish hell becomes a reality, well, guess how much money they've received in terms of government grants and contributions in their most recent tax filing from, I guess, fiscal year 2023. $16,124,582, on top of the tens of millions of government grants that they've already received. So in other words, the Biden regime, in addition to all the years preceding, has been pumping full these far-left lawfare groups in order to carry out legal assaults against the Trump administration to ensure that our border remains open and that criminal illegal aliens can't be deported. And while we're at it, George Soros, one of the radio stations that he recently acquired thanks to Joe Biden, a network called Odyssey, well, they were actually busy doxing ICE agents in the cars that they were operating out of, conducting these mass deportation raids. Just a few days ago, if we can roll this radio stop, this is again played on a George Soros radio station, talking about trying to help criminal illegal aliens avoid deportation. Let's roll it.
The chances in just a moment. First, though, I'm Brett Burkhardt, and here's what's happening. San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan and Council Member Peter Ortiz confirmed today that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are currently carrying out an operation on the east side of town. The Santa Clara County Rapid Response Network, which is a community defense projecting system for immigrant communities against deportation threats, it first reported the activity on its platforms. In a statement to KCBS Radio, Mayor Mahan says the city's police department does not assist with or participate in these operations in any way. The county's response network says agents in San Jose were in unmarked vehicles, including a black Dodge Durango, a gray Nissan Maxima, and white Nissan truck. ICE agents were also reported outside a residence on South White and Tully roads, and officers were reportedly at the target on King and Story roads. Stay with KCBS. We'll be tracking it for you.
I think we just listened to a minute of treason, because that's exactly what you just witnessed. Again, that's a George Soros owned and operated radio station. You heard down to the make and model of the frickin' car that they were using to deport criminal illegal aliens. They were doxing on airwaves. First and foremost, I think President Trump should go and rescind any and all active, let alone, I guess maybe can you retroactively rip some of those federal grants away from groups who are behind these lawsuits, this advocacy to make sure that President Trump's immigration agenda cannot be rolled out. The ACLU is busy filing FOIA after FOIA after FOIA request so they can, leak to the media like they did, I'm sure, to the Wall Street Journal ahead of these mass deportation raids like the one in Chicago, so President Trump can be kneecapped. They can get ahead of him. It really is sick and depraved. I mean, truly, I'm really at a loss for words when I broadcast, but the American Civil Liberties Union, let that sink in, is working overtime to ensure that convicted criminals will get pardons from people who you supposedly elected at the state level, because I guess the effort to get Joe Biden to do it on the federal level didn't work for those criminals, only certain criminals, like Anthony Fauci. They're working overtime to ensure that those people will not be deported. And by the way, just to round it all out, I don't think we have time to play it, but the ACLU, in true propaganda form, has also launched an actual smear campaign, a propaganda campaign called Letters to America, where they're showing a bunch of, poor me, cry me a river videos of so-called illegal aliens who came to the United States for a better life? Well, what about the American citizens who want a better life and are sick and tired of being used and exploited and laughed at and mocked and ridiculed like you're seeing going on at the hearings today? The regime that weaponized against you and put Stephen K. Bannon in jail and Peter Navarro in jail now wants to sit there and gaslight you and tell you that if you think Kash Patel being the answer to all of the disgusting degeneracy and weaponization that has gone on at the FBI, that you're actually the crazy one. Or that someone like Tulsi Gabbard, who's served honorably in the Army Reserves, that I guess she was good enough to die for the United States of America, but now that she wants to tell the IC that they're a bunch of lying hacks who've only ever used their security clearances to screw this country over, now apparently she's not good enough. And that's what they said to the tens of thousands of young American men and women who've died shedding blood for this country, for a globalist regime that truly hates them. It was an honor to have filled in for none other than Jack Posobiec today. You got to use promo code POSO, sorry Steve, on War Room. Of course, get the books, Bulletproof, all that. We're going to toss back to the hearing. I believe Steve will be back for 5 p.m. at War Room. Natalie was filling in for the one and only Jack Posobiec. Thank you guys for watching and enjoy the rest of this beatdown hearing. Have a good one.
How did we get here? And where are we going? History is littered with democracies that lost their freedoms and didn't notice it while it was happening. Let's not be one of them.
Before Senator Tillis ends this, I want to put in the record a letter from the parents of Caleb Mueller. Mr. Patel met them through his role in the successful operation to track and kill ISIS leader al-Baghdadi. The terrorist, I'm quoting, the terrorist group ISIS kidnapped our daughter, Kayla, on August 2013. Any family who has lived through such an experience will know the value of dedicated, compassionate law enforcement officials. Because we have personal experience of his dedication, we know that Kash Patel is such a person. We continue to see in him a genuinely kind, thoughtful, action-oriented man who focuses on what is true and right and just. He loves our country and our citizens and wants the best for them all. He wants the country to do the best that it can. Without objection, I'll put their letter in the record. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I think everything that I did to invest in knowing you better has been on display today. Congratulations. You've exhibited composure, knowledge of the subject matter that I think more than qualifies you for director of the FBI. You know, we seem to have the benefit of sort of a different view of looking at the history. I actually was supportive of Comey until I figured out that he was playing games. Maybe this is one of the people of great stature, but it's well known now that he did some things that seem to have a political tint to them. I voted for Christopher Wray. I think he's a good man, but I also think he oversaw a department that did bad things. And at the end of the day, that person has to own it, and you will too. It's probably going to disappoint the audience to hear what I'm about to say, those who are watching at home. But you may be surprised to know that most of us at this dais on both sides of the aisle like each other. Senator Schiff and I just met within the last week to talk about areas that we can work together on. Senator Padilla and I actually worked together. We co-chair the bipartisan mental health caucus, and I believe it's actually one of the most important pieces of legislation we've done. I didn't get a whole lot of Republicans to vote for it, but a fair number. And this is working extraordinarily well. Would you commit to me to go into the Nix Center in West Virginia and just see how extraordinary this has come to be and how it hasn't resulted in a mass confiscation of guns? It hasn't resulted in a propagation of red flag laws.
Welcome to continuing coverage here on Real America's Voice. An incredibly busy news day, as you already know, I'm sure. We're following the flight 5342. It failed to land in Washington at Reagan National last night after colliding with a Black Hawk helicopter. 64 people killed on that flight, 3 in the helicopter. The National Transportation Safety Board giving a briefing right now. We're going to join that in progress.
Lastly, we will have a human performance group, and this will not be its own group. It will actually be a part of the operations, air traffic control, and helicopter groups. They will study the crew performance and all before the accident factors that might be involved in human error, including fatigue, medication, medical histories, training, workload, equipment design, and work environment. Now we're going to take a few questions, but I will again stress we don't have a lot of information now. We will continue to gather that. We will try to release it as we can, but we will only talk about the facts of the case that we know right now. I'm going to ask, we're calling a few people. I'm going to ask that you state your name and affiliation.
James Matthews from Sky News. So we've heard from President Trump today talking about DEI hiring policies within the FAA and associating that with the cost of this accident. What do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't hear the remarks. I was briefing House and Senate members, but I believe, Chair, would you like to take that?
As part of any investigation, we look at the human, the machine, and the environment. So we will look at all the humans that were involved in this accident. Again, we will look at the aircraft, we will look at the helicopter, we will look at the environment in which they were operating in. That is standard in any part of our investigation. I'll turn it back.
Chair, can I ask you, has the flight data recorder been recovered yet? And what is the difficulty in a water disaster like this, which presents a very difficult environment for your investigators and the people out of the water right now?
Well, the question was on the flight data recorders. And we have not recovered the flight data recorders yet. We know they're there. They are underwater. This is not unusual for the NTSB. We have many times recovered flight data recorders in water. We have our lab right here that it's about a mile from the NTSB, so it's not unusual. And once we get those, we'll be able to get those read and information from them to be able to provide further information to you. I'm going to turn it back over to Member Inman.
Sir.
With CBS News. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said a mistake was made last night. Based off of you all's initial investigations and preliminary findings, have you all been able to tell whether this was human error or mechanical failure?
The question was, has there been human error or mechanical failure? We don't know what we know just yet. We do not know enough facts to be able to rule in or out human factor, mechanical factors. That is part of the NTSB investigative process and where all of these groups will come together. It's one of the reasons why the NTSB is known as the gold standard. We will take the time that's necessary, but I'd also like to reiterate, if we find something that is a significant issue that warrants immediate action, we will not hesitate to make those recommendations and make them public. We have a good track record on that, and we want to continue doing so. Sir.
Hello, Sir. Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
Gotcha.
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what probable cause is before we get to the probable cause. So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. You need to give NTSB, it's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify information. We need to take our time to make sure it is accurate. That's best for you. That's important for the families. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do about this. And so it will take time. We do have a lot of information, but we need some time to verify that.
Fox Business. I'm wondering about the conditions in the tower last night. Were there any performance issues in the past with any of these controllers? Anything of that?
The question is about controllers. As I said, we are just now forming the groups. The controllers do have union representation, which they are entitled to. They'll be working with our party system and our party groups. They'll be conducting interviews. Those interviews will need to be analyzed, transcribed, and other team members will need to look over it. It'll be a long process, but we will go through the entire history.
My question is for the chairwoman. Can you tell us more about what the vice president's responses were when you briefed them this afternoon?
Sure. So the question was about my briefing for the president and the vice president. As is standard, we offer briefings on our process and what we know. And this was a briefing with the president and vice president and with Secretary Duffy and Secretary Hegseth and also the acting administrator of the FAA. There was discussion on what we know so far and our process, and that was about it.
Madam Chairwoman, Stephanie Ramos with ABC News. Similar to Tom Costello's question, the president has stated what may have caused the crash.
stating common sense. Does that affect your progress at all at this early stage?
Yeah, so the NTSB, we conduct an important safety mission where we take a very careful approach. I'm sorry, the question was on speculating during investigations, which is we often hear about. What I will say is we look at facts on our investigation, and that will take some time. And at some point, we'll be able to provide that factual information, as Member Inman said, and provide that hopefully tomorrow.
Hang on a second. Dave.
Jefferson from Reuters. Have you been able to retrieve the black boxes from the helicopter? Has the military decided whether they're going to read those to the NTSB? And what about the ATC tapes?
So the question was about black boxes, which are referred to as black boxes, which are typically orange. We have not recovered any of the boxes involved yet. We feel comfortable and confident that we will be able to. Right now, recovery of life is probably the most important in those that were involved. I mean, there are still ongoing recovery efforts involving the fatalities involved, along with some debris is coming out as well. We will make sure that that perishable evidence is maintained. We have a great process for that. We will probably have more than one black box, so to speak. It's our understanding that the Sikorsky helicopter is equipped with some form of recording devices, and those will be read either by the DOD or by us. We have a good starting relationship with them, and we've already made agreements in order to be able to do that. So I feel comfortable in what we're going to be doing. The other question was about air traffic control. We received a very large package of information from the FAA at about 3 a.m., I believe, this morning. That is still being reviewed and analyzed. I would say there's a lot more information that usually comes in that than what you might find online and people might speculate about. And that is part of that overall process where we take the time to get the information correct and to make sure all the parties are engaged and involved and can fact check that information. One.
Comment from CNN. Can you tell me if the NTSB has reviewed this FAA internal report that has been cited by the New York Times indicating that the controller that was on duty at the time of the crash was doing a job that's usually done by two people?
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team. Our investigators are continuing to pull all that information, their personnel records, their files, where they were at, whether they were fatigued. All that information will be part of that investigative process. But right now, we can't speculate on anything that may have been reported in the media until we get the opportunity to validate and understand how it impacts the investigation. We're going to take just a few more questions. Sir?
Yes, Orange County, Zebra Magazine. What's the process and logistics like of bringing the families in? Are they coming into the airport? And how are you going to sort of do the sensitivity of bringing them to the place where this tragedy happened?
So the question is about the families. And many of those families are still en route. Some are still being notified from both the military and from the commercial crash. There is a family assistance facility that's being stood up by American and PSA Airlines in Bethesda, Maryland. They've already been working on that, standing it up. Our team from our disaster assistance team has also been coordinating with them. We plan on briefing them. It is customary that at some point, if the families wish to go to part of the accident site, that we would arrange such a thing, but it will only be when we know that it's safe, we have the correct perishable evidence, and we can do it in the proper modesty that should be for those family members. It will be a little bit of a process, but it will take some time.
Sir, to follow up on the air traffic control system.
No. Sir, or are you?
I know that Marielle Carville with DC News now. We heard from some witnesses that they saw people were able to come down the slides of the plane. Has there been any indication that people made it off the plane into the water?
Well, again, we will not speak to the fatalities. The D.C. medical examiner will, but I think the D.C. fire chief this morning very succinctly said correctly that we believe there are no survivors.
But were they off the plane? Like, did they even get out of the plane?
Last question.
So, hang on 1 second. Right now, we're going through the debris fields. Nothing we've seen would indicate that maybe slides or chutes were deployed. It was a very quick, rapid impact, but we've seen nothing in that regard so far from the evidence we had, but we still need to verify all of that information. One more question?
For example, Sure. Are you going to be looking at the family member's cell phone?
Go ahead.
Jeff Cook, ABC News. What do you know about the altitude of the helicopter at the moment of impact? And can you talk about the procedure for such helicopters in that area?
The question was about the helicopter procedures. And in D.C., it's kind of a unique environment. We've been getting briefed more and more by the FAA. I'm not an air traffic control specialist, but they're actually helicopter zones, if you will, or tracks. And this one was transiting, I believe, from track 1 to 4 as part of their normal procedure. If you live in D.C., you see a lot of helicopters going down into this area. So there's a very well-defined system in that regard. As far as altitude, until we get the additional information, we can't validate or basically corroborate any of that until we get more of the electronic data and the data that's on the plane. I do want to clarify one question that also came about cell phones. You know, in today's age and time, a lot of electronics and other devices do contain a lot of different information. We've found on a number of our accidents that we actually are notified through a smartphone that may sense that. As part of our process, we will obviously treat all of the effects of the deceased with dignity. We are already starting to pull that information together. If we feel that it's necessary to find or pull some of that information, we will work with the families and make sure we do it in a manner that's respectful for them and their privacy. But right now, we don't have any plans specifically on that amount, on that area until we need to. Thank you very much.
You've been watching the National Transportation Safety Board briefing in the aftermath of that crash about 9 o'clock last night near Reagan National involving Flight 5342 incoming from Wichita, Kansas, struck by a Black Hawk helicopter. 64 people on that commercial flight, 3 people on the helicopter. No survivors from this crash that is being investigated. Shocked the nation, to say the least. We'll have a professor and a professional aviation individual coming up after the break. We're going to talk more about this. Plus, we've got Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. on the Hill. A very busy news day. We'll be right back.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. I'd look at her and I said, "The pain is gone." And she said, "I'm glad it helped." I said, "No, you don't understand. It's gone."
Relief Factor is a daily supplement that doesn't just mask pain, it helps eliminate it. Call or go online now for our 3-week quick start, just $19.95.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
That's how it ended. I remember that.
You talked her into it.
I did. Now we all have life insurance. Well, I had no choice. She really didn't, because I told her that if she didn't get it, we were going to put you in charge of her funeral. And I know how you hate to spend money.
I bought life insurance, didn't I?
It costs pennies a day.
And that's just one reason I like Colonial Penn.
What's another?
Unlike my sisters, they don't ask about my health.
That's right. Colonial Penn doesn't ask a single medical question. And there's no physical exam. If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance, no matter what your health. You can apply in minutes just by filling out a simple form. Options start at $9.95 a month, 35 cents a day. And the good news is, your rate will never change. A built-in rate lock guarantees it.
But finally, something we can all agree on.
I have to hand it to Colonial Penn.
Well, it works for all of us, those with health issues and those who watch their money.
Colonial Penn makes getting life insurance easy, even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income. Call for more information and the simple form you need to apply today. There's no obligation, and you'll receive a free beneficiary planner. Record your important information and final wishes in this handy guide. It puts everything your family will need in one place.
Call 1-800-644-4488 for your free information and your free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-644-4488. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-644-4488. 1-800-644-4488. So call now.
Well, another blistering news day here. As you know, we have Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. on the Hill. But the big story, of course, is Flight 5342 with 64 passengers on board colliding with a Black Hawk helicopter. 67 lives lost. Joining me now to discuss this is Professor in Federal Aviation Administration, Chief Instructor in the Department of Aviation and Aerospace Science at Metropolitan State University of Colorado, Chad Kendall. Professor, you just went through this briefing with the NTSB with me. Give me your first reaction.
I want to reiterate what the NTSB said. I think the NTSB and their communication to the public right now, very valuable as they wrapped up their briefing for today and stating that recovery efforts continue, but the investigation process has. And what does that mean? That means that they are going to collect information from every possible source and go through that information meticulously to determine a final cause for this accident. It's going to take some time. The FAA and the NTSB have to look through a lot of information from the pilots, from the aircraft, from air traffic controllers, and put together the pieces of this puzzle.
Yeah, and a puzzle it is. You've obviously seen the video. We're seeing it here play right now as we watch it on the side screen there. It seems to be a combination of things. These air disasters are really one thing. They're usually a combination of things. But the human factor has to be, what is it, the focus, I would think, whether it's the pilot of the plane or the helicopter or the ground controllers. Somebody here made a catastrophic error, or maybe several people. We won't know until the investigation plays out, Professor, but it seems to the casual observer like myself, not an expert, that human error likely played a big role here.
That's something certainly the NTSB is going to be looking into. They're going to be looking into where were the pilots focused, communication from air traffic control to the helicopter, response from the helicopter, communication to the pilots of the commercial jet landing at Washington Reagan. It's a very dynamic situation. There is a chain of events that occurs, unfortunately, that leads to an accident we have not seen in the United States since 2009. And so the NTSB is going to take their time to get this right, and their job of making things safer. And as they said in the briefing, when they find information that is useful to the public, useful to commercial aviation companies to disseminate, to improve the system as they continue through the investigation, they're going to provide that. But they're also going to do that even at their final report to say, what can we do right now in the system, whether it's procedural changes, whether it's communication changes, training changes on the human factor side, innovation changes, all of the above to ensure that this does not happen.
Let me ask you this, because for people looking at this was a regional jet, a CRJ 700. You mentioned the crash in 2009. That was the last time we had a serious mishap like this in the United States. That was also a regional jet, a regional aircraft operated by Continental Airlines at that time. Is there any difference in safety from the big 747, 757 compared to these regional jets when it comes to safety records? I think it's a question people might be wondering today.
Certainly size difference in aircraft, but the same standards for professional aviators operating in the national airspace system are the same, whether you're flying this aircraft or another aircraft. I'm very familiar with this aircraft. This is the last aircraft that I flew in the airline. I've landed hundreds of times in Washington Reagan. Airlines provide phenomenal training for pilots to operate those airplanes. Washington Reagan is considered a special authorization airport for airlines where, in addition to basic training to be qualified to fly the aircraft, you need additional experience before you're allowed to land at Washington Reagan, just given the complex environment of the airspace and everything that's going around that airport.
Right. It's very, very busy. And this Black Hawk, for anybody, I've been in Washington a number of times and recently for the inauguration and for several events leading up to it. It's a very busy airspace. You see these Black Hawks regularly. You see the jets coming in and out of Reagan. You obviously have Marine One that could be coming in and out of there. Plus, you have National Park Service helicopters and other aircraft and drones thrown in. just for sport, I suppose. It is a complex environment, to say the least. The last question asked there at the NTSB briefing, I want to just get you to weigh in on this. They asked how high that helicopter, how high that Black Hawk was. My understanding is there's a ceiling of 200 feet to operate specifically where that collision took place, and this helicopter may have been higher than that. They were flying with a night vision, I understand, and if they were above that 200-foot ceiling, could that be something they're looking at?
The specific tracks that were mentioned that helicopters use to transient the airspace close to Washington Reagan Airport, and the NTSB is going to get the radar data from the FAA and the radar facilities around to be able to determine the actual altitude at which the helicopter was operating at, and put that into their findings as they work through this investigation.
Professor, I appreciate your expertise and coming on short notice on a difficult day. We pray for these families and hope that they get resolution and answers. It doesn't change the final outcome, though. A sad day for many. Professor, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up after the break. We'll stay on this, the biggest story of the day, the deadly plane crash, no survivors, 67 lives lost. That should be next here on America's Voice Live.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
If your car's out of warranty, your next breakdown could cost thousands, unless you have Endurance.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Just 2 claims saved us over $1,700.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Call 1-800-208-0025 now.
Well, in the wake of that tragic midair collision last night near Washington, D.C., right there on the Virginia side, President Trump addressed the nation today and expressed his deepest condolences to the families affected and honored the victims with a moment of silence. He also pointed out that DEI, in his estimation, could be part of the problem here because they lowered hiring standards. Listen to this.
FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bull. The Department of Transportation, his government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible.
As you can imagine, a lot of anger coming from the left and the predictable usual suspects, angry that he pointed out DEI and Buttigieg. And for Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary today, what a first day on the job. Joining me is Brian Glenn. He was there for Trump's remarks. Brian, good afternoon. An incredibly busy news day. We were talking about it in the break. But for Donald Trump to come out, he was the consoler in chief today. And here I want to point out a couple of things. First of all, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth came out and directly addressed this situation from his desk. Donald Trump comes out directly from the podium. And this is something we have not seen for the last 4 years. This is a departure, and a good departure, for being told a lot of things from the podium that we were not getting for the last 4 years. It's a big difference, isn't it?
It is. And that's all I've been hearing the last week or so, is just how transparent this administration has been. I keep hearing it every time I step in the briefing room. They say it's never been like this. No one's ever been so clear on how they feel and what they're going to do than the Trump administration. And I think the legacy media, today we were talking a little bit in the break about this. The legacy media seems to think they know more about every single story than the people actually investigating or knowing all of the details about this story. It's disgusting the way, and you heard some of the responses that they pushed back, Steve, right, on the DEI. From what I understand
it's remarkable,
today,
Brian. Well, hold on, let me make a point here to support what Donald Trump said from the podium about DEI. There are numerous videos of people from that agency online saying that's exactly what they're doing, that they are changing the standards because they had all of these applicants. There was a class action lawsuit by 900 white applicants because they were rejected for the job even though their scores were better than others. This is not a revelation. It's just Donald Trump telling the truth about something that's been ongoing for a while. Now, did it play into this problem today? We don't know that yet. But for him to point it out is on the money. Go ahead.
No, you're right. He just says he's suggesting it. They should be looked at. That's all. But to see him fight this narrative so much as they do, which I can interpret that as being this. They're more concerned about making sure they have gay, lesbian, and all this other diversity in the job than simply having the best people to do the job. And President Trump has said time and time again, he is not concerned about race, gender, age, anything, religious background. He wants the best of the best. And as far as the legacy media is concerned, that doesn't matter. They still want to be as diverse as ever, even if it becomes tragic, as it could have been one of the reasons why we saw the accident last night.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that part of the story for sure. And for Sean Duffy, what a rough way to start your tenure as the Transportation Secretary. Now, look, we can go back and look at the absence of Pete Buttigieg when it came to that train wreck in Ohio and other big events that took part in this country, the ship that ran in and took out that bridge at Baltimore, as I recall. You've seen all of these things happen, and none of them good. So Sean Duffy has a huge job in front of him, and this is day one. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I love the fact that he is going to be just as transparent as President Trump and, of course, the whole administration. But, also, mind you, Steve, this is the second aviation crash that we have seen from our military in the last 3 days. You had the F-35 jet going down in Alaska. That was a training mission. Of course, gladly that the pilot ejected himself, so he was not injured. And then, of course, you have this last night. So you have to almost think, what's going on in our military right now? I know you've had some aviation experts on. They can talk about the visual distancing that between the Black Hawk and the CRJ 700 American Eagle jet that was coming in. By the way, that runway number 1 there at DCA is the busiest airstrip in the country. Over 800 flights take off and land there each day. That flight last night was to land on runway 33, just 150 miles an hour, 200 feet off the ground. Tragic story. But is DEI responsible for these two incidents? We don't know. But we're so glad the Trump administration is going to look into it. And what he said also, Steve, which is interesting to point out, we're not going to have to wait 3 to 5 years before an investigation concludes itself. We're going to find out sooner than later, which is good.
Yeah. And it's really, they're screaming racism on the other side. It's about lowering standards. That's the point that he's making. Of course, the media will twist it into something that it is not. It's about standards and having the right people in the right positions for situations when it gets critical. Brian Glenn, thank you for your reporting. As always, we'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. It's a new day in America and a new administration in D.C., as you know. A lot of excitement and optimism about the future, but the reality is this. There's a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. That, the truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. Now, more than ever, you need to be prepared. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. Its doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe, healthy, and, of course, prepared. Whether it is the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist the proper use of everything you find. From the flu to strep throat, COVID to the bird flu, a trip down the street or a trip around the world, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed just for you to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and order twc.health/voice. Use that promo code VOICE. You will save 10%. After the break, Oklahoma is going in the right direction, requiring parents to show their kids citizenship. We'll talk about it next.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Weber, CEO of AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is at a crossroads, and the first 100 days of President Trump's administration will be critical in shaping our nation's future. That's why AMAC is proud to introduce the first 100 Days Tracker. Our tracker will monitor the administration and Congress as they work to deliver on the Make America Great Again agenda, ensuring progress on critical issues like sealing our borders, protecting your freedoms, and strengthening our economy. As an AMAC member, you'll receive daily updates and opportunities to take action. Together, we will hold our leaders accountable and celebrate the victories that make our nation stronger. Join the AMAC family today and be part of a movement driving real change. I look forward to welcoming you to AMAC.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, soft stools, and low energy? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Try Dr. Marty risk-free. Go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Welcome,
1
President
We'll get back to it. Just when you think the news day can't get any busier, it does. We'll keep up on everything. The Oklahoma State Board approved a proposal Tuesday requiring parents to report their immigration status or proof of citizenship. The rule would not stop children from going to school based on their legal status, but it is a big change, that's for sure. Joining me now to discuss is former Border Patrol agent and the author of the book Invaded, J.J. Carroll. J.J., welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me back. And you're right there. One story after another, there's change coming. You can feel it in America. Everything is a new day every day.
And look, what do you make of this idea in Oklahoma that you have to declare your citizenship? It's not going to impact whether your kid is in school or not. Is it going to stand the test of the courts? What do you think?
I think you have to, and I think you have to challenge it all the way to the Supreme Court again. And the state, they're just getting biographical data. What's wrong with that? And what's wrong with having or removing 6,000 students from your student population that need English as a second language, need preschool, after-school care, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, whereas that money should be going to U.S. citizens and legal residents that came to the United States legally. I mean, we've got to get back to some semblance of reality, and we have finite resources. We can't educate the world. It's impossible. So why would we begin to act as if we can now when all of the test scores across our nation show that our education system is an absolute failure on every level?
Yeah, you look at what's happening, and you look at the schools, JJ, and we don't have a lot of time today, but you look at the schools where you have this massive influx of people from whatever country, legal or not legal, doesn't matter. It's a strain on the educational system because you have a whole chunk of the classroom that doesn't speak English. Therefore, all of your resources, especially in smaller districts, are focused in an attempt to communicate with these children. And the kids that do speak English, they get left behind. And that's sad. I'll give you the last word.
This is about Make America Great Again. It's about all Americans, and all of our resources, all our time and treasure needs to go to U.S. citizens. Once we are able to educate, feed, medicate, and everything else of Americans, then we can maybe focus on expanding the legal entry into America. But until then, no, all bets are off. This is about America first, America always, period.
JJ, always appreciate your comments, sir. Thank you for being here.
Now, have a great day. Thank you.
All right. Now, the IRS is the largest collection agency in the world, if you didn't know. Maybe it'll go away at some point, but it's here now. And it just stepped up enforcement for 2025. If you owe back taxes, if you have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS to come after you. Simply avoiding your tax troubles, it's the worst thing you can do. Trust me on that. Getting ahead of this is the smart move, but never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to the team at Tax Network USA. Why? Because not all tax resolution companies are the same. Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS. That means that they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA has proven strategies that are designed to settle your tax problems in your favor, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million. The attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt there. Talk with one of their strategists. It's free. Stop the threatening letters. The nasty grams, as I call them. Stop looking over your shoulder. Put the IRS troubles behind you once and for all. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. tnusa.com/RAV. All right, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after this.
This is our last chance to help save thousands of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate the carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday, and I had it today for breakfast. And this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide one survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month.
I am very proud to partner and align with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. This trusted ministry is giving Christians like me a way to bless elderly Jewish people who live in extreme poverty around the world.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush one survival food box to a Holocaust survivor who is suffering and in desperate need.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
Here at Allegiance, we feel like American flags should be made in America.
When we started Allegiance, we were shocked to learn how many American flags were actually being made overseas.
Every flag we make is proudly crafted in the USA with superior materials.
Join us in our mission to keep the American flag truly American.
Visit showallegiance.com to order your high-quality American flag today. That's showallegiance.com.
Continuing coverage now on Real America's Voice of the ongoing recovery operation in the Potomac of Flight 5342 and the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter. They collided at about 9 o'clock last night. As you know, 67 people lost, 64 on that airplane, 3 more of the crew of that Black Hawk helicopter. Joining me now is aviation security and airport management expert, author, and professor at Metropolitan State University, Jeff Price. Professor, thank you for being here today. We're trying to figure out exactly what has happened here. Obviously, it's a catastrophic failure. I don't know if it's a failure of the pilots or of ground control. Your first blush as you saw this story unfold, you're an expert in the field. What are your thoughts?
Typically, with an accident like this, there's usually no one element that's at fault. It's called the accident chain. And it usually starts with one particular incident, followed by another, a series of incidents which eventually led up to disaster. So I think it's too early to really point fingers of blame at anybody at this point, because we really just don't know what happened, and we don't know what in that accident chain might have occurred.
Yeah, it's early in the investigation. We do know, though, it's become a recovery operation. No survivors expected. That's been true for some time. As you look at this, people are asking questions like this, and this is a simple question for a novice like myself. I am not a pilot. I'm not an expert in the field, but I know that when I drive down the highway, my Suburban corrects me in the lane. It avoids collisions. My car does that. Don't planes have the same sort of technology to prevent this sort of tragedy from occurring?
Some aircraft do. Some aircraft will have warning systems to let the pilot know that there is another aircraft out there, or an obstruction like a mountain if they're flying too low. The warning systems sometimes allow the pilot to take some sort of action. Other times it'll take the action itself in the more complex systems. But the terrain collision avoidance systems, or TCAS is what they're called, are primarily there to warn the pilot and let the pilot take the appropriate action, rather than the aircraft trying to do a lot of calculations to figure out where the plane should move. The pilot can look out the window, pilot can look at the TCAS technology in the aircraft and go, here's the plane, here's the best move that I can make to avoid that collision.
So as they do the recovery now, I understand the plane, the CRJ-700, the regional jet from American Eagle, is in 3 main pieces in the water. Another part of the problem might be that the water was shallow where the jet came down very fast. More water may have given it more of a cushion for some hope of survival. That didn't happen. But how important is it now that they do sonar of the way the debris field is, trying to evaluate how these 2 aircraft collided, the Black Hawk and this regional jet? How important is that in the investigation going forward?
Definitely important. One of the challenges you'll have in the Potomac River, any river, is you have the flow. and it's going to pick up debris, it'll pick up victims, and it'll move them downriver. So it's the accident scene, the recovery area is not really just those three main areas potentially, but it could be more areas as this debris floats down the river. So the area is going to expand quite a bit.
No, I understand that the river is going to scatter the debris field and possibly the victims. That makes sense. And obviously, the Potomac in its location, you get tide effect too, I believe, in that estuary. What would be your most pressing question here as you look at this? My understanding was a training mission. The pilots in the Black Hawk may have been operating with night vision gear and not, well, they were blacked out is what the first reports were, and they were operating and doing a training mission for annual certification, if you will, for lack of a better term. What would be your most pressing questions on the front end of this investigation?
My main question is, if the Black Hawk pilots had the aircraft in sight, why did they not take action to avoid the collision? And there could be numerous answers to that. They might have had another aircraft in sight. They might have had lights on the ground in sight. It's a light polluted area around there. And I fly into and out of Reagan a lot, and it can be very easy to mistaken one item or one aircraft or one light for something else. So I think that's my key question. Did they have the aircraft in sight? And if they did, why didn't they take the evasive action? To which there could even be more answers. Everything from mechanical failure to pilot reaction times.
You know, we've already seen on the internet, on social media, the radar returns. We have heard the conversations between the tower and the jet. It didn't seem that the helicopter was responding to the conversations and the little snippets that I heard online. Of course, that's just social media. We'll take that for what it's worth, but it's not a complete picture. But what about the controllers? I understand that there's a system where a controller can talk to a plane that's farther out, but when it comes into prepares to land, when it's in final approach and so forth, they will hand off. If that makes sense, one controller will hand off to the next. Is that possible that there was a handoff going on or something of that nature, and maybe on the ground there was a mistake made? It seems to me human error is going to be the bottom line here most likely, but I don't know where it lies.
Exactly, and that's the challenge. All the airspace is divided up into sectors, and you'll have air traffic controllers that have certain sectors of airspace, certain blocks of airspace that they have control over, and they will hand off as one aircraft moves from their airspace to another. Typically, when you're on final approach, you're being handed off from approach control to the local tower. That can take place a few miles away from the runway. Where that switchover occurs, it's part of the normal activity that happens during that switchover. So that'll be part of the investigation, of course, is when that took place. Was there a positive transition of that control so that the pilot acknowledged that they're now on a different frequency that they're supposed to be on? So they'll take a look at those measures as well.
Professor, greatly appreciate you being here. Professor Jeff Price, Metropolitan State University in Denver. Thank you for sharing your expertise here today.
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate it. All right, we'll keep an eye on Flight 5342 and the aftermath. We'll be right back on Real America's Voice.
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector has taken a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company.
With CarShield, drivers could save thousands on covered parts and systems like your engine, transmission, entertainment system, and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other happy customers.
With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
If your car's out of warranty, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, but when. Call CarShield before it's too late and protect yourself from expensive car repairs.
CarShield is ready to help year-round nationwide with thousands of vetted shops to choose from, or their concierge service to help you find a mechanic near you. Unlike other companies, they don't just send you to the cheapest place in town. I trust CarShield, and so should you.
I have filed a total of over 5 claims, and my price from when I signed up never went up. And with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
This is the story of the one who doesn't just see a broken dock, he sees work stalled to a halt. Thankfully, he has Grainger, offering the scale to deliver fast. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
It's been a tough day, so we want to leave you with something that makes you smile. What makes America wonderful? We do this today to put a smile on your face, no matter how tough the day has been, to remind you how great this country truly is. How about this? A giant pod of 1,500 or so dolphins spotted off the coast of California left marine biologists in awe. Typically, these dolphins travel in smaller pods of just 10 or 20, maybe 30, but not this big. The unexpected event unfolded during a routine trip by Monterey Bay Whale Watch, originally planned to track migrating gray whales. Researchers and passengers aboard were stunned as the ocean came alive with hundreds of dolphins leaping, swimming, playing around their boat. Talk about a good time. The pod is incredibly rare. Scientists still trying to figure out why these dolphin pods, the super pod, whether it came together for feeding, social, was it like a class reunion? The Rousseau's dolphin, with their distinctive white scars and blunt heads, created an unforgettable scene as they surfed waves and swam in perfect harmony. What makes America wonderful is the wonders of the world that even we humans still can't even begin to imagine, and even some in the animal world still a mystery to us. Here's your question of the day, by the way. What do you think about President Trump saying earlier today that DEI policies may have played a role in the Wednesday night tragic plane crash? Ken Filer writes, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner with DEI hires. Mike Reitz writes this, 100% true. Bob Burns, he's working on finding the causes, and DEI is one big one. DEI is one cause for so many disasters. Marty Kloss shares this. I think first, they need to be sure who made the error. Was it air traffic control, the helo pilot, or the airline pilot? Or a combination thereof, I would ask, Marty. Al Sharp writes this. It's a bit early to be blaming anything at this point, but he knows more than us, and I think he knows more than us on this particular situation, maybe. Pat Riot writes, maybe, but it was definitely incompetence. And Susan Brumbaugh has this. That was my thought as well, but we need to find out the facts. I agree. Before we jump to conclusions here, folks, it's been a difficult day. 67 families have lost a father, a mother, a wife, a husband, a brother, a sister, a cousin, an uncle, an aunt. It's a difficult day. And for those 67 families, all of us here at Real America's Voice share our prayers with you and lift you up and hope only that you can make it through this difficult time. Join me tomorrow on the Steve Gruber Show here on Real America's Voice to start your broadcast day. We'll have the latest on the crash, plus Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. We'll have it all for you to start your day tomorrow. Then I'll see you back here for America's Voice Live.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, paw licking, soft stools, and low energy with a simple 3-minute change to their diet? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, the anti-kibble breakthrough that's helping dogs act like puppies again.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
He's healthier, he looks better. This is my way more energetic dog.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Unlike fresh food, Nature's Blend is gently freeze-dried. This means extraordinary health benefits, but with zero prep, zero fridge, and zero mess.
I just feed her right out of the bag. She's obsessed with this food. Thank you, Dr. Marty.
And for a limited time, get up to 54% off with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Coming up on Special Report, Congressman Louis Gohmert and aviation attorney Robert Clifford share thoughts on the tragic crash near Reagan National in D.C.
And Trump's second term could be one of the most consequential presidencies when it comes to climate change initiatives and renewable energy. We'll discuss with founder of Climate Depot, Mark Moreno.
And self-help author Shamika Michelle discusses the naked truth about DEI and leaving the Democrat Party. All that and more right now on Special Report. Welcome into Special Report. I am Bo Davidson alongside Emily Finn. We begin our show today with the devastating news of an American Airlines plane carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members colliding midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter near Washington's Reagan National Airport. All 67 on board both aircraft are presumed dead.
Also, the confirmation hearings of Kash Patel for FBI Director and Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence began today. Gabbard, like RFK Jr., is a former Democrat that Trump has chosen for a cabinet position. She's also a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve. RFK Jr., Patel, and Gabbard are expected to have some of the most contentious interrogations of the cabinet hearings. Now, joining us to weigh in on all of the items of the day is former Congressman Louis Gohmert of the great state of Texas. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
Well, Congressman, we begin our discussion on a rather somber occasion with the news of a deadly collision of an American Airlines plane with a military helicopter. Of course, sir, everyone wants immediate answers, and we don't have them yet. But Trump did send a message to the victims of this collision and thanked first responders by saying, "I've been fully briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National. May God bless their souls." I believe we have a clip of him speaking earlier today as well.
So you had a helicopter going in identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives.
So, Congressman, what is your initial thought process on this deadly crash? You know, we often get complacent with the presumed safety of our air travel, which is largely good, but it makes one wonder how this could have happened. What are your thoughts?
Well, it does make you wonder. You're exactly right, Bo. And having flown that same final approach, that same flight path hundreds and hundreds of times, it does hit close to home. And you do think about, and of course, you've got Andrews Air Force Base, and you've also got the Naval Air Station in an area where helicopters can refuel, just right there on the east side of the Potomac River, with DCA Airport right there on the west side of the river. So it's amazing that we have not had more near misses. But as President Trump talked about, what staggers you, in 4 years in the military, lots of Black Hawk helicopter pilots, and there had been some indication maybe they were flying with night vision, that would change what they saw. Regardless, these guys, some have said they were on visual flight rules, but around there, normally you're on instrument flight rules. But how that could have been missed, and you see from that video, I know y'all have watched it, that light coming with the helicopter coming, heading on a collision course with that plane, and you just wonder how could they miss it? Right. So that is the big question. How did they miss it? The plane, they couldn't vary at all from their course. They were on a tight course. But you would just think a helicopter, you've been in them, I imagine, but they got good visual lines of sight. So I don't know. How did the helicopter miss them? That keeps coming back as the big question. How did they miss seeing them?
Yeah, Congressman, I'm so sorry to cut you off, sir. The president is actually addressing reporters right now on this very crash, so we're going to tune in and see what he has to say. Stick with us.
Because it was a plane that was loaded up with lights, and everybody, you can see it from Kennedy Center. You can see it very easily. So all I want is the most competent people in our country to be air traffic controllers. It's a very important position, and other positions too, by the way. We're not only talking about that, but air traffic controllers, maybe in particular. They have to be brilliant with computers, brilliant with graphics. They have to be psychologically really, really smart. And, there are a lot of people that wouldn't be able to do that. Were there any signs of foul play? Tariffs on Canada and Mexico, 25%. That's coming on Saturday? That's coming on the 1st, Saturday. But no oil tariffs. No, I don't. Well, I didn't say that. You said that. No. Well, I don't want to misinterpret. No, we may or may not. We're going to make that determination probably tonight on oil. Okay. Yeah, because they send us oil. We'll see. It depends on what the price is. If the oil is properly priced, if they treat us properly, which they don't. Look, Mexico and Canada have never been good to us on trade. They've treated us very unfairly on trade. And we will be able to make that up very quickly because we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber. We have more than almost anybody in those two categories. In oil, we have more than anybody, and we don't need anybody's trees. We have to free up some of the tree areas that we have. We have great lumber in this country. We have to free them up environmentally, which I can do very quickly. But we don't need what they have. And for us to be subsidizing Canada to the tune of $175 billion a year and subsidizing Mexico to the tune of $250 billion, $300 billion a year. And Mexico is a method of China sending in its product. And with China, I'm also thinking about something because they're sending fentanyl into our country. And because of that, they're causing us hundreds of thousands of deaths. So China is going to end up paying a tariff also for that. And we're in the process of doing that. We'll make that determination what it's going to be. But China has to stop sending fentanyl into our country and killing our people.
Mr. President, Israeli media has reported that conversations between Netanyahu's government and the White House have signaled that the U.S. may be about to pull its troops out of Syria. Have you made a decision to pull
I don't know who said that. I mean, I don't know who said that, but we'll make a determination on that. We're not involved in Syria. Syria is its own mess. They got enough messes over there. They don't need us involved in every one.
Mr. President, was there a shortage of staff at the control tower at DCA last night? You're aware of?
Well, that's part of competence right there. They shouldn't have that happen. Right there is what I'm talking about. Competence would be you're not going to have a shortage, but if you had the right people, you wouldn't need as many people either.
Do you know if there was a shortage last night or not?
I don't know. No, I don't know. You're telling me something.
Mr. President, you said earlier today that you had not spoken to Putin about this. When was the last time that you spoke with him, and has President Xi responded to your ask to help put pressure to end the war in Ukraine?
I won't comment on either of them, but we're doing very well with regard to both.
There are some reports that Xi might ask of you in order to give that help, pressure to disavow potential Taiwan independence. Is that something that you would ever do?
We never discussed it.
You had said earlier that we would get more details about the victims on the plane. Can you give more on that now?
I have a lot of details, but it's something that'll be released to you also at the appropriate time. No, I have the full details.
There were a lot of young people potentially?
Young people, great athletes, great skaters. Very sad situation from numerous countries. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, we were just tuning in to President Trump taking questions from reporters at the White House, of course, starting out answering questions about that horrible plane crash. We want to bring back in former Congressman Louis Gohmert to continue our discussion from earlier. Congressman, right there, President Trump talking about how air traffic control staff needs to be of the utmost competence. Earlier this morning, he spoke out and was saying that DEI hires could have been part of why the staffing was, quote, not normal for these conditions that took place last night. What do you think this says about, the military, the president's travel in such a crowded airspace? Do you agree with President Trump that the FAA has had some overly DEI-based hiring initiatives that may have lowered standards in personnel?
Well, under the Biden administration and somewhat the Obama administration, they definitely did. And it did affect the competence. When you're choosing people because of the color of their skin or their chosen gender or whatever, you're not choosing them based on true merit. And you can see one of the things President Trump does, he doesn't care about any of that. He chooses people that he thinks will be most helpful to America in those slots. But yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it in the military. It's just having been served on active duty 4 years, it broke my heart to see what was going on with the military. So it does make a difference. And what made America great was the ability to choose people based on their merit, what they had done, what they could do. And we got to get back to that. I don't know if that was an effect on those that were in the tower that night. I don't know if it was an effect of the poor military guys that went down with that Black Hawk, but it has been a factor in our military and in all of our government operations. So that's why there's so much insistence in fixing it.
Well, Congressman, I want to ask you, too, because we don't have a lot of time with you left, and we so appreciate your wisdom on this. But when we turn to Kash Patel and his hearing today, speaking of skin color and merit, he certainly faced a lot of scrutiny for his skin color when actually he does have tremendous merit to become the FBI director. We had a clip, but I don't want to waste too much time on it because I want to get your thoughts on how Kash handled this onslaught of criticism towards him today.
Well, I thought Kash handled it extremely well. And the big push by Blumenthal and others, tell us what you said to the grand jury. He was there for 3 days, as I understand it. That's absurd. I've handled grand juries. I've had grand juries as a judge and a prosecutor. Look, you don't go telling. Now, you may have the ability to say what you think you said, but any lawyer, and especially U.S. senators, know you can't ask somebody to tell you what they said over a 3-day period. get their testimony. And he absolutely is, they can't get that testimony, the actual transcripts, unless a judge, as I used to be, authorized that. So anyway, they were making much ado about nothing, and Kash Patel was doing the exact right thing, and he kept his cool. It was amazing, but Kash had done extremely well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct, sir. Well, Congressman, thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate all of your insight.
Thank you,
well, it's great to be with you.
God bless you.
Coming up, despite a lack of leadership from California's Democrat officials to keep residents safe from the Los Angeles fires, scientists now claim climate change is to blame for the flames getting out of control. We'll discuss with climate expert Mark Moreno after the break.
I'm an artist and I'm in my studio. I'm hearing the ads about Relief Factor and I've got pain in my neck and it's getting worse. And I'm thinking, well, I'm going to go ahead and order this. 2 weeks later and I've got much better range of motion. I'm able to carry these big canvases around. I'm just very, very grateful that I gave the product a try.
If pain is affecting your life, give Relief Factor a try. Call or go online. Get your 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
If you're over 40 and taking probiotics, stop. Americans are choking down fistfuls of probiotics, all focused on billions and billions. Yet they're still feeling sicker and sicker and fatter and fatter. I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry, and I call it the Great Probiotic Hoax. There are critical nutrients missing from many popular probiotic supplements. And this may be why you are still suffering from weight gain, gas and bloating, and joint discomfort. That's why I created BioComplete 3. Only BioComplete 3 contains prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics to target the nasty gut destroyers that can hijack your health. Thousands have used it. It's a major part of how I lost 70 pounds and feel 20 years younger. For a limited time, you can try BioComplete 3 risk-free for 90 days. Go to guthealthsecret.com.
Wow is on sale now at Cabinets to Go.
It's our buy one, get one free sale. Get your dream kitchen for as low as just $155 per month. Hurry, this buy one, get one free sale ends soon.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Welcome back to Special Report. Residents of Los Angeles County are starting the process to rebuild after a series of some of the worst fires in California's history scorched tens of thousands of acres of land. 29 people died and thousands of structures and homes were destroyed in the flames. While many are placing blame on California's Democrat leaders like Governor Gavin Newsom and LA Mayor Karen Bass, scientists are now saying climate change was a major factor that gave rise to the devastating fires.
We'd like to welcome in Mark Moreno to the show for discussion on this very important topic. He's an author and the founder of Climate Depot, a communication platform for climate issues designed by the Committee for a Constructive Tomorrow, a DC-based public policy group. Mark, hot, dry weather is nothing new for Southern California, nor the Santa Ana winds. Keeping in mind how Newsom and Bass prioritized implementing progressive policies rather than public safety, do you think these climate change claims are just the latest deflection of responsibility?
Yes, I mean, this is every time something bad happens, climate change. And this includes hurricanes that hit Florida during hurricane season. It includes tornadoes that go off in Tornado Alley during tornado season. It includes, of course, wildfires. And interestingly enough, even the United Nations says that all extreme weather, hurricanes, floods, tornadoes, wildfire, and drought on climate timescales of 30, 50, 100 years are either not increasing or decreasing globally. So the idea that in one little speck of the globe in California, global warming caused something when wildfires are down dramatically over the last 100 years in the United States, and globally they're down, and wildfires are one of the worst things you can try to blame. It's difficult to try to blame on climate change because they deal with, as you mentioned, land use, deforestation policies, development, water resources, so many different, and of course, response time. The U.S. Geological Survey, one of their top scientists, John Keeley, actually said the LA fires are not the result of climate change. The scrubland plant fires have been around for 20 million years. What's changed is the people in the landscape. And what's changed is California did not prioritize rapid response in putting these fires out.
Absolutely, Mark. I think anyone that lives in that area would agree that it really came down to policy in the end that let these flames get so out of control. I do want to ask you about this. I was doing some more research about what you've said about this topic, and you believe that Trump's second term here could be one of the most consequential presidencies in our lifetime. His policies could collapse the entire, quote, climate house of cards. Really interesting. Yes. Explain for us what you mean by this.
Well, I think in Trump 1.0 2016, when he was elected, they had just signed the UN Paris Agreement under President Obama. There was all this global exuberance, and they looked at Trump as a kidney stone. Trump came in and got the U.S. out of it and did a bunch of stuff, but then Biden came in and undid everything Trump did. But in that 8 years, from when Donald Trump was first elected till now, when he's reelected, the entire world has seen the con that solar and wind are not cheaper. They're not replacing fossil fuels. Yeah, they don't help with baseload electricity. They're incredibly costly. They're not green. We now know that everything from EV batteries take 500,000 pounds of material to dig up to make 1,000-pound size average Tesla battery. We now know that it takes concrete, unrecyclable plastic, steel, and oil and fossil fuels to make offshore wind or wind power and solar panels. And so what's happened is Europe has been rejecting this independent of Trump. They paused the Green Deal, they call it, in Europe, and they've had major election consequences in the EU elections. Germany's ministers facing issues with this. Macron is facing issues. England's having a blowback. And you have all over the world, Justin Trudeau, in part because of his carbon tax, all the Canadian leaders are retreating. This is amazing. Trump is presiding over this entire movement now, and it looks as though by pulling us out of the UN Paris Agreement, he convinced the Argentinian president Milei to get out. He sent his whole delegation home when I was in Azerbaijan at the UN COP29 climate summit. We could see a mass exit led by East European countries like Hungary and Poland and Argentina and South America, along with the U.S. Donald Trump is reframing the narrative, and that's probably the most important thing. He openly calls it the Green New Scam and goes after the climate hoax. That's what's important. This is no longer your father's Republican, George W. Bush, who goes around and pays lip service. Trump is reframing the narrative at exactly the right time when the world realizes they've been had on all these false promises of green energy and the climate emergency.
Well, and on day one, President Trump signed hundreds of executive actions and orders, some related to climate and energy. What will Trump's ban on offshore wind leases mean for the renewable energy industry?
Well, this is amazing in itself. I mean, first of all, to make this permanent, you need the Republicans in Congress to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. What Ronald Reagan said in 1964 is a government program once enacted is the nearest thing to eternal life on earth. So we'll see. But in the short term, Donald Trump has stopped the offshore wind development. And this is why I say not only could he be the most consequential president, surpassing that of Reagan, because we're also dealing with, DEI, transgender ideology, critical race theory, the whole woke agenda. He's really come at a time when pretty much the whole Western world has had it. And now you have the face of Donald Trump. But in terms of green energy, Donald Trump's an environmental champion. We have environmentalists and federal scientists admitting that the whale mortality has been unprecedented off the site where these offshore wind. The only thing that's changed in recent years is the offshore wind. Commercial fishing hasn't changed. Energy, boating hasn't changed. It's the offshore wind. Unprecedented whale mortality. Just recently, we had, I think, 13 whales in 30 days washing up, many cases endangered species.
Well, thank you so much, Mark. I hate to cut you off there, but we've given us so much great information. We will continue to follow you and all of your great research. Thanks so much, Mark.
Thanks a lot.
Coming up, aviation attorney Robert Clifford joins us to discuss the deadly crash in Washington, D.C., leaving no survivors. We will be right back.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
At Allegiance, every stitch tells a story of quality, of craftsmanship, and of American pride. We're committed to a 100% American supply chain. That means every Allegiance flag is made by American workers using high-quality materials. So when you're flying an Allegiance flag, you're not just flying a flag. You're supporting American jobs and the American dream. So visit showallegiance.com to get your high-quality American flag today. That's showallegiance.com.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Welcome back to Special Report. With the news of a deadly crash near Reagan Airport between an American Eagle commuter jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter, the public and more importantly, the victims' families want answers.
And while there may be no immediate answers, aviation experts have a sense of how air traffic control works, the aircraft themselves, and an idea of potentially how something like this could happen. For that, we turn to aviation attorney Robert Clifford of Clifford Law Offices in Chicago. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. It's unfortunately on a somber news day, Robert, but as an attorney, you've been involved in every major commercial airline crash in the past 4 decades, so you clearly have intimate knowledge of tragedies like this. Ultimately, we have to recover the black boxes to give us more info, but what is your initial reaction to the reasons behind this tragic mid-air collision? Because we got some breaking news right before we came on air that said that the Reagan Airport staffing was not normal, meaning one air traffic controller was really doing the work of 2. Could that in part explain some of this?
Well, certainly the NTSB will examine that issue, but candidly, on the face of it, I didn't think so. And then you're right. I mean, listen, no conversation about this can take place without acknowledging the profound human loss that even our president this morning said was an avoidable and preventable event. In listening to the ATC exchange last night, what jumped out at me was the difficulty in communication between the controller and the helicopter pilot. That has a lot to do with my sense of whether this understaffing issue is at play. There's no question that understaffing is going to impact performance. When you have someone who has to multitask on these critical exchanges, that's the formula for a disaster. But I don't think that's what we're going to learn in the end, because it sounded like the air traffic controller was in proper contact, reaching out to the helicopter pilot, told him, first off, he said, do you see the CJR? And secondly, he didn't acknowledge that entire communication where he told him to go around it. Bear in mind that the way this air traffic is controlled at that airport, you have a commingling of the commercial and military aircraft. And they do it all the time, though. The helicopters can go under planes that are well above them, and they can go over them, well below them. They can go around them. It's like when you're driving your car and the guy moves in front of you from right to left, and you're going straight. Well, he might not have fully cleared the intersection, but you veered to the right a little bit to go around him. No harm, no foul. Same thing here. But the real problem is that airport is a very difficult airport to manage the congestion. And even Senator Warner this morning talked about the history of difficulties at the Reagan Airport because there's restricted space there. Remember that being the nation's capital, there are restrictions about airflow above the Capitol. That adds to the congestion. Then add to that you have military aircraft. I mean, we're right next to the Pentagon, holy cow, so you're going to expect that. And then now this is a training mission. And when they say it's a training mission, that, of course, we don't know the detail of that. But tell me how experienced those helicopter pilots were at that particular difficult airport to traverse. They've got these basically flight paths that the helicopter traffic can be on and the commercial traffic can be on. So all of this tells me when the NTSB tells us today we don't really know the cause of this crash, I'm sure that's an accurate statement. But I can tell you this, professionals have a strong view about what occurred. And what occurred was a difficult communication problem caused by, I think, the difficulties with the pilot training commingling with commercial aircraft in the same airspace. And they've got to put a stop to it. There's no reason why the FAA right now and the Secretary of Transportation and the Pentagon can't put a temporary halt on helicopter traffic at that airport while they investigate this crash more fully. 67 people that perished in a preventable event. That's just awful.
It is. It absolutely breaks your heart. Like you said, preventable. This didn't have to happen. It's hard to fathom, how a collision like this could even occur. We really appreciate your insight into this. And as the investigations are underway, we have to remember the public and especially the victims' families, they deserve answers about what, led to this collision. It may create some natural anxiety for all travelers at this point. Do you think that's a legitimate fear considering, many close calls in recent days?
Oh, sure. I mean, look, I'd be the first to tell you that, number one, I do believe it's very safe to travel. In all modes of aviation, commercial, transport. The problem, of course, is when something goes wrong, it's deadly. Unlike when something goes wrong in an intersecting collision, people can survive. I'm a lead counsel in the Boeing litigation for the Ethiopian crash. Well, the 737 MAX 8. We started a trial in Chicago on April 7th. That plane hit the ground at 600 miles an hour at a 45-degree angle. There's no survivability from something like that. Last night when I heard about this, I actually thought there was a chance for survival. Because of the altitude involved and the speed of the aircraft involved. I didn't necessarily, and plus that it went into the Potomac. I thought that possibly, might have been given a little bit of an edge, but I was dead wrong about that because I didn't appreciate initially the temperature. I mean, the passengers, even if they did survive, and only autopsies will tell us this, they had at best 30 to 40 minutes, given the temperature. Being as cold as it was. So this is something that when even the president this morning called it preventable, as well as the Secretary of Transportation called it preventable, even Senator Warner called it preventable.
Well, let's talk about that, Robert. What does the word preventable mean? Because as I was listening to that presser earlier with President Trump, he talked about the flight levels being about the same and how, of course, aircraft can go above, below, but they were flying at about the same altitude. And it doesn't seem that the American pilot did anything wrong. He's on a typical approach. But you have a helicopter coming in from the opposite direction. Now, if ATC is telling the helicopter, can you see it, and he's got the wrong aircraft in sight, is it now the helicopter pilot's position to react to what they're seeing, or was it the controller's responsibility to say, what aircraft do you see? These are the ones to be looking out for. I'm just trying to figure out where the load of responsibility comes.
Well, you're certainly hitting the nail on the head. And I think that the president meant, and I think he's right, when we talk about preventable, if there had been clear communications between the ATC and that helicopter pilot, this crash would never have occurred. And I think that's what the president was referring to. At least that's what I took it to refer to. And that's what my own expert witnesses, who I consult with already, are telling me. So it's when we're talking about preventable, we're talking about that those could have been like ships passing in the dark, but they would have passed. People would have survived.
Yeah. No, sir, you compare this crash to a crash in 2000 in Chicago, where you represented WGN personality Bob Collins, in which the poor communication or lack of communication of ATC led to that collision. So what happened there, and is it similar to the implications to last night's collision in D.C.?
Well, it's funny. Now's the time for us to bring up this understaffing. Because when you look at the Bob Collins crash, and that was in a smaller neighborhood airport, if you will, just north of downtown Chicago, and the communication there by ATC was there were problems with two planes trying to make the landing at the same time, one with a high wing, one with a low wing, and guess what? The high wing guy is on the bottom, and the low wing guy is on the top, and they didn't know that they were coming together on a collision course. And that's the communication issue. So, and it's a small airport where there was the ATC guy had more things going on than he could handle himself. Now let's talk about what we're learning about this tower, that you've got one person doing the work for two people. And in spite of what I've said about it seemed like that the ATC is giving correct instruction to the helicopter pilot. Maybe he turned his head away to look at another one. And that's why when he came back and said, hey, I haven't heard back from this guy yet. And then within moments, there's this crash. So
it's so instantaneous. It happens in an instant, and Robert, I think about the Michael Keaton movie Worth. I'm sure you've heard about it on Netflix, which was about compensating the victims of 9/11. I mean, ultimately, the responsibility will fall on someone or some agency. And you're an attorney who deals with these liabilities. In your estimation, do you think that most likely will be the FAA personnel, as you mentioned, or the Black Hawk pilot who maybe did not heed the warnings or did not see them?
Here's inside baseball. Here's what's going to happen. You have commercial interest here with American and PSA, and there is insurance on that aircraft, probably $2.5 billion. That's provided by the global insurance markets in London and Zurich and Japan and Germany. They're there. Then you have ATC, which is government. Then you have the military, which is government. So these cases are a little different because the case against the commercial operators are jury cases. The case against the government on both fronts are judge-only cases, which is why this is going to end up in federal court. And the likely scenario is that the insurers and the Department of Justice will all say, maybe we have one person, one law firm, one mediator, one Ken Feinberg, try to mediate these cases with these families to resolve them. And while that's going on, the rest of us sit down and make business decisions about what percentage of a fund should be paid by which entity. Because certainly they're going to criticize the pilots, even though I like you, I believe these pilots were on an approved course, doing what they're supposed to do with the directions and following the directions they were given. But that's kind of the fund process that goes on in a lot of these cases. I hope that answers your question. It
does, and you've given us a lot to think about. I'm glad we had you on today because that's just a wealth of, like you said, inside baseball. And it's tough because, like I said, with Worth, you put a dollar amount on a life, which is so difficult to do when clearly more reviews need to be made about the FAA. So thank you, Robert, so much for your insight today. Thank you.
All right, now coming up later in the show, author Shamika Michelle explains her walk away from the Democrat Party. You don't want to miss this. Stay with us.
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector has taken a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company.
With CarShield, drivers could save thousands on covered parts and systems like your engine, transmission, entertainment system, and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other happy customers.
With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
If your car's out of warranty, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, but when. Call CarShield before it's too late and protect yourself from expensive car repairs.
CarShield is ready to help year-round nationwide with thousands of vetted shops to choose from, or their concierge service to help you find a mechanic near you. Unlike other companies, they don't just send you to the cheapest place in town. I trust CarShield, and so should you.
I have filed a total of over 5 claims, and my price from when I signed up never went up. And with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
Well, tax time is around the corner, but what do you do if you have tax debt? Tax Network USA spokesperson Cameron Kinsey joins us to offer advice on how to resolve tax issues. Welcome back to Special Report, Cameron.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Cameron, so here we have to start off the discussion this way. Why is it important to use a professional tax service like Tax Network USA? Because there's a lot of competitors out there in the marketplace. Some people think they can do it by themselves. Why is it important to use Tax Network USA?
Yeah, of course. That's a great question. I mean, navigating the tax system alone can be super overwhelming to the average individual. I know it is for me. And so especially as the IRS has grown more aggressive in recent years, the expanded budgets that we've seen and the enforcement efforts. So a professional tax service like Tax Network USA, we just basically ensure that you're not left to face the IRS alone. Nobody really wants to do that. Our experts understand the complexities of the tax code, work to protect you from costly mistakes, from penalties, from unwarranted audits. So Tax Network USA doesn't really just solve problems. We provide personalized strategies to help taxpayers stay ahead, especially given that tax season started this Monday, to save money, to safeguard their financial stability, especially when your livelihood is on the line. Having professionals in your corner isn't just important, it's very essential.
Absolutely. Certainly no one wants to face this alone. So Cameron, walk us through how Tax Network USA helps clients with tax resolution and IRS issues.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do it alone. We specialize in resolving tough situations like audits, like liens, levies, by negotiating with the IRS to reduce penalties, arrange manageable payment terms. We know that this is costly for you. We don't want to add on to that cost. So our priority is just basically to deliver results that protect your finances and ease the burden of dealing with IRS enforcement. So at Tax Network USA, we'll still be here no matter who's in office. The IRS won't stop being aggressive overnight, and the tax issues can follow you year after year, as some know. And so our team will continue to help Americans navigate the complex tax system, reduce liabilities, defend your rights, whether it's resolving old issues, preparing for new policies, or really just standing up to the IRS in general. Tax Network USA remains your advocate.
Cameron, I know that when we read a lot of the Tax Network USA ads, we always say in there, never contact the IRS yourself. And that sounds like it's a bad idea from what I gather. So what advice would you give to someone who is struggling with tax debt? Obviously, don't do it yourself. Probably call Tax Network USA.
Of course, yeah. And I would just say to take action now. The 2025 tax season has already started off January 27th, so Monday. And it's critical for taxpayers to be prepared in this process. With potential IRS delays, filing early can really just help avoid the headaches and just to ensure that you get your refund in time. And so at Tax Network USA, we basically simplify the process for you. We protect you from more costly mistakes where you would owe more money, essentially giving you peace of mind during this tax season. Nobody wants to go home to their family, to their loved ones with having the burden of the IRS on your shoulders, right? So acting now really gives you more options and keeps the small problems from becoming big ones.
Absolutely. That's all really, really great advice. Cameron, I do want to get your take. I mean, President Trump has just been hitting the ground running full steam ahead with transforming our country for the better. And part of that, it's being reported, is Elon's Department of Government Efficiency. It's intent on rigorously reviewing various government agencies' spending practices. So how do you think that this is going to affect the IRS's behavior toward taxpayers?
Yeah, it's definitely going to change it. I mean, DOGE is a shining light on, bloated agencies like the IRS. And under the last administration, the Biden-Harris administration, the IRS received billions of dollars worth of funding, $8 billion, I think, from the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, fueling enforcement, targeting small businesses and families, not just millionaires and billionaires, which is the craziest thing. They were targeting everyday Americans. And we saw this across the board, too, not just with the IRS, right? We saw this with the FBI targeting parents at school board meetings, et cetera. So really, if this new partner or department delivers, we could see the IRS really focus on transparency and efficiency instead of the overreach that we've seen in the Biden-Harris regime. But in the meantime, we just empower Americans with the tools, the expertise to really just protect themselves and to push back against unfair treatment.
Cameron, you just mentioned small business owners. So I got to know, are there any tax relief options available for those small business owners facing financial difficulties caused by IRS pressure?
Yeah, we provide relief solutions like installment agreements, offers in compromise, hardship status requests, really just to help these business owners navigate the increased pressure. I mean, we provide tactical solutions to really just help you gain control of your finances, whether it's resolving back taxes, negotiating payment plans, stopping collections. Our goal is just basically in this process to empower you to keep on growing your business, not fighting against the IRS all the time.
All right, Cameron, we appreciate you telling us more about Tax Network USA. Thanks for joining the show.
Thanks for having me.
Now, coming up next, author Shamika Michelle explains her walk away from the Democrat Party and the perils of DEI. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us here on Special Report.
Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Allegiance Flag Supply believes American flags should be made in America.
Our symbol of freedom made outside our borders, that did not sit right.
Join us in our mission to keep the American flag truly American. Don't settle for flags made elsewhere.
Every flag is proudly crafted in the USA with superior materials.
Visit showallegiance.com to order your high-quality, made-in-America flag today. That's showallegiance.com.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
While we may have won this election, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning. Now is the time to take a stand, and Patriot Mobile is leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service, it's a call to action to defend our rights and freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all three major networks.
If you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile with a coverage guarantee. But the difference is every dollar you spend supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer support team will help you find the perfect plan. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code RAV. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call and text you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT.
And welcome back to Special Report. One big focus of the nascent Trump 2.0 administration is rolling back diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the government, and even in the private sector. This even came up in Trump's press conference today regarding the tragic American Airlines crash with an Army helicopter.
Our next guest is an author on self-help who has spoken about DEI and walking away from the Democrat Party's wokeism. We want to welcome Shamika Michelle to the show. Thank you so much for being with us, Shamika.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's great to have you with us. And Shamika, you were a part of the walkaway movement that created a mass exodus from the Democrat Party. We saw this for, everyone from Tulsi Gabbard to Dave Rubin, and they say they didn't really leave the Democrat Party, but rather the party left them. So I want to know, was this your experience as well? And if so, why?
I didn't even really think about it, honestly. I would often get on social media and just share my opinion, things that I thought were common sense among everybody. I had no idea that I really was more conservative or leaned right until I noticed the people that were flocking to me. I did kind of have questions during Barack Obama's second term, just because it seemed like some of the things that he was pushing I didn't agree with, but I didn't really fully come to understand where I stood until later on when I saw people flocking to my message, and then those who were trying to get me canceled or taken off of, the social media platforms, that I realized, oh, I'm more conservative and I lean right. So it was kind of like a gradual awakening, not something that I just decided overnight, like, oh, I was just as surprised as everyone else.
That's awesome. I feel like common sense, you brought that up. That really is a defining attribute of the conservative party, in my opinion. And I think there's a lot of people who, as long as they just participate in political discussion, actually, if they have common sense, wake up and realize, oh, I am a conservative. So, Shamika, exactly. I do want to get your assessment of what DEI programs actually do. This has been, in the news headlines lately, a big focus of the Trump administration. On the surface, they're designed to bring more diversity to the workplace, which is great, but that means that a hire sometimes is solely based upon a factor like race, not even taking merit into consideration. So what do you think is inherently problematic about DEI?
What I think is problematic about it is that, at least for Black people, there's this narrative painted that we're oppressed or that we're less than, we can't learn, they have to make things easier for us. And I just do not agree with that. I use this analogy all the time, but when you take your dog to a trainer, you expect that dog to learn how to sit, fetch, roll over, and you have no thoughts that, oh, maybe my dog can't learn. Maybe instead of my dog learning how to roll over, I should come up with something easier for my dog to be able to do. But this is what we do with Black people all the time, say, oh, they can't, add and subtract, or, oh, homework is too oppressive for them, or, and it just bothers me, because if we can expect dogs to learn, why can't we expect Black people to learn and meet the same standards as anyone else? So when it comes to them saying, hey, we got to make this so Black people can get in, what you're really saying is that you need to lower the standards because we don't have the aptitude to actually reach the same plateaus as anyone else. And so that's the problem that I have with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I actually say it differently: diversity, inclusion, and equity, so that it can spell die, because it seems that anything they put that towards, it dies, it's dead. And so I just don't agree with the initiative at all, because I believe if you set a standard, anyone should be able to meet it, regardless of race or gender. If that's what the standards are to be able to do that specific job or position, then that's what it is.
That's a very, very common sense, logical way to frame that, Shamika. I'm glad that you spell that out for our audience, because a lot of people don't think of it that way, but D-I-E, that makes so much sense. And I guess if President Trump has his way, a lot of DEI will DIE. On a parallel level, we have a tremendous immigration and border issue that stemmed from a bad previous administration. Tom Homan has really made good on his promises to establish a rule of law. How do you view this immediate action on immigration? And do you see anything inhumane, problematic, racist, insensitive about it?
I don't have any problem with it. Actually, the only problem I have with it is that we're so far behind. We have so many people here and so many people that are actually criminals that, we like to paint it as, oh, they're seeking refuge. Well, we know that's not the case. We've seen plenty of examples that that's not what they're doing. So my only problem is that we're behind. Let's round them up faster. Let's get them out of here quicker, and let's get to some normalcy as fast as we can. I don't think it's racist, and it bothers me when I see people try to paint it as a black issue. They say, oh, you should understand your people, were in a foreign land. And no, I don't understand, because it's not the same thing. Being brought over on slave ships is not the same as coming on an inner tube by choice. So I just don't think it's the same. They like to pull on our heartstrings and make it seem as if we should actually be sympathetic because we're also minorities. And I just don't agree with that. So if I really were to actually take a stance, I would say, there are 2 million Black people separated from their children. And I don't mean because of the border. I mean because of the fathers that have faced mass incarceration, it was initiated by Joe Biden, who just left office. So I don't have any sympathy. Just let's do it quicker. Let's get them out of here faster, and let's move forward.
Shamika, I really appreciate the way you've been articulating your thoughts. You certainly have a way with words. In fact, you've written a book. It's called Keep It Naked, which is a self-help book covering relationships, parenting, religion, divorce, lots of different topics. Tell us, what's the primary advice that you share in your book?
Just being authentic, live life authentically. I always say, if your car breaks down on, let's say, Austin Avenue, but you're lying to the tow truck driver and saying, hey, I'm on Roxborough Road, no one can actually get to you and help you. But once you take off the mask and once you stop lying and be who you really are, if you need help, if you need someone to come and move you from that place to another place, they can do that, because you're being honest and you're being truthful. So that's what I encourage everyone to do, to just live life authentically. Be who you are, good, bad, or indifferent.
Yeah, I think, Shamika, in the day and age of injections in social media, people trying to look and be like everyone else, authenticity still reigns true. We have to be authentic people, and so I'm glad that you've touched on that very important subject. And on a similar frame of mind, what do you think is the state of racial relations today? Donald Trump seemed to bring together many, many different races, classes, genders, 2 of them, and religions, yet some insist on still calling him a racist. You can already see the media frame it that way, as we just mentioned with immigration. So what do you say about that?
I think how we see race relations really depends on what side you're on, honestly, because I do think that on the right, we just really focus on morals and values. What do we agree with? How do we live our lives? But on the left, they are constantly focused on race. That's why you have these race baiters such as Al Sharpton, that's always looking for something to say, oh, we're not equal. We still need to march. But I firmly believe that if you continue to say we shall overcome, you fail to see that we have overcame. We are not where we used to be. And it's a shame that we're pushing that on children coming up, teaching them that they are inherently behind or evil based on skin color. We have to get away from that. And I just really think that we have to start shaming these race baiters and just being a bit more vocal and open that no, we're not where we used to be. Times have changed. We have progressed as a country, and it's just not where it used to be. And we won't allow people to continue to tell those lies.
Yeah, very, very well said. Now, Shamika, before we let you go, where can our viewers go to find your book, find out more about you, and follow your work?
So I always say, if you go to ShamikaMichelle.com, you find me there. You can find me anywhere.
All right, Shamika, thank you so much for being on Special Report today.
Thank you. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you, Shamika.
And thank you to our viewers. Be sure to check out Special Reports along with all of our Real America's Voices shows now on iHeart Podcast.
And you know, we want to hear from all of you on Getter. So if you haven't joined, go to your phone, get the app. And if you're already there, reach out and let us know what you think of Special Report and all our amazing guests that we had on the show today. It really was a great show, Emily. We'll see you tomorrow. And now stay tuned, as always, for War Room.
Did you know you could remodel your kitchen faster and for a lot less than at the big box stores? At Cabinets to Go, customize your dream kitchen with custom quality cabinets, countertops, and more. And enjoy a high quality, affordable kitchen makeover that is sure to wow. Visit one of our showrooms nationwide and get your dream kitchen today for as low as $149 a month at cabinetstogo.com.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are.
From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
That Russian tanks were rolling across the peaceful border of Ukraine for the first time. You tweeted at 11:30 p.m. your time. This war and suffering could have easily been avoided if Biden administration / NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO. Did you say that, yes or no?
I believe you're reading my tweet, Senator.
Yes is the answer. A few months later, you said on your podcast, and I quoted it, quote, "But this regime change war against Russia that the U.S. and NATO are waging via their proxy in Ukraine didn't begin when Putin invaded Ukraine. They had their eyes set on this objective long before that." Did you say that, yes or no?
I believe you're reading my tweet.
Thank
There's
you.
a lot
the answer
more.
Is yes.
You're quoting a podcast that provided much more
I'm happy to have a
context.
conversation with the chairman about whether I'm taking anything out of context. I don't think I am. And your answer is yes.
The findings of the Government Oversight Investigation Committee,
and investigated CDC's vaccine program in 2003. Senator Burton was chairman of that committee. And he said that that certain individuals in that program had written off a generation of kids because of, quote, misplaced institutional loyalty to the CDC and because of entanglements with the drug company. But I am pro-vaccine. I am going to support the vaccine program. I want kids to be healthy. And I'm coming in here to get rid of the conflicts of interest within the agency, to make sure that we have gold standard evidence-based science. And if you show me where I'm wrong on this, show me a single statement I've made about science that is erroneous.
Which is interesting, because here's what you told Steve Bannon on his podcast. So what we thought would be cool is if we captured that audio and then, of course, had the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump, recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we went to a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it out as a song now releasing exclusively on the War Room. We. If you had nothing to do with it, Mr. Patel, why did you tell Steve Bannon and all his listeners that you did?
That's why it says we, as you highlighted.
Yeah, and you're part of the we, right? When you say we, that includes you, doesn't it, Mr. Patel?
Not in every instance.
Well, that's new. So when you said we, you didn't really mean you. Is that your testimony?
Not unless you have a new definition for the word we.
Oh, okay. I always thought we included the person who pronounced the word.
There's multiple studies establishing the safety of measles and hepatitis B vaccine, and specifically that they are not a cause of autism. In this position, and you have previously said yes, but if you are approved to this decision, to this position, will you say unequivocally, will you reassure mothers unequivocally and without qualification that the measles and hepatitis B vaccines do not cause autism?
Senator, I am not going into the agency with any.
Well, that's kind of a yes or no question, because if you're, because the data is there, and that's kind of a yes or no. And I don't mean to cut you off, but that really is a yes or no.
If the data is there, I will absolutely do that.
Now there is the data. Just because I used to do hepatitis B, as I've said, I know the data is there.
Well, then I will be the first person. If you show me data, I will be the first person to assure the American people that they need to take those vaccines.
Now, what concerns me is that you've cast doubt on some of these vaccines recently. I mean, like the last few years, but the data, and I can quote some of it. The data has been there for a long time. I've been out of the game. I've been in Congress for 16 years. And this data was in large measure generated before I came to Congress. So my concern is that if you were making those claims and being so influential, I mean, your bully pulpit is incredible. With that responsibility, that you never acquainted yourself with anything that might contradict that what you were previously saying. So let me ask once more. If the data is brought to you, and these studies that have been out there for quite some time and have been peer-reviewed, and it shows that these two vaccines are not associated with autism, will you ask, no, I need even more? Or will you say, no, this, I see this, it's stood the test of time, and I unequivocally and without qualification say that this does not cause autism?
Not only will I do that, but I will apologize for any statements that misled people otherwise.
Thank you. Next.
And I just want to pledge to you, and I will never stick on a point if somebody shows me data that says I'm wrong. I know that's an interpretation people have, but it's absolutely wrong.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Thursday, 30 January, year of our Lord, 2025. What a day. Wow. Where to start? Where we're going to start is Mary Holland is back. We asked her yesterday and she came back. She was good for her word. Mary Holland, Children's Health Defense. You were were you enthusiastic yesterday, or were you just patting us on the head and making us feel better? Did Bobby Kennedy get chopped up today, or did he hold his own?
Listen, the intent was to chop him up both days.
It's pretty intense. You agree?
It's very intense both days.
Some of the questions were brutal and tough.
They were tough, but I think he held his own. I don't think we expected it to be pretty. It's a confirmation, no confirmation. That's the whole issue, right?
You're saying the game is up or down?
The game is up or down, and I think it's going to be up. Now, you mentioned to me Cassidy, the chairman, and that he was negative. I'm sorry.
Hang on before you get there. It's not just up or down. It's up or down where you get through, but when I hear Bobby Kennedy sitting there and going, I'm pro-vaccine, and they're also what they're trying to do. If they can't remove them, they want to narrow their options. Look, Bobby Kennedy, we're a right-wing audience, and our audience, by and large, loves Bobby Kennedy because he's a fighter.
Right.
He's a fighter. This whole Make America Healthy Again has hit a deep chord in people. What we saw today is that they're trying to box him in.
Sure.
Even as he gets through, they're trying to box him in on those one or two huge things he has to do, correct?
Right. I agree with that. They're going to try to box him in. I think he didn't take the bait on a lot of those yes-no questions that take a lot of nuance and long conversations. And I think he has to come in saying, I'm going to accept the way HHS is today, but I'm going to bring radical transparency and gold standard science. Once he does that, Steve, he brings transparency and science, he's going to make changes based on that. But he has to say, and he has to actually take actions to accept what he's walking into. So I don't know that it's not going to be static to change things. To make people healthy again, he's going to have to make major changes. But he has to say, walking in the door, he respects what his predecessors have done for many years.
For our audience, it's so obvious to me that Big Pharma owns this city, and you just see it come through. And what's interesting, they have a raw hatred for Bobby Kennedy, like they have for Trump on different issues. But they don't hate Tulsi, they don't hate Kash, they dislike them, they want to stop them, and something they want to. There's a visceral. They are incensed by Bobby Kennedy. Am I wrong in that?
Oh, I think you're right about that. And as we said yesterday, 7 pharma lobbyists for 1 member of Congress. So, yeah, they're out for him because he does threaten the pharmaceutical medical complex. No question about that. He's going to open the books. The books have been closed. Pharma gives the documents that they want to the FDA and the CDC. FDA, CDC don't do their own original science. NIH gets royalties when they work with pharma. They get a lot of their budget from pharma directly. So, yeah, Bobby is very threatening to the pharmaceutical complex. They don't like him.
Let's talk about the process today. We have to have committee votes out of Finance and Health and Human Services today. Where do we stand on those?
So
you're the whip here for Bobby Kennedy, right?
Well, no, I'm at an independent organization, but he founded us. So the only
but you're
vote.
Counting noses.
Yeah, I'm counting noses.
You guys packed the thing. Was impressive.
Well, it's the movement. We had thousands of people
and
here.
And you have these mothers.
The
article today, I think in the Federalist, if I'm correct, or the Free Press, one of them, that says the most powerful new force in American politics is these moms of the Make America Healthy Again, that you've totally changed the dynamic.
That's as it should be, Steve. And in fact, Cassidy said, and Bobby said, this is a transcendent, powerful movement, and it crosses party lines. It is a movement across all kinds of demographics, and it's exciting because it really is about positive change. Who can be against people being healthy?
I tell you who.
Well, pharmaceutical. Yes,
I got a couple of them today. They were coming at this guy like they were trying to, kill him.
Sick people are very profitable. Healthy people are not profitable. Pharma knows that very well. Bobby Kennedy knows that very well. So, yeah, they don't like him. And it was as nasty as I fully expected it to be.
It wasn't. So you admit it was nasty.
Oh, absolutely it was nasty. But one of the important things on this pharma issue is Bobby did push back against Bernie Sanders and say, Bernie, you're taking money from pharma and maybe from individuals, but you're taking a lot of money. He didn't like that one bit.
Like that. What are you saying? Right. Let's do the head count. on finance, and Cassidy's the swing guy here, isn't he?
Yeah, Cassidy's very powerful right now because Cassidy, the only vote that counts is the Finance Committee. And on the Finance Committee, Cassidy's vote is critical.
Why do you say
send
the
it to
only
the
vote
floor.
that counts is the Finance Committee?
The Help Committee was a courtesy hearing. It was not a voting committee. So today was a courtesy, and a lot more senators got direct exposure. They went on the record. But the only vote that counts is yesterday. Cassidy's on that committee.
If
and
he
his
doesn't vote,
counts.
you've lost the committee.
It'd be very they need Cassidy's vote on the Finance Committee. I do believe that he's a traditional physician who left private practice 16 years ago. It makes perfect sense to me that he has absorbed the narrative of mainstream medicine. Vaccines are safe and effective. Vaccines save lives. He needs to talk more with Bobby to get comfort with Bobby that Bobby is not going to take people's vaccines away. He gave a speech today about about hepatitis B. He was a liver specialist. He is following the narrative of mainstream medicine. But I think he is movable. I think he wanted to put those reservations on the record. But I hope and I do believe that he will support President Trump's nominee for his cabinet.
Numbers 202-224-3121. We have work to do today on all three nominees. But make sure you call, and you should direct your call to Cassidy, Senator Cassidy's office, and let him know that you support Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We're going to get into Tulsi and Cash a little later in the show, but we need you. All these hang in the balance. They can all get across if we have a big, massive grassroots uprising saying President Trump deserves his candidates. When you just said there, Bob, you sounded like the old Bobby Kennedy. That wasn't the Bobby Kennedy we saw up there. You wouldn't think the guy ever questioned a vaccine in his life. By the answers.
Steve, if you've read the 4 books that he wrote while he was at Children's Health Defense, you know this guy questions vaccines, and you know that he's talking about radical transparency, gold standard science.
Didn't he say in here he's pro-vaccine today?
Steve,
I'm just asking a simple question.
Yes,
right?
He said that, Steve.
Okay.
And I think he has always said, I'm not anti-vaccine, and if it really makes me healthy, I'm the first one who's going to take it. If the benefits overwhelmingly outweigh the risk, I'm the first one in line. He's never abandoned that statement. Once people know the real science and there's real transparency, I assure you, a lot of people are going to change their minds.
Is the Maha movement, can you stay through the break?
Yeah,
Nicole
sure.
Shanahan has not, and we're kind of jammed for time, I got to do. Is Maha, Make America Healthy Again, is it a modern grassroots uprising of particularly mothers?
Yes.
Or is it a cult?
No, this is decades in the making, Steve. I've been a part of this movement for 20 years. This is a long-term grassroots movement that is finally getting a moment in the sun. This is not going away, and this is a powerful movement.
And this is why this is a transcendent moment. This is a moment that has to be seized. And you believe that Cassidy, President Trump understands that, right?
He does.
Which is pretty powerful.
It is.
That he would kind of get this. He got it a long time ago, but he got this.
You know, I think Cassidy gets it too. He doesn't want to go against this movement. He made it really clear. I'm going to have moms on my case. So many of the senators said that. It's really true. They know that there's going to be a political price to pay if they don't support this nominee.
Can you hang on for a second?
Sure.
Mary Holland from Children's Health Defense, by the way, fantastic job. The Maha movement turned out the last 2 days in the cold. Pretty impressive. Short commercial break. Johnny Context is out with American Heart. We're going to be back in a moment. Also, Nicole Shanahan will be joining us.
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector has taken a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company.
With CarShield, drivers could save thousands on covered parts and systems like your engine, transmission, entertainment system, and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other happy customers.
With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
If your car's out of warranty, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, but when. Call CarShield before it's too late and protect yourself from expensive car repairs.
CarShield is ready to help year-round nationwide with thousands of vetted shops to choose from, or their concierge service to help you find a mechanic near you. Unlike other companies, they don't just send you to the cheapest place in town. I trust CarShield, and so should you.
I have filed a total of over 5 claims, and my price from when I signed up never went up. And with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
If you're over 40 and taking probiotics, stop. Americans are choking down fistfuls of probiotics, all focused on billions and billions. Yet they're still feeling sicker and sicker and fatter and fatter. I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry, and I call it the Great Probiotic Hoax. There are critical nutrients missing from many popular probiotic supplements. And this may be why you are still suffering from weight gain, gas and bloating, and joint discomfort. That's why I created BioComplete 3. Only BioComplete 3 contains prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics to target the nasty gut destroyers that can hijack your health. Thousands have used it. It's a major part of how I lost 70 pounds and feel 20 years younger. For a limited time, you can try BioComplete 3 risk-free for 90 days. Go to guthealthsecret.com.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
An historic day in the Imperial Capitol. Today we had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. being grilled on being the Secretary of Health and Human Services, a transcendent moment and a historic moment for this country. We had Kash Patel for the FBI and Tulsi Gabbard for DNI, 3 friends of the show, and I know the audience was all in. We kind of had NFL Red Zone in the first hour. Then President Trump stepped up and gave just a, how can I say it, a pretty impressive press conference that heads are still blowing up. So Natalie Winters is going to be, we're going to get Natalie up at 6, and we're going to go through all of it. I want to thank Birch Gold. We haven't had a chance to have many sponsors in because we've been doing live coverage with no commercial break. Birchgold.com, the Eight of the Dollar Empire. Modern Monetary Theory is a 6th free installment. The idea that broke the world. As you know, ideas have consequences. This one had a big one. It's one of the reasons the country's crabbing sideways financially. Modern Monetary Theory. We make it accessible so that you can be the smartest person in the room about this topic. Birchgold.com/Bannon. Talk to Philip Patrick and the team about gold. Has been a hedge against times of financial turbulence for, 5,000 years, roughly. Mary Holland, why was this, once again, before I start getting into the muck of headcount and how we're going to get this passed, why is this a transcendent moment today, a historic moment today? And you can kind of feel it, and you could particularly feel it in the forces that are receding. Why is this a transcendent and historic moment?
Well, even regardless of the confirmation, thousands of people showed up. This is a movement that has been growing from the grassroots for decades, and it is now in the sun. So the New York Times is coming to talk to me. LA Times just ran a favorable piece about Bobby Kennedy. Politico did a halfway favorable piece about children's health defense. This movement is no longer wacko, anti-vax, fringe, marginal. This movement is now mainstream, and people realize that over half of this country, adults and kids, are sick. We've got to do something. As Bobby says, it's existential.
Amazing. Let's talk about the practicality of the steps we have to do. The number's 202-224-3121. Either go to the Article 3, Mike Davis's great app he's got that can help you, or our own Grace Chung has got the Bill Blaster. One of those 2 apps could help you, but make sure today, and we're going to take them Bobby Kennedy first, and we're going to talk about Tulsi and Cash a little later. We got work to do overnight and tomorrow. These are hanging in the balance, I would say. We should take nothing for granted.
No, take nothing for granted.
At the Finance Committee, Senator Cassidy, was a physician up until 10 years ago.
Right.
He's the central person. You agree?
Yes, he's a central person. He expressed his reservations today, but I do think he said he might want to be in touch with Bobby over the weekend. I do believe he's going to come around. He said that he wants to support President Trump's slate. He wants to support the vision. I do believe that he wanted to put those on the record, but that he will. I think he'll come around.
Where do we stand then with the floor vote? Murkowski, Collins, McConnell. We're going to take down 3.
Right. So McConnell, as a polio survivor, he is anti. He's not going to vote for Bobby Kennedy. Murkowski and Collins were both at the Help Committee today. Both of them asked detailed questions about Maine and Alaska. They both had concerns, but my impression was that they were comfortable voting in favor of Bobby Kennedy and supporting Trump. So you think that those have been against some of President Trump's earlier picks? They were key for Gates leaving the yard. They were some of the toughest on Pete and eventually didn't vote for him. Right.
You think that Murkowski and Collins, from the way you saw the questioning, the body language,
that's what I saw today.
Are you guys whipping votes? Are you there to are you getting information and giving it back to Bobby about where we stand?
No, he's got his own team. Okay. I'm outside of that, but I think that's what it looked like today.
What is it? Do you have any idea on the timing of this?
People don't think that it's going to be tomorrow. Bobby had to answer questions.
Get some more information back
so
to
they
people.
have to. Right. So they had questions. There's a record. He's submitting those answers today from the questions yesterday. But they expect to vote next week.
Yeah, President Trump's very adamant now about Thune's got to pick up the pace here. He wants his guys in. He saw this FAA situation. Where do people go to get you? Because now more than ever, and we really want you to start. Our next guest, Nicole Shanahan, brought it up the first time about agriculture and make America healthy again. We clearly want to get more people on here.
Great.
We broke new ground on the pandemic and with the vaccine, the Naomi Wolfs of the world. In fact, I just read Doppelganger by Naomi Klein. Her head blew up. It's Naomi Wolf is some feminist leftist. All of a sudden, she's on Bannon's show, and she started watching. She got it. The one thing about Naomi Klein is very interesting. The book is from 2023. I got to talk to her one time. She actually predicted, and the only one that predicted the 2024 race of exactly what we're trying to do, which is a MAGA plus, which is the MAGA base plus the low information, low propensity plus the Maha moms. Right? That is a winning coalition. If you do that, you can change it like 1932, but you have to deliver on that. And Bobby Kennedy is the way we deliver. Right. Where do people go to get more information about all this?
childrenshealthdefense.org.
And that's no longer a fringy group because
we're no longer fringe, Steve.
You can't imagine, folks out there, if you ever whine about MAGA and Howard, you can't imagine what they used to refer to Children's Health Defense. It was the call fringy, wackos, right? And just by determination, resilience, and grit.
Here we are.
Mary Holland, thank you so much for coming. Appreciate you. Let's play. We got Nicole Shanahan, but I got a great cold open. Let's play it. We're bringing Nicole.
Hey, everyone. Tomorrow is a pivotal moment in our nation's history. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, RFK will sit in front of the Senate Finance Committee for his confirmation hearing to be our nation's next Secretary of Health and Human Services. I urge everyone to call their U.S. senators over the following days and demand they vote yes on Bobby's nomination. He is more than qualified. He's proven, principled, and prepared to lead. I'll share a list below of key senators. If they represent your state, they need to hear from you. If they don't, please call your own senator and ask them to vote yes. We need as many votes as we can get. This hasn't been widely reported, but in 2020, I cut large checks to Chuck Schumer to help Democrats flip 2 Senate seats in Georgia from red to blue. The 2 candidates I helped elect, Senator Raphael Warnock and Senator John Ossoff, please know I will be watching your votes very closely. I will make it my personal mission that you lose your seats in the Senate if you vote against the future health of America's children. And more than that, I also want to say to Senators Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Bill Cassidy, Tom Tillis, James Lankford, Cory Booker, John Fetterman, Bernie Sanders and Catherine Cortez Masto, this is a bipartisan message, and it comes directly from me. While Bobby may be willing to play nice, I won't. If you vote against him, I will personally fund challengers to primary you in your next election, and I will enlist hundreds of thousands to join me. Big Pharma and Big Ag have exploited us for far too long. It ends now. You're either on the side of transparency and accountability, or you are standing in the way. The choice is yours. Please choose wisely.
Nicole Shanahan, Lord have mercy, girl. You threw down hard. Tell me about what was that, ma'am?
We're pissed. The moms are pissed. I'm pissed. And watching the line of questioning that Bobby has had to endure the last 2 days from individuals that have received millions upon millions of dollars direct from the pharmaceutical companies has been infuriating. And you know what? The thing is the MAGA Maha movement is so big. I really do think it's the largest movement on the planet right now. And we're all watching this. Do you think any Senate confirmation hearing has had this many live viewers? Certainly not as many that are this deeply vested. And that's what this is all about right now. I didn't expect that video to go as viral as it did. And I've heard from so many people who are like, we're ready to go. Can you please primary my senator? They're just fed up. We're all fed up. And it's time to clean out this mess from our government.
Nicole, today, were you taken back by the viciousness of the, not the content of the questions, but the viciousness of the delivery of some of the questions, ma'am?
I don't know where they get this self-righteous viciousness. It is, part of me wonders if they actually believe half of what they're saying. Some of it just feels like theater. And the reality is for the rest of us out here living this reality every single day in America, helping our kids through, a new historic flu season, a new historic RSV season, children that are born with autoimmune issues. It's not theater for us. This is our lived reality. And so when I see that viciousness up there on Capitol Hill, these people are acting. And I think that at this point, the Democratic Party chooses its candidates based on who can act, not who gives a damn, who can tell like any bit of their lived experience through any bit of integrity, because they're so detached and they're so removed and the people feel it. Many of the senators we've heard from that were the harshest barely won their seats. I mean, Cortez Masto, she won her seat by less than 1%. I mean, these things are like these seats are low-hanging fruit, and we're coming after every single one of them.
Unbelievable. Can you bear with us? I want to take a short commercial break and bring
Sure.
you back some other questions about this. Historic moment today for the Make America Healthy Again, the MAHA and the MAGA movement. Nicole Shanahan read us in a little bit, not just from the campaign, but when she came and talked about the Agriculture Department. It was quite enlightening. I want to thank Birch Gold for being our sponsor. We haven't had a chance to talk about it much. Into the Dollar Empire, modern monetary theory, the idea that broke the world. Make sure you fully understand it. You will not understand the deficit and debate issues we go through, the debate all over that, if you don't understand this. birchgold.com/Bannon. Go get it today. Short commercial break. Nicole Shanahan here on a historic day. Make America Healthy Again confronted the biotech, big pharma, medical complex. Short break.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
I didn't ask to lose my mother or to be abused at 5 years old. I didn't ask to be kicked out of my house with nowhere to go. I just can't. I'm so sorry. I didn't ask for any of this. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there. Thanks to their love and support, and to generous people like you, I got what I needed to take control of my life.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or whether anyone cares about them. For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and tools they need to succeed in life.
Call or go online now for a gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. You can provide care to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night.
Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today. If there's no Covenant House, where would I be today?
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Call or go online right now to safeplacetosleep.org with your gift of just $19 a month. With your monthly donation, you'll receive this soft, comforting blanket as a reminder of the warmth and safety your gift will provide a young person tonight.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America. Your support makes the work of Covenant House possible.
Your monthly gift is urgently needed to reach young people in communities like yours. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Nicole Shanahan is with us. She was the vice presidential candidate with Bobby Kennedy until they rolled in and partnered up with President Trump. Why is this a historic day on Capitol Hill for Bobby Kennedy and both the MAGA movement and particularly the Make America Healthy Again movement? Why is this a transcendent moment, ma'am?
I'll explain it through a story, a personal story. My dear friend and mentor has a 26-year-old vaccine-injured daughter, and she's been at this for 5 or plus years, and she's been trying to, she hasn't been heard. She hasn't been heard for 2 decades. She hasn't been heard. So for her to tune in and watch Mary Holland no longer be fringe, watch Bobby Kennedy talking on behalf of her personal story. The sad part of this all is that it is no longer fringe. It's no longer fringe because that many families are impacted by this crisis. That many families are impacted by this malfeasance. I mean, that's why today is historic. It's sad that it is historic. It's sad because it indicates how big of a problem we have on our hands today.
Some of the folks that you said, hey, I'm going to primary these guys because men and women shouldn't be around, some of you've actually supported before. Did you not know at the time that they didn't really support your core beliefs, or particularly since Make America Healthy Again is central to your whole mission and why you're kind of involved in politics in the first place? Did you not understand it? Did they get bought off? Did they flip? Are they not the people you thought they were? What about that?
They're not the people I thought they were. It was 2020. I supported Warnock and Ossoff. I supported Chuck Schumer. And I went back and I looked at my notes from then. I looked at my email exchanges with Chuck Schumer's office. And I had gone to Chuck Schumer with a huge folder full of documents about regenerative agriculture. And I said, why are you guys talking about all of these other climate change policies. All you have to do is fix our agricultural system, and everything you're talking about in terms of emissions and balancing our carbon cycle can be addressed through regenerative agriculture. Will you please do this? And he looked at me and he said, yes, I need your help. And he explained to me that he needed to win back the Senate majority. And so I cut him checks. I said, okay, well, if you're going to take on regenerative agriculture and we can move beyond all of this climate change mess, I'm happy to support you. This sounds like a great opportunity. And so I did. And then when that Senate runoff happened in Georgia, I happened to actually have a woman I had just started to work with. Her name is Shirley Sherrod. She was head of agriculture at the USDA under Obama's administration. And she actually got pushed out. They were very vicious to her, that administration. There was some, there's an NAACP speech that she gave that was misedited and then put online. And interestingly, it was Brett Bart at the time when he was still a blogger. And it went viral, and they turned on Shirley without even any due process. They just turned on her and they pushed her out. And so Shirley is in rural Georgia, and she's been organizing rural Georgian farmers. And I reached out to her, and she happened to have a C4. And I said, hey, I know Stacey Abrams can't get out to rural Georgia. Can you, do you want to mobilize? And she said, yeah, I'd love to. And, I have a C4. So I sent her $1 million to her C4, and she got out that vote, and they just narrowly pulled off that race. There's suspicion that there was some ballot stuffing and ballot integrity issues, and the seats were, quote, stolen. I don't know if that's true. Perhaps it is, but I do know the role that I played in all of that, and I take responsibility for it. And I was wrong to ever trust these people. It's like and many Democrats are opening up to this acceptance that they were wrong, they were misguided, they were lied to. And it's all this bait and switch. And that's what the party's been. And that's what, and nobody in their right mind can continue to support that.
Boy, Shirley Sherrod I dealt with. I was Andrew Breitbart's partner. That's a whole nightmare. If it was not for Anthony Weiner, Andrew would have never been back on Fox. Well, I'll tell that story later. But, man, you just sent shivers down my spine in the Shirley Sherrod tape. Before I let you go, there's been some talk. You're very upset what's happened in California. And there's some talk that you might be interested in running for governor against Gavin Newsom. Is there any truth to that rumor?
There is truth to that rumor. I'm putting together an exploratory committee this coming summer. I haven't committed to running yet. There's quite a bit of work that needs to be done. If it's my time, I will run. If it is not my time, I will throw the full weight of my support, my media team, my endorsement behind somebody great who is Maha MAGA.
Well, I guess Newsom's not going to run again. I guess he's not going to get recalled because we've got a year left. Yeah. Nicole Shanahan, where do people go to find out more about you, more about your support, and kind of you're one of the co-founders of the Maha movement. Where do people go to find out more about that? Make America Healthy Again. Where do they go to find out why this is a historic day and what we're up against in all of this, ma'am?
Yeah, I mean, we are really a team, Steve, now. And I really appreciate the work you've been doing on transhumanism. That's a topic that I'm very passionate about. I have a podcast called Back to the People. You can find us on all of the major streaming platforms as well. I'm very active on X. That's kind of straight from my head onto the keyboard. It doesn't go through a big team. It's my personal way to communicate what I'm finding, what I'm thinking, and the direction that I'm taking my work.
Nicole Shanahan, where on X? Where do people get you on X?
At Nicole Shanahan.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks very much, Steve. Take care.
What a day. And here's what was so powerful about it is that, and we hope that we tried to do, it's kind of like NFL Red Zone. We try to cut in the first hour, President Trump came in the second hour. But if you looked at the intensity, and what we do is really focus on the Democrats because they're coming in with these vicious questions, cheap shot questions, not really looking for an answer. We want you to see the grace under pressure of the Tulsi Gabbards, of the Kash Patels, of the Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and this was, I thought, as nasty as it could get. I mean, they came at Kash with everything. They came at Tulsi with everything. They came at Bobby Kennedy with everything. And I would tell President Trump, I think your folks came through with flying colors. Given what it was, and some people got dinged up, there's no doubt about that, got a few scuff marks. I don't think anything came close to not expediting these and get the committee votes as soon as possible, and let's get them to the floor. President Trump said that when he gave the remarks today about the tragedy at what happened at outside of or over top of Reagan National Airport here in the nation's capital, right over the Potomac. This horrible tragedy. President came in at 11 a.m. and really from, I guess, closer to 11:30. He was late. 11:20 came in, but held like a 35-minute press conference. And I tell people that, particularly with his audience, the Sunshine Patriots and the Summer Soldiers are always going to be with us. And you just have to accept that. And the parties, and they just don't let it bother you. You're the backbone, and you're the key part of this movement because you will always answer the trumpet's call and be there when you're needed. And you're going to be needed to get these confirmations across, and also to have President Trump's back. You could see the beginning if you look at the last 48 hours. They're feeling their oats. President Trump's victory had really smashed their self-confidence. I think they started to realize that they'd had their hands on the levers of institutional power, and it gotten lazy, and it really stopped thinking about American citizens, particularly working class and middle class Americans. They really became a party of the kind of the billionaires, then the credentialed class, dropped all the way down to kind of not the working poor, but just the kind of the abject poor. And they lost their way in a big way, and they got smoked, and they realized a long, torturous path back when you've forgotten those values. But they've seen in the last 48 hours, this is about the memo that went out. The memo that went out was a perfectly fine memo. Did it go through enough process? I don't know, maybe not. But the point was President Trump was signing executive orders and taking executive actions, and the next day, remember we held up that headline of the Financial Times of London that said $300 billion basically carved back out, I think, of the Green New Deal program that hadn't been spent. A lot of this dealt with impoundment. President Trump signed an executive order, and the next day, the New York Times report, well, he signed something on the World Health Organization, but they're really not out. They're spending money. Or he shut down all the Green New Deal plans, but he's still not out. They're still spending money. And finally, I think he told people and guys around him, said, hey, send a memo out to everybody, and let's just go to full stop where we see where all this cash is. And this is a normal course of business. I think it's done in every change of presidency because the new administration coming in wants to kind of understand kind of you're changing the watch where all this cash is going. And they made it the biggest firestorm in human history. And maybe some people weren't given a heads up. Who knows? But they made it the biggest firestorm in human history. You then attach, I think, the Doge memo that kind of put, like in corporate America, hey, look, we're doing a restructuring here. If you want a buyout, those will be available. But if you miss this date, hey, you'll be around. But we can't guarantee you. We're not going to guarantee you're going to have a billet. Because what have I been talking about here? Programs and billets, not about individual personalities or individual people. And you've seen that. That's what that memo talked about, right? We're going to be downsizing. We're going to go in a different direction. The president has full authority to do that. Those two things, and you saw, the firestorm. Rachel Maddow, who's now 5 nights a week, she was looking for a hook and looking to get a grip. That was part. And you saw today if the illustrious nature of President Trump going down into the briefing room, and the press was back on just like the jackals they were. It reminded me of some of the pandemic, of which, remember, with Jason Miller here, we had War Room Pandemic and Raheem. And then for a while, I just took it. But we would show the press conferences, and they didn't want to hear what President Trump had to say. They didn't want to walk through about what he was doing on this pandemic, which I think he handled absolutely brilliantly, given the information of the time at the time, and how the apparatus was working against him. I almost felt like we were back to that, given the vicious nature, and it's vicious, the vicious nature of the media. They're just vicious. And they don't come at Trump with facts. They're just going to come with just pure vitriol. So we have to, I think today, I think they got lit today. So I believe, and I keep telling people, I said, look, you're going to really know who has President Trump's back and who's in this movement by grinding through the next couple of weeks. We got all these confirmations that got to get done. And I believe they're feeling it. They think a little bit of blood in the water. They just do. Not that there is, but they think so. This is why I think, and we'll discuss this as we go forward, I think when it's Tulsi's the most vulnerable, Bobby's next in Kash. I think Tulsi might have come through with this today. I think she represented. Kash, I think they feel they got a couple of dings in on Kash. And Bobby, I think they got some dings on Bobby. Now, I agree with Mary Holland. I think Cassie's the key. We get Cassie through it. He should get through it. He's a guy that hasn't been particularly pro-Trump or pro-MAGA. I think he's up for re-election coming to 26. He's got the reality check, and I think you ought to give him another one, 202-224-3121. That's imperative. That not just he vote for Bobby Kennedy, but he's got to help expedite. We got to get a committee vote. I would love to see that tomorrow, although they've asked Bobby for a bunch of following information. I hope his team turns that as quickly as possible. We need Bobby Kennedy. If the last 24 hours, 48 hours have shown anything about this such tragic situation in Washington with the Apache helicopter and the American Eagle jet, it's that President Trump needs his team and he's in place now. Short commercial break. We'll be back in the morning. Just a moment.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector has taken a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company.
With CarShield, drivers could save thousands on covered parts and systems like your engine, transmission, entertainment system, and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other happy customers.
With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
If your car's out of warranty, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, but when. Call CarShield before it's too late and protect yourself from expensive car repairs.
CarShield is ready to help year-round nationwide with thousands of vetted shops to choose from, or their concierge service to help you find a mechanic near you. Unlike other companies, they don't just send you to the cheapest place in town. I trust CarShield, and so should you.
I have filed a total of over 5 claims, and my price from when I signed up never went up. And with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. I think you saw from the intel today, DNI, don't let any bad actors read your text messages, see your emails, get into your phone, your iPad, your computer, none of it. Silent. SLNT.com/Bandit. Get a discount. The best Faraday products out there from a family that's dedicated themselves to your security and your privacy. Now with hacking going on all over the place, you see every other day, the vice president's phone's hacked, this is hacked, the Treasury Department's hacked. Don't let it happen to you. And those bad actors, maybe even, all enemies, foreign and domestic. You saw the pushback on Kash Patel at FBI. You think, oh my God, the FBI is like the greatest things in the world. That is not true. That's why we need a fighter like Kash to get in there. You saw the intensity. You saw it was brutal. Brutal. Bobby Kennedy, brutal. Tulsi Gabbard, they tried to be brutal. I thought she stood him down pretty well. But they got some shots in. They're going to get some shots in. There's no doubt about that. If you're a disruptor and you got a history of a fighter, they're going to come and get you. No doubt about that. You just have to dig in. SLNT.com. Put in promo code Bannon. Get a discount. These are the Faraday bags and the products that can protect your privacy. Also, next hour, Jim Rickards. We got Natalie Winters. It's going to give us an update from the White House about what happened today. We also got Jim Rickards. Go to rickardswarroom.com. Strategic Intelligence is his flagship newsletter. I strongly recommend it for particularly people like capital markets, money, and geopolitics. Intelligence, pretty good. Probably the best, at least the best I know. Strategic Intelligence over at Paradigm Press. Go to Rickards, that's with an S, warroom.com. Historic day here. In the next hour, we're going to drill down on Tulsi and Kash. Also tomorrow to make sure we can filter through tonight. 202-224-3121. The reason this show is known and so renowned is you, the audience, the most engaged, powerful, using your human agency every day. We got to fight. And you have to let these Republican senators know that this is important. President Trump wants this team. You can see now with their testimony why he wants them. And you can see the resistance to them. Wait when they get in and start taking action. Wait till Bobby Kennedy takes some action. Wait till Kash Patel takes some action. Wait till Tulsi Gabbard takes some action. Just like Pete Hegseth and all these guys. This is my point about the memo. The OMB memo was just to find out where the money is in the entire system and to kind of go to all engine stop temporarily so we can just figure out where this is going. And they could ascertain if President Trump's written an executive order, we want to make sure there's not still money in the pipeline going there. This is a basic, fundamental managerial decision. They went to full meltdown and the resistance has started. This is why very quickly the summer soldiers and sunshine patriots is going to get too hard for them, just like it did in 16, just like it did in 20, 21. I don't need to tell you. You're combat veterans in the information war. Don't need to tell you. You're hardened. You're smart, gritty, tough, and resilient. That's why you're so powerful. Call these senators up and just tell them what you think. Say, hey, I saw it. I had some moments that are not that pretty. Just that's reality. That's human nature. But man, they came through with flying colors. Flying colors. Let those senators know at 202-224-3121. Mike Lindell, you've been on the factory floor. You've been actually building value for your customers. We got crosses, we got sheets, we got pillows, we got towels. Tell me about it, sir.
Yeah, you just named them all. I'm surrounded by them here. We're back doing some commercials. You guys might have seen the big commercial we came out with. My employees, I was down there today, and they are all happy because they love being busy. But one of the things that's made it so busy is you guys at the War Room Posse. There's the cross you see like I wear. There's the men's. The women's is interchangeable. It's reversible. And so we have those 30% off for the War Room Posse. You got the towels, all the mega sale. This is the mega sale, you guys. You get 30% off in the My Crosses, the My Towels. They're on sale. So you have a double sale. They're usually $49.98 on sale. The War Room Posse, $29.98. The flannel sheets that the War Room loves. Steve loves them. I got some right next to me here. They're the most amazing flannel sheets you will ever use for the lowest price anywhere, anytime. And once they're gone, they're gone. There's queens are only $59.98, kings $69.98. They're regularly $100 and some. And if you use promo code War Room, go to the website and go down till you see Steve, and you're going to see all the other products. Like I'm holding the big body pill, $29.98. Here's the classic My Pillow, $14.98. There we have. They're almost gone. The clearance event. I'd say by tomorrow they'll be gone. That's all the My Pillow clothing, our complete clothing line. That's clearing out for the War Room Posse exclusive, up to 80% off. So you guys, and here's the biggest part of it right now, free shipping on your entire order with that promo code War Room. And I tell you guys this all the time, get your beds and your mattress toppers, 100% made in the USA. There's my reps. They're right downstairs. I'm going to go down there again. Steve, I did it last week. I'm going to go down there and take a couple of your calls, 800-873-1062. I'd like to get back into it. I'm so excited. We keep, the employees are busy, and it's a win-win-win-win. My employees, and we helping out the greatest show out there that's helping spread the word that we need to save our country. And you help you get the best sleep of your life, get the best products of your life. And so it's a win-win-win, Steve.
Mike Lindell, thank you very much, brother. MyPillow.com, promo code War Room. Get all the specials. The lead here, Mega MAGA, the Mega MAGA sale. You know, I think my sister came up with, she may be going after Mike with some trademark issues. Mega MAGA, she says that all the time. Love you, brother. I don't think it's a better day to play the right stuff. Magnificent, magnificent, magnificent song. About a magnificent group of men and women, their wives, and the test pilots, the Mercury astronauts, and Chuck Yeager, and the test pilots, post-World War II. Incredible story. Tom Wolfe from my own neighborhood in Ginter Park in Richmond, Virginia, wrote an epic that Philip Kaufman, the great director, turned into a masterpiece. Leave you with the right stuff. Back in a moment.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
Learning is hard work. Hard work requires character. Learning begins in faith. It must move upward toward the highest thing, unseen at the beginning, God. And freedom is essential to learning. Its principles must be studied and defended. Learning, character, faith, and freedom. These are the inseparable purposes of Hillsdale College.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the
everybody. Welcome to this edition of Just the News, No Noise. My co-host, John Solomon, and editor-in-chief of Just the News. He is out on assignment this week. He's going to be back on Monday, so I am motoring solo for just a few more nights. But just a reminder that we are broadcasting from the Wire to Fish studio. This show, of course, is sponsored by Wire to Fish. It is the official coffee of Just the News, No Noise. So head over to wiretofishcoffee.com and use the code JustNews, and you will get a 10% discount code on all of their coffee and offerings. And let me tell you, their medium roast is fantastic. So go check it out. All right, everybody. Many people in this country last night watched with sorrow and terror as that American Airlines commercial flight collided with the Black Hawk helicopter into an airport that I frequent, on an airline that I frequent, American Airlines into Reagan. And we, of course, are hearing news as it breaks every moment. But President Trump spoke about it earlier today, and here's what he had to say.
This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions.